4 a.m. here on Tuesday, May 26, 2026. And we will begin our agenda this morning. And we'll begin with the invocation and moment of silence. If you would join me in that moment of silence, please. Thank you. And if you're able to rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Brandy, if you'll do a roll call to determine quorum, please.
Commissioner Shanto Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Kimball.
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Present.
Chair Sanchez.
Present. All righty, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Scott, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. No changes to the agenda today.
Okay. All right, then with that, we'll move on to consent agenda. These are items 1 through 12. Commissioners, are there any items that we want to pull for separate consideration?
Yes, please. I'd like to pull number 6.
Okay. Any other, we have number 6, any others? Yes.
Number 5. Number 9. Number 12.
All right, so I have numbers 5, 6, 9, and 12 for separate consideration. So with that, I'll need a motion to approve consent agenda items numbers 1 through 4, 7, 8, 10, and 11, please.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Kimball. I'll second the motion. Are there any comments on these items 1 through 4, 7, 8, 10, or 11? All right, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call vote on those items, please.
Commissioner Shanto Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
We have a few resolutions.
Okay.
Give me a second. Item number 2, 2026-69. Item number 4, 2026-70. Item number 7, 2026-71. Item number 8, 2026-72. And item number 10, 2026-73.
Okay. Thank you, Brandy. I know Commissioner Shanto Hernandez is a little busy at the moment. We were just wondering is there any concern if we were to move agenda item number 5 into approvals right before 14? To give them time to come back down here into the chambers? Okay, so we'll move agenda item number 5 to approvals. So with that, we're on to agenda item number 6, award of purchase to Siddons Martin's Emergency Group LLC through Houston Galveston Area Council, HGAC contract number FS 12-23 for the purchase of an aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle in the amount of $1.63 million. If I can get a motion in a second to approve.
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second the motion. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Chief Heck.
Hello, thank you. Commission, Interim Chief Sean Heck. We're looking to purchase an ARF unit for the ARF team. This is what a crash truck is. Been working, we have 3 members who have gone and obtained their ARF certification. It's an AHJ certification. We're working on the IFSAC one, a whole nother issue, but in order to actually have a true operating ARF team and airport rescue firefighting team, obviously the unit is a critical part of that. A crash unit is a unit that is basically designed to go almost anywhere you need it to go, between on airport grounds and even off airport grounds. It carries 3,000 gallons of water, 200 gallons of foam, and about 40 pounds of extinguishing agent called Purple Cape. And basically it allows them to be able to handle any sort of aircraft crash or aircraft emergency that comes in. It's designed to be a pump and roll system that allows them to basically lay down a foam blanket to suppress any sort of fuel vapors or anything coming off so that the crews can go and facilitate a rescue. We had an opportunity through Siddons Martin. They have one that's in stock. We don't have to go through any build or anything for this. It's available for us today, and the contract pricing equipped with foam and the agent is the $1.63 million.
Thank you, Chief Hack.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
can I ask you, has this been brought before the commission before this date at all?
This unit?
Right.
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
Okay, I'm a little concerned why it was on the consent agenda. Because if we'd left it on the consent agenda, we would have voted on it without any discussion whatsoever. So I'm a little concerned about that. I think we need a little more detail when we're going to spend $1.63 million. So I think, first of all, we need to make note that maybe procedures need to be changed, because this really, when I looked at this, I thought, well, maybe I missed a meeting where we talked about it before. So second, is it in your budget already?
Yes, we do have the money already aside for that.
And it was approved for this item?
The original budgeted amount we had was not for this item. We just had salary savings and excess money in our fire fund that we're able to pull together to be able to purchase this.
So did you have to do a budget revision to change from salaries to equipment?
Well, yes, I believe we're good. Man, that's a good question. I'm going to be honest with you, ma'am. The procedure of that, I'm not too sure.
That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm not doubting that we need this. It just, when it comes to us on a consent agenda for $1.63 million, we don't know if it's in the budget. We don't know if it was targeted for that. We don't know what it's going to be used for. I just feel uncomfortable saying, yep, put it on the consent agenda and let's vote for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. I think the main reason being was that because it's in the restricted fund for fire-specific purposes, and it was within, while not specifically within the agenda, but I mean, not within the agenda, within the budget, that it was considered that we would just do the appropriate move, and that's why it was in consent agenda, but that because it's not a new, not necessarily a new budget expenditure, so to speak, and not from the general fund. So generally, like when we do these acquisitions and equipment, that's why a lot of these end up in the in consent agenda. But again, you know, like that's you know, if there is the request to move it like we are now, we can always move to these 2 approvals in the
Right.
future. But
So it's just procedure to put them on the consent agenda.
generally speaking, if there's no addition to the budget, so to speak, and if it's not like from the general fund, then generally speaking for equipment acquisitions, yes.
And Mr. Chair, it didn't need a budget revision to say change it, even though it's fire restricted, so they can use it within their budget for anything they choose?
There's specific items, and I don't know, ACM Lopez, if you can help.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. The board policy that the staff follows is that within the funds for a department that the board has approved, up to 25% can be reallocated without coming back to the board for purposes that align with the mission of that department. And this does fall within that 25%. That's why you have not seen a budget resolution previously on this, nor today as part of that. Understood on the $1.6 million, and if you all give us direction on, you know, what you want us to kind of identify as a threshold, we're happy to, I think, follow that. Happy to answer any other questions I can.
Yeah, I think we can have discussion about, you know, if there is a threshold that people, that the commissioners want to see. But I know, like I said, that's just general been the practice is a lot of the equipment acquisition, as ACM Lopez had noted, had just been on consent.
Mr. Chair, I think we do need to do that. I'm not opposed to this purchase. I'm really not.
I understand.
I just didn't know anything about it. And when I read what was in here, yeah, there's a purchase order for a very expensive vehicle, and I just didn't know that it was coming, and I haven't been here long enough to have known the budget from before, so I'm not opposed to it, I'm just opposed to the procedure we've gone through for this. And so, yes, I think we need to have some discussions about the process for consent agenda, because a consent agenda should talk about things that are not controversial, do not lead to a lot of discussion, are approved by the chair. And we can talk about this at another time, so
Thank you,
we can have
Commissioner.
some agenda development discussions maybe at the retreat.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. Are there any other questions?
No, and I just want to reiterate, we hear you loud and clear on that. We certainly wouldn't put anything on the agenda that isn't budgeted for. And we are going through a finance SOP process this year as well, just as we did HR last year. So that'll be one of the items we can certainly get feedback on. I appreciate your feedback just now. Thank
And
you.
Mr. Chair, who's developing that finance SOP?
Nobody yet, ma'am. We haven't gone to RFP on
But it needs to involve the commissioners.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not doing it by myself, for sure.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief. How are
Good
you?
morning. Good morning, Commissioner.
I have a question for you. If this were to be purchased, where would you put it?
At the airport, been actually working with Jody and looking for a spot to put it right now. It actually probably will go in the bay there at Station 55, that's at Jetport, and we'll take some of the items that are in the bay and move them off into a covered structure underneath it.
So there is a place to put it at this time?
There is.
And you mentioned that you were having 3 persons trained to do that?
Correct. We have 3 right now. We're working on getting an entire team. We just started with BC and then 2 lieutenants right now who have completed it.
And when will the training be completed for those fire?
Once we get a unit, then we're going to look at sending them out, hopefully within this calendar year is what I'd like to get, at least 3 more heading out and then 3 more going into 2027 and then 3 more hopefully at the end of 2027 to kind of build a good cadre of our personnel to be there at the Jetport. The training does occur in North Carolina though. That's where you need to go to get the actual IFSAC certified, which is that has a little bit more than just going to a class and having a AHJ training.
So is this an emergency purchase?
Commissioner, emergency, and the fact is that we have an opportunity to get a unit that's already developed and set, and it's a unit that currently City Fire has also purchased, so I have a little experience in that unit and the good of the unit. And it's available and something we can get right now for us. In that essence, yes. Again, we're trying to build the team up, so it's just an opportunity to get it now before we have to try to buy one in 2 years or a year and a half. Plus, we really can't get the IFSAC certifications done officially and completely until we have that unit.
So you're telling me that unless we have a unit, the personnel, the fire personnel will not be trained? Even if the county or you, Chief, sends those fire personnels for certification or licensure or whatever it is, because I'm not very familiar with firefighting practice and certification. So if we don't have the unit, then you're telling me that they won't be allowed to be certified. And what I'm writing down is that the certification will not be available until the end of this year. Is that what I'm understanding, or am I incorrect?
Sort of. We can get the certification. Like, if we pay the money, we can send people to it. But the concept of why go get training and when you can't even utilize the training, right? Why are we going to go train all these people when you don't even have the unit that they're supposed to be trained on? You don't, and so we're going to invest all that money and then it's going to sit around and languish without anybody actually performing those skills or being able to practice performing those skills because you don't have the unit that allows us to do that. And so that's why that was kind of my stance, is why waste the money to send people to this training when we don't even have the unit for them to even train on today. And so we can go do that training if we want, but they're not going to be able to utilize that. So that's kind of the path I'm trying to move through. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to go this quick. And as far as the timing of it, they offered like 2 to 3 times a year. That's just the next one that's available for us. I believe was in the fall when I was talking with the BC who's managing the ARF team.
And
what
what
he's
would
looking
be the
for.
next time that unit would be available to the county? You said they're offering it 2 or 3 times a year?
Correct. I don't know the whole schedule, ma'am. That's the BC.
Training, though, you're talking about?
Yeah, the training for the IFSAC ARF certification training, I don't know that. That's the BC who's managing the program, who knows that. He just asked me about it the other day, if we can send people in the fall to it. I'm like, well, we're getting a crash unit, I hope, and then if we have that, then let's go ahead and start sending them so we can get that done.
What I think Commissioner Chaparro's question is, when would the crash unit be available? Another one would be available.
Oh, another unit be available? I don't know. That'd be up to Siddons Martin. This was just one that they had on, built, ready to go, available to us today. I don't know if we asked to do one. I would say it'll probably follow standard build time, which is 2 years right now for a fire apparatus, is what we're averaging right now to get an
Is that a
engine.
guess, or were you able to speak to the manufacturer of that vehicle? Is that a timeline guess to be able to obtain this fire truck, 2 years? Or were you able to
If we don't
talk
get
to the
this one here-
manufacturer and say, okay, I need for example, if I want a Ford pickup and I want it in a certain color with a certain interior, I know I can call the dealer
Mm-hmm.
and say, you know, I want that gray Ford pickup with a red interior, and then I'll get a timeline as to when I'm able to obtain that vehicle.
Sure.
Were you able to make that call to the manufacturer? And because I know this, as far as I was reading, each city, each county has a specific need for whatever equipment we need. I mean, we're a smaller airport. We don't need all the bells and whistles that a larger airport would need. So it's my thinking, if I need a farm truck, I'm not going to go buy a $100,000 BMW farm truck. I'm going to buy a used Ford pickup so that I can haul around and harvest pecans. So that's my question. Were you able to speak to the manufacturer to assess the needs of the county so that we don't overspend and buy something that this county may not need?
So as far as, I think the Commissioner of the Party, you throw me off as the manufacturer, because the manufacturer just wants to sell us the unit. I think maybe that's the part I'm not following or tracking.
I think what Commissioner Chaparro is asking is, they're offering us this unit, but is this something that meets our needs or exceeds our needs? I think that's what she's asking is, are we being offered something that may cost more because it has more than we need?
No, a crash truck is a crash truck. I mean, the pricing of this is always going to be the price, well, it's going to go up over the years, but these units are these units. We could, like, if we were to go out and do this on our own and wait and do the standard process of 2-year builds and everything, it's still going to, in the end, still up to be about $1.6 to $1.8 million to get that unit. That's how much crash trucks are. That's how much they cost to get these units. So, yeah, if we have the opportunity, the thing is, we had this opportunity in front of us that we don't have to wait a 2-year build. We don't have to wait for that to get done before we get this unit. And that's why we were trying to get it done today.
Mr. Chair, if I can add a little bit of information, it might be helpful. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I think you're asking really good questions, in particular in light of what we discovered what was happening with the add-ons of fire equipment a couple of years ago. The need for the ARF truck is really one of those items where if you don't need it, that's great. But if you need it and you don't have it, that's where it becomes problematic. We did have a crash last year at the Jetport where the ARF unit would have been very helpful in getting out there. I don't know if you can call it fortunate or not, but we were lucky for the fire team that the crash happened close enough to the pavement that they were able to extend line from their apparatus to it. The ARF truck allows for those responses where they can't be on the asphalt and where they need to get into, it may be loose soil, maybe off the end or off the side of a runway where they can't easily approach. And it allows for a high heat approach. So if we have jet fuel burning, they're able to get into it and fight the fire without the personnel having to be out on the ground fighting the fire. So as far as it being an enhancement to our abilities, it absolutely is, but we believe it's a safety advantage for the fire personnel as well as for really encouraging people to come in and utilize our jetport, because we do have, people don't realize it, but it's called a jetport for a reason. We do have jets with highly volatile fuels that do land on a very regular basis at our facility. And so this is very helpful for that purpose. So I hope that might have helped a little bit, but I'm happy to help any more.
A couple of more questions, please, Mr. Chair. All right, so if this truck is purchased, it will be here in 2 or 3 months, is that correct?
Yes, we were told if we get it, you should be here probably by August.
All right, and so the certified personnel, the trained personnel will also be available by the time that truck gets here?
Yeah, well, we already have people who are trained now, but it's what we could, that AHJ, authority having jurisdiction. They went through a series of trainings. They went up to Santa Fe and trained with personnel up there and got, which is their original initial ARF certification. The IFSAC just adds a little bit of credibility to the certification, that's all. And so we already have people who are trained and understand it, and now we're just gonna build it from there. In City Fire, that's how, like, when I started there in '02 and then promoted to a lieutenant in '07, I was put in charge of ARF, and I was basically, I was trained by somebody giving me a bunch of PowerPoints that I just watched and read. And then we went out to the airport and we trained with our crash unit, drove it around and became proficient. And that met the FAA's requirement for ARF certification. Getting IFSAC just adds a little level, a little higher credibility to that. And that's what we really need to have. That's what I want us to have.
So that means that none of these commissioners could drive that truck because we're not trained, is that
No.
correct?
Okay. Well, you can come try it. We'll give you an opportunity in a closed course to give it a shot. But as far as on an emergency, no, ma'am.
Chief, I'm a pretty good driver, just so you know.
They are fun to drive, though.
And I'm not against the project, but I was not afforded the opportunity to have an agenda review this week. So the reason I'm having some items pulled is because I had a lot of questions, and just reading the executive summaries sometimes isn't sufficient unless I have an agenda review, and that way I can ask questions. But Chief, if I may, I'd love to meet with you and pick your brains some more. I think I need to gather more information on your department.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be more than happy to share. And I know it's a lot, and I do understand that, but the cost of apparatus keeps escalating every year between an aerial, and these are some of the more expensive units because of the way they function and operate. The ability to pump and roll is something that is not very common in a fire unit. Most fire units have to park and then they can go to pump, but the ability to flow water at 1,000 GPMs while you're still able to drive is something that's extra special. But that's what this unit does. That's what it brings when you have those situations, because you never know where the plane's gonna go down. Having that ability to go and get to it is something that, if we want to grow our jetport, if we wanted to bring in more business, that it becomes a critical part for us. And then on the side, we are going to be able to use it outside of the region too as well for any sort of hazardous materials being transported by ground. Having that unit show up with 200 gallons of foam to be able to suppress and put foam down on something like that is also going to be incredibly beneficial for us.
I'm glad you mentioned that because there was an issue in Commissioner Sheldrake on this district, what, about a year and a half ago, Mr. Chair?
I believe
There
so.
was a spillage.
And this is that kind of unit that can come out there and just put that blanket down very quickly.
Thank you, Chief. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I think, like you noted, I think one of the things that a lot of people in the public may not fully understand or be aware of is the fact that we've upgraded our runway to accept cargo jets for up to 757s. And when you have 757s potentially landing, utilizing Jet A fuel, which burns hotter than traditional gasoline, that's where this comes in particular. And so understand, at least that's kind of where we're trying to upgrade the facilities at the jet ports, so we'd be able to be ready for those types of situations. And I think it was already noted, the crash that happened at the jet port, plus I know there was some touch and go landings or practices that were done previously by a large plane as well. So, we've seen the jet port being utilized, and hopefully we'll continue to see that more as our industrial area continues to grow.
Agreed. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 6, please.
Commissioner Sheldrake Hernandez? Commissioner,
Yes.
apologize. Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-74.
Thank you, Chief. All right, next item is agenda item number 9, to accept the program operator services agreement to host an internship program as part of NMPD's summer enrichment program through Education at Work, and delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Gomez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kimball. With that, turn it over to you, Ashley. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Ashley Suniga, the Assistant Director of Human Resources. We are moving forward with the Summer Enrichment Internship Program. We're at the point now where we can go ahead and move forward with the contract with Education at Work. And the contract essentially is stating that Education at Work is going to be the employer of record. And then it, of course, goes into the details surrounding the way that the program is going to operate this year. So Doña County will be assisting with the intern placements, and we will also be ensuring that any of the students that are placed at any of the locations, if there's changes or anything to the placements, we're working together with Education at Work.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ashley. How are
Good
you?
morning.
If you could go into how much it's going to cost per student to run this program, and if there were any local persons here that had the ability, the experience, the training that have worked with the program in the past. I understand that we have hired someone from Massachusetts that doesn't know the area, that may not know our students. But if you can go in detail, please.
Sure. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, actually, Doña County did not hire anybody. It was an RFP that New Mexico Public Education Department entered into, and they selected Education at Work. The point of having a program operator local is so that we can ensure the assistance on the local side of it. So even though, yes, they are remote and they are from out of the state of New Mexico, we are here. Doña County will be boots on the ground. We'll be making sure that the students, there's the bridging of the communication, because essentially we are the face of the program. So it costs approximately $515 per student. That is going to be the student placement fee. So Education at Work is going to be the employer of record, which means that they are responsible for payroll, for any kind of workers' comp, for both the students and the coordinators. So Doña County is going to be receiving a placement fee of $515 per student
From the state, is that correct?
from Education at Work.
Okay. I had another question, and it just went because I wasn't writing it down. I did see in the contract some things, there was some wording that said, and I don't have it in front of me because my computer went down, something to the effect of if there were enough placements. Would you please explain that further?
Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I believe that was in the section that referred to how many slots were going to be allotted to Doña County. And I think the agreement originally was 560. However, they did state, Education at Work stated that if we had additional placements, we would be able to place them as well, because we would be able to pull funding from the other parts of the state that didn't use all of their funding. So currently at this time, we have 726 placements.
That's great news. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Kimball.
I know that we received some correspondence from somebody through the school district asking about how we will help students with disabilities. Did we do anything to respond to that? Are we helping extra coaching for kids with disabilities? Are we doing anything with that?
Commissioner Kimball, I'm sorry, Chair Commissioner Kimball, because we are not the employer of record, we can assist with Education at Work if they have questions or they would like our assistance with that. But as far as, requests for accommodations, those would go directly through the Education at Work.
Mr. Chair, so we haven't received any requests for accommodations for our coaches to help the students. That's what I'm talking about, maybe extra coaching training to help the students with disabilities. So we haven't received anything like that?
Chair, Commissioner Kimball, are you referring to, when you say coaches, do you mean the coordinators?
Coordinators, okay.
Okay.
Have they received any extra training for kids with disabilities?
Chair, Commissioner Kimball, in the past, we have worked with our coordinators. We've put on presentations and trainings for preventing discrimination and harassment. And we've also explained to them, you know, if they have students that have any kind of needs, that they direct them over to Doña County so that we can work with them on accommodations. And we have done that historically in the past. So
Mr. Chair,
the
but will we do that this year since we're not the employer of record?
Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes, we would do that if Education at Work requests our assistance with it. But because they are the employer of record, they would work directly with the student, the parent, and potentially the placement. And then we would be on the back end assisting if it's needed.
Okay. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. Do we know how many, and just, I don't know if you know how many of these positions, 700 and whatever number.
26.
726. How many are in person?
Chair, I don't know how many are in person. We're still working with Education at Work on finalizing the placements for the students.
I'm going to make some comments here. And please, this is not directed at all to our staff. This is more directed at PED and this program that they've done, understanding that they've wanted to standardize this. And I'm all for standardization, by all means, because, but the thing is that we've taken a program that I think we, as Doña County, have led as a state. The state has then taken that, and I get they want to try to push it out and get all the other counties to do it, but in the meantime, they've penalized us. And when I mean that is by doing this, by having us go through, and it seemed like a good idea to have this third party go and do all this for us so that our staff we didn't have to ramp up, we didn't have to do all these things. But in the meantime, the requirements for our employers here for a summer intern completely closed out and minimized the amount of employers that participated this year. And you know, I'm grateful to have 726 that we can get jobs with. And I'm not gonna penalize it this year, but I think we need to make sure that we have these discussions with PED, because I've had feedback from constituents that students are not having in-person internships. They're giving them virtual internships. So what does that mean? We don't know. Nothing is outlined. They just say you qualify for a virtual internship. So we don't know, students don't know the companies, students don't know what they're gonna be doing. You know, to me, this is something, like I said, where the state has come in and put us in a position where they have, if I think Commissioner Chaparro, if you were correct, for someone from Massachusetts calling, they don't understand what's been done here locally. They don't know the employers. I can talk specifically from my district, where a lot of the recruitment happened in the village of Hatch through the Hatch Valley Public Schools, because they were going and advocating for their for their students to have internships with local employers. But they don't have, like, Education at Work doesn't have those connections. And I know we tried to work with the Chambers of Commerce. I know we were trying to do things on our side to try to get employers. So that's why I say it's not on us. I feel like, to me, this is something that's been a huge fumble on the state level. And it needs to be, the feedback needs to be given to them, because that's the feedback I'm getting is we're not the intent to give meaningful experiences to our students is not going to happen as a higher rate this year as we've done in the past. And, you know, I know this is the first time maybe they're using Education at Work. I don't know. But in this case, it was a total screw up. So, like I said, I'm not gonna penalize, I'm not gonna vote this down because I don't want to, jeopardize what we do have this year. But truly, this is like I said, to me, where the state came in, thought they had a really good idea and really, and I know we want, my hope was this year, after reducing the program last year, we were gonna, really kind of ramp up again this year. And I understand the state was still involved. But like I said, doing this process really just is not working out for our students, for our residents, and it's frustrating. So thank you for letting me get my frustration out. But like I said, I feel like Commissioner Chabot bringing up like the location of who's doing this work. And I think Commissioner Kimball, to your comment of, when we need people how are we going to do this with someone with disabilities, and we're not the employer of record like we were in the past, it definitely creates situations where we can't get as much involved locally or be able to address these things. So I appreciate the commissioner's comments, and hopefully, like I said, we can work with the state on getting a better program in the future.
Yes, Chair, we'll definitely provide feedback to them as we have in the past. Next year might be something totally different. It seems every year the target changes a little bit. We have to adapt and kind of fix our approach. So I don't know what next year holds, but I'm hoping they'll take some feedback on this process this year.
Well, and I think I look at here in for us at the county, because we took internships or interns that worked in our departments, and a couple of them I know specifically. I can point to one in the clerk's office that turned into a full-time hire. I mean, these are the opportunities that we want to create, those pathways and give people experiences. And so, like I said, it is frustrating to see, only because I want the youth in our community to be able to have these opportunities. So again, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I
Commissioner
may.
Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you 100%, and I agree with everything you've said, because when I asked about the cost per student, $515, and we have great employers here in this community. We had engineering firms, we had the public defenders, we had the district attorneys, we had local attorneys that were hiring, we had businesses that were hiring, and it's so disappointing for our young people that many of them utilize this money to help their parents pay rent or to buy clothing or books for the following school year. And I think we're failing them. And I think the state is failing them. And we're going to lose some students, and certainly we've lost businesses because of this program, because the state wanted control. I don't know the reason. But even though it is New Mexico, people up north think a little differently than we do and don't recognize the needs that we have in the southern part of the county. And a virtual job doesn't allow students to truly learn a skill, or maybe learn what they don't want to do in the future. But if we can further talk about this, Mr. Chair, and really push and represent our students, I think it'd be a win-win situation, not only for the students, but for the businesses. And this virtual job is for the birds. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Chair and Commissioner Chapato, I will look into the remote, the virtual, because it's my understanding that we were supposed to have in-person internships, but I will work with Education at Work to figure out how many of these placements are virtual and see if we can subsidize that with an in-person.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? All right. Brandy, will you do a roll call on agenda item number 9, please?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Thank you. Next item is agenda item number 12. It's an approve an increase to the New Mexico statewide price agreement 10-00000-20-00054 AD for Insight Public Sector up to $550,000. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second the motion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andres Martinez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Andres Martinez, IT Operations Manager. This agenda item is to increase our purchasing ability with this vendor, this partner that we use to buy a lot of our software. We have a handful of items that are up for renewal now within the next month. We didn't realize that the previous authorization was already at its limit until we got a request from another department for some software, and that's when we added this item to the agenda.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions?
And just because I got some questions over the weekend that I wasn't able to respond to, especially yesterday. I was getting calls at 5 o'clock. Can we just briefly go over what the 550,000 will be utilized for, Andres? And just, just give us a list so that the public is aware.
Yeah, so the increase is for 200,000. It's already been approved up to the 350. So this total would be up to 550. The remaining software that we have renewals for between now and the end of June are our PDF editors, Adobe licensing, and then we're also looking at some software for improved security for vendor access management. So the total that we came up with was making some assumptions of what we actually need to get done this fiscal year versus what we're going to be able to push into next fiscal year. But it's primarily those three that we're trying to cover with this.
Well, I'd like to thank you because every time I call your department, you're so helpful, and I really appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will make sure to let the
That's all,
team know.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 12, please.
Commissioner Shalja Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, that item is approved. All right, we're on to public input portion of our agenda. Thank you for the public for hanging tough with us there. We'll allow the public 3 minutes to speak. If you're here to speak on an agenda item, we do ask that you wait until the agenda item is up for discussion to discuss that. And we ask when you're done that you sign the book to the left. And with that, I'll open up for public comment. Senator Steinborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff, good morning. So I'm Jeff Steinborn. I'm one of your state senators. I'm also the volunteer president of Film Las Cruces. So we have a number of people here to speak, Mr. Chair. We initially were up a little higher on the agenda, I think, and now we're kind of at the end of it. There's a number of people here who took off time to just come here this morning because we thought it was going to be this morning. I realize it's an agenda item, so if you're okay with it, a few of them would love to speak, and then they're going to have to go. A few of us can probably stick around and then be available during that comment. So is it okay if a few of us speak now, or?
I mean, it's agenda item number 16, so after all the input, then, we can move up the budget item to the first on approval.
That'd be great.
After number 5, we'll do number 5 and then number 16. Any issues with that? So would it be like one of the first on approvals?
Sure, that works, Commissioner.
Okay, if you can wait for that. If not, we can, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that works, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I guess if there's anybody who absolutely has to leave in 5 minutes, if the chair
That's
will
fine.
indulge that, but otherwise, the majority of us will stick around.
That's fine.
For that agenda item.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Can I bank his minute 50? Good morning,
morning, sir.
Commissioners. I got a spoiler alert. We've been lied to.
And if you wouldn't mind saying your name for the record.
Oh, for the record, Mark Feith,
Thank you.
District 1. My commissioner's not here today. Very sad. We went to school, and we were taught what to think. A lot of people moved on to college, and they were really taught what to think, to the point of, if you don't think like us, you're vilified, you're bullied, whatever. I, praise God, went to the military, and the military teaches you how to think, because you don't get on a battlefield and come home with your crew, with your aircraft, if you're in the what to think mode. You need to know how to think to get out of situations. So we have, on Google, if you look on Google, you're going to get the first 5 pages of Google are going to be what the what think people want you to know. You got to go further in to get to know how to think. I'll give you an example of what to think, how to think. In school, we're taught evolution. If they wanted us to know how to think, they would teach us evolution and creation and let us come to the conclusion on which is the best. Evolution is a sham. If you look at all the evidence, it doesn't even hold up. It doesn't even hold up. So some of us are old enough to remember that in 2012, New York City was supposed to be halfway covered with water. I got 2026. So they don't tell you about, they talk about the greenhouse gases being destroyed, but they don't tell you about the backup system. We got this really awesome God. He doesn't just have a single system, he's got backup systems. We have 1.2 million miles of coastline. If you increase the ocean depth by 1 inch, you've got thousands and thousands of square miles of extra evaporation. That evaporation goes into the air and does the exact same thing the greenhouse gases do. So if you want to find what the other side of the coin is and you're using Google, go a lot deeper than the 6th page. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Abby Keffer. Recently, I attended a Project Jupiter forum created by people who deeply care about their communities and by experts in their fields. I hope some of y'all made it there. If you did, you would have seen so many people there, so much overflow that people had to stand. A lot of people concerned and looking for answers. I'd like to briefly recap what I learned. First, we had an engineer present. He pointed out how Project Jupiter has switched to fuel cells, which nonetheless releases an extraordinarily harmful amount of greenhouse gases. It's unacceptable. To add on, these fuel cells are entirely experimental at this scale. Sound the alarms. Hello? Are we guinea pigs? Second, we had an environmental lawyer. He let us know that Project Jupiter bypassed proper legal steps in order to drill into sod farm wells. Project Jupiter stated it was an emergency, meaning there was no consideration for the people nearby impacted. This was not an emergency, but just another loophole to fast-track Project Jupiter's development. It is shameful. To add on, we were notified that Bloom's Energy, the company developing these fuel cells, are known for hazardous dumping. Why are we partnering with companies who are known for causing environmental disasters? Bloom's Energies. Then we had a machine learning expert who is an NMSU alumni. Ask yourself, why do we need AI? Some can argue that the software can be used medically, but here's the truth. AI is so deeply flawed. AI learns based on data sets, and when those data sets are flawed, so is the outcome. AI has been scientifically proven to be discriminatory and unreliable to certain demographics like younger children and Hispanic women, amongst others. Additionally, AI is not regulated. AI is replacing workers. That's unacceptable and unethical. Do you truly think we need to sacrifice 1,400 acres of land to support unregulated AI that will mainly be used for surveillance and war? The answer should be no. Lastly, we had a retired state water resource officer remind us that the Rio Grande River is bankrupt. It is not a water crisis because the state that the Rio Grande is far worse, bankruptcy. Meaning it will never go back to how it was, ever. So we have to be so careful on how we use it and conserve as to what is left. But here we are, allowing Project Jupiter to drain and exacerbate the issue. Project Jupiter announced that they are planning to only use about 20,000 gallons a day. However,
Thank you, ma'am. If you could please sign the book when you're done. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Yvette Michalak. I'm an MSU graduate student to allow a Doña Ana County resident to speak.
Este mensaje es dirigido al comisionado del condado de Doña Ana. En primer lugar, es difícil creer que así es como han elegido sellar su destino dentro de la comunidad a la que sirven y en la que residen. Es decepcionante saber también que han vendido a su comunidad a la industria privada. Así que demos transparencia a lo que han elegido apoyar al aprobar el proyecto Júpiter, porque estas son las partes que la comunidad no conoce, pero que definitivamente tendrán un impacto, y que ustedes han optado no revelar con transparencia. El proyecto Júpiter solicitó la perforación de un pozo de emergencia que ahora está en uso, con un periodo de protesta sumamente limitado que no se publicó en español, sabiendo bien que la comunidad afectada es en gran parte de habla hispana. Los pozos en las inmediaciones definitivamente pueden esperar verse afectados por una extracción de 2.400 acres-pie por año, lo que se traduce a una cantidad de 782 millones de galones de agua ahora asignados al centro de datos por medio de la Oficina del Ingeniero del Estado. Tampoco se conoce comúnmente que el acuerdo al que se llegó por el Pacto de Texas versus Nuevo México requiere que el Estado cumpla con un decreto impuesto por el gobierno federal que garantice que cumplamos con la cantidad requerida de agua que debe fluir hacia el Estado de Texas e internacionalmente a México. Es deplorable que el condado proceda con tal proyecto que podría llevarnos a un estado de violación con la decisión de la Corte Suprema. Somos un estado de sequía que efectivamente ha transicionado a un estado de bancarrota en el sector de agua aquí en la parte baja del Río Grande. Los expertos comparten que ya no hay una manera viable para mejorar nuestra situación. Este proyecto que destruye nuestro acuífero y la aprobación del mismo deja muy en claro a los constituyentes que ustedes representan que no les importa un carajo el estado del agua y el sufrimiento que sus comunidades tendrán que soportar. Una comunidad que también es el hogar de muchas de sus familias, e incluidos sus hijos y las generaciones venideras. También refuerza su nivel de ineptitud como funcionarios públicos, porque en última instancia, y en los términos más básicos, ese es su título. Espero que con este mensaje quede más que claro que la comunidad no va a permitir que la industria privada saquee nuestros recursos naturales. No queremos el proyecto Júpiter en el condado de Doña Ana, ni hoy, ni mañana, ni nunca. Gracias por su atención. Atentamente, Indira Aguirre, residente del Distrito 4 del condado de Doña Ana.
Gracias a todos. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dylan Ray. I've been a community member here in Doña Ana for the last 12 years. And I have plenty that I would like to say for myself, but I'm going to begin by also sharing some comments from folks who could not be here today. So this first one comes from community member John Sunde.
I stand figuratively to oppose the construction of the data center in Santa Teresa. 10 years ago, I purchased a property in Valencia Park. There was no mention of any kind of large data center polluting thing coming in soon. At that time, we checked, not specifically for that, but for in general. I don't think that any one company should be allowed to use that much energy and water and contribute so much to the pollution that it would exceed, from what I understand, the combined output of Albuquerque and Santa Fe combined by themselves. I oppose their construction in general, but I definitely oppose it here. There'd be noise pollution, there's environmental pollution, they'd be sucking energy and water from us, and we don't have a lot of water. So please don't let this happen.
The next comment comes from community member Daisy R. Lopez.
Hi, my name is Daisy Lopez. I live in Santa Teresa, New Mexico. I grew up in Salem Park. I have been living here in the area my whole life. I'm really concerned about what Project Jupiter means for our community, as we have faced many different environmental issues in the past, including Asarco, including the landfill, and our current fight with Grua. We are asking that you please hold a public hearing in the Salem Park community so people can ask their questions and voice their concerns.
As I mentioned, I have plenty to say myself, but with 19 seconds on the clock, I will simply say that I find it disgraceful the way that you all have strung this community along, and I intend to show up more to remind you of how shameful that is.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Long. Sunday, FCDX held their own public forum at Brannigan Library, and community members came out somewhere in the hundreds. Broad public opposition to water misuse for AI specifically has folks asking questions. People are baffled. The project makes no sense in environmental terms and makes only flimsy promises in economic terms. So why would there be such a push to create such wasteful infrastructure? If there's no service residents to be gained, why would Oracle and OpenAI be so interested in developing in Santa Teresa? Why would Meta be so keen to develop furthermore in El Paso? Why are you four present and one disgraced county commissioner so willing to sign over the future of this community? The answer must have to do with power. If we are being offered a service and the service is free, like compiling our data for our programs and processing benefit, where does the client make their money? Compiling and selling our data, of course. We, the public, are the product. What we are witnessing in our own local government is a trading of our own data, our identities, and our sovereignty of information. And we are seeing this play out in the exact way that extraction has happened to corporate benefit throughout this country's history. How absolutely dare you, Chair and Commissioners, think that your constituents wouldn't be able to comprehend what is happening to them? Make no mistake, we are not satisfied merely saying this to your face. We are continuing to activate community around this issue, and this process will only become more arduous for you if you continue to bury your heads in the sand on this monumental fuck-up of a vote you have made. What are we asking for? We want this meeting public and accessible to the community of Santa Teresa. The meeting must be hosted in a designated public location in Santa Teresa, and Spanish translation must be available as would be your obligation at any public forum. Furthermore, we don't want to hear another sales pitch from Borderplex and Stack. We want genuine dialogue within our community and local experts, and enough time to process information for the affected community. You must recognize that areas being bulldozed for constructions have names and significance to the people who live there, and you should look those people in the eye when they tell you so. We do not think a Project Jupiter or any configuration of data center mega campus can stand up to public scrutiny in this way. People understand what it will take to run the thing and the strain and ultimate climate catastrophe the center will create. Nobody wants this because we know the benefits to the community beyond a few individuals are pitiful and the costs are deadly. If you know what's good for you, commissioners, you would revoke this IRB and shut this project down cold. Even the delay that you have subjected us to thus far represents your failure. You can sit by and watch this disaster escalate, or you can take the future into your own hands and stop this construction. We have no water to give. We are already getting sicker, starting with those who live in your political sacrifice zone, later to reach future generations. We have no time to restore ecosystems that have been ravaged by industry. We cannot separate any individuals and their welfare from consideration or the well-being of those experiencing this oppression. Any politicians who advertises their environmentalism has no room for allowing this AI data center.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sierra Edmister. Chair, I want to again emphasize the fact that this is a national issue. there are data centers going up everywhere, and a lot of people like to take the stance of using that as an excuse to just let this happen and roll over and take it. But exactly because this is happening everywhere, we need to take action. And also, we're not the only communities that are fighting against this. When we look at this national issue, the consequences of this are so tangible and so soon. We can look at nearly 50,000 people in the Lake Tahoe region are being told they need to find a new utility provider after the electricity source that they have relied on for decades announced that it plans to stop supplying most of their power by May 2027, as Northern Nevada's exploding AI data center boom places unprecedented pressure on the grid. It's happening right now. A Bloomberg News analysis of wholesale electricity prices for tens of thousands of locations across the U.S. have found that electricity now costs as much as 267% more for a single month than 5 years ago in areas located near data center activity. New Mexico Environment Secretary James Kenney said if we take no action on climate between now and 2050, it would cost the state of New Mexico an estimated $294 billion. That statement isn't even talking about data centers. This is just continuing the cycle of communities being poisoned, democracy sidelined, and industry shielded. You guys were taken advantage of. If you look nationally, again, if you look at any news story and look at the NDAs and the promises and then the not following through on the promises, you guys aren't special. You guys aren't unique. I really encourage you to look at other places and the playbooks. But after the 19th and all of us coming here day after day, meeting after meeting, more than Christopher shows up, we have been telling you what's going on. So after the 19th, you guys are complicit. You guys are part of our community again. Also, it was really sad to realize that none of you guys showed up to the community forum. And also for the public forum, we still don't have a time. We still don't have a location. I urge you to get that as soon as possible so people can plan for that. What we're fighting for in that meeting is what you guys should have given us before the decision, but don't get it wrong. This information doesn't change our stance, which is we don't want this, we didn't want this. The construction should stop and the IRB should be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dave Mooney, represented by Chair Sanchez. I recently attended a county commission meeting in Socorro County. Sadly, they are also dealing with an AI data center that wants to take advantage of their community so that out-of-state shareholders can get richer. One Socorro resident brought up Project Jupiter. They didn't really elaborate. I guess simply bringing it up was a good enough argument against an AI data center entering a community. However, I would like to elaborate a little bit. This new fuel cell plan that they're proposing is an unproven technology at this scale that still pollutes more than they originally promised. Also, they generate hazardous waste, and the company building these have been fined for breaking hazardous waste laws multiple times. This AI data center also lied to us and this commission about how much water they were planning to use. As far as I can tell, we still don't have a straight answer for how much water these fuel cells will use, but even if we did, I don't know why we should trust them this time. I'd also like to talk about jobs, what all of this is supposed to be for. We finally got some numbers, and only about 20% of the construction jobs are actually being worked by New Mexicans. So 20%, only 1 in 5 are actually going to New Mexicans. No word on how many of these are union jobs. Personally, I'd really like to know. So, by the way, the Socorro County Commission listened to their constituents and are moving forward on an 18-month moratorium on data centers. Unfortunately, it's a little late for a moratorium in Doña County, so I would ask this commission and county manager to begin the process for clawing back the IRBs based on these lies and broken promises. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy.
If you just, like, you pull it down, perfect, thank you.
My name is Cindy Haber, and I want to tell you, I am in agreement with everything my colleagues have said. They're well-informed, they're intelligent, they've done the research. I so wish that you guys had done your research before saying yes to this bill. And I want to thank Susanna for being the one holdout that wanted to do the research. So much for my lecture. Now I want to tell you what my concerns are related to. We are run by a current administration, and I'm shaking because I'm angry, that is being administration and oligarchs who are pushing AI for their only interest in power and profit. They are not considering we the people. Oh my God. We are putting our health, they are putting our health, environment in danger. Who is going to pay for the cleanup after the 20 years that they have here to pollute our air and our water and, of course, our noise, to put it in accord with New Mexico's rules for the environment? Who is going to enforce that? The federal government is rolling over the states and trying to. Is the county government going to enforce any of that? I am extremely disappointed in my beautiful state and my beautiful county that I have bragged how nice it was being here. I just hope I can still feel this way. At the moment, I'm very concerned about that. I listened to the Pope today, and the Pope mentioned a few things about the common good and the profit of people, how algorithms will be going into our medical information, going into our healthcare, our employment, and our security, and the algorithms could decide on these problems due to the prejudice of the people who are monitoring those algorithms or creating them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Janet Nordman. I wanted to tell you that I did attend the meeting at Brannigan Library Sunday afternoon along with my husband. That was the People's Forum on Project Jupiter. I can't tell you how happy I was to see at least 150 people in that room. And they were from the age of toddler to 80 years old and possibly older. I can say 80 because that's how old my husband is. But we were there to learn about AI, about data centers, about water, and about the air we breathe. And they had 3 great presenters along with 1 attorney. And they all shared wonderful information. And as was already mentioned, I believe, earlier, one of the presenters was a local person from Las Cruces who graduated from NMSU and is now at MIT. And she shared some great information about how AI can be misused or misinterpreted. I'm hoping that you will dedicate a great deal of time to educating yourselves on the issues, particularly the negative issues of the data centers. And I would like for you to make a concerted effort to share the residents of, with the residents of Doña Ana County, the information that you learn. For example, I think there's not a great deal of information that's reliable stating how many long-term jobs are going to exist once things have played out. I'd like you to look into what other communities have experienced that already have these data centers, that already have results about long-term employment, and then share what you learn with the community here. I also wanted to mention quickly that KTAL Radio hosted a group of FFA high school students on the 20th of May to debate AI data centers and agriculture. You can look that up on their archives and listen to it. It's not an extremely long episode, but it's beneficial. And I applaud our schools for providing students with opportunities to learn about present-day issues that can impact their futures. So please do research, please share it with us, and help be sure that this is a good thing for Doña.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the commission. My name is Adam, and I'm a union representative with the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. I am here again today speaking on behalf of my 2,300 members and their families. To answer the gentleman's question, currently we have probably about 100 union members just in our union working out on the job site, and we're projected to have upwards of 1,000 or more. There's still a lot of, we're in the beginning stages of the project, and there's still a lot of work left to be done, a lot of hiring left to do. My goal in speaking to you all today is to express my support of the Project Jupiter Data Center in Santa Teresa. This project not only represents much needed economic growth and sustainment for the region, but also for thousands of families who sometimes sole providers are anxiously awaiting the opportunity to attain a respectable living here, close to their homes and their loved ones. Many people speaking out against Project Jupiter are concerned with the amount of energy and natural resources slated to be used during the construction and operation of this project. They're driven by fear and misinformation. The fact is that many times builders managing projects of this size bring in valuable resources, money, and efforts to help communities like Santa Teresa and their surrounding areas to build stronger, more capable infrastructures to help foster clean and renewable energy methods that a community might not otherwise be able to afford themselves. This is a rare opportunity for this area of our state to gain a substantial leg up in moving towards a more viable and sustainable future. The Meta site in Los Lunas is a perfect example of this. Thousands of long-lasting jobs, 10 years and counting, the development of many new businesses, the construction of hundreds of new homes, better infrastructure, including better highways, overall economic growth for the area, funding for many valuable nonprofit organizations, schools, and other public resources have all been brought to the area. Not to mention, this is a respectable and ongoing effort to maintain a proper stewardship of natural resources such as water and growing efforts towards the utilization of renewable and clean energy. Not for only the Meta site, but for the surrounding community. As I understand, the builder of the Jupiter site is already making strides towards implementing important renewable and clean energy efforts for the Santa Teresa area. I would like to also respectfully remind everyone that the Jupiter is the first project of its kind in this area to create thousands of jobs for skilled construction workers, apprentices, project managers, safety officials, laborers, security officers, equipment operators, just to name a few. High school students in the area will now finally have a legitimate career to look forward to close to their home. This is work that should last for numerous years, and again, it brings money and growth and to the economy, families, communities, and
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Uriel Apodaca. I am a field representative for the Painters Union here in New Mexico. And I am here to advocate for the 5,000 construction jobs and the long-term economic growth that Project Jupiter will bring to our community. We are looking at a reality where 47,000 New Mexicans are currently unemployed and active searching for work. These aren't just statistics, these are our neighbors. Right now, families are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living, and too many of our young people are being forced to pack their bags and move to states like Texas, Arizona, or Colorado. They love New Mexico, but they cannot build a future here because the opportunities simply aren't being built. We often hear arguments against new development. I understand that our water is a precious, vital resource and must be protected, and I respect that concern. But we also have a responsibility to address the human side of this conversation. We cannot claim to care about the future of New Mexico while ignoring the families who are struggling to put food on the table today. We have to ask ourselves, how can we expect our economy to grow if we continue to turn away investment? Project Jupiter represents a genuine solution. It offers a path to the middle class for apprentices in the trades. It provides steady work for local families, and it creates a tax base that supports our schools and our public services. This is about giving people the chance to work with dignity in the place they call home. I urge this commission to choose progress. I urge you to support Project Jupiter and the thousands of working families who are waiting for this chance to succeed. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Vasconcelos. I'm an actor, independent filmmaker, and a founding member of Film Las Cruces. Just a quick reminder that the county's small annual investment in Film Las Cruces is well worth it. Las Cruces is now on the map as one of the best small cities to make movies in. The film industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and there's no other business like the film industry that disseminates money through a community and economically impacts so many other small and large local businesses in a positive manner. As of right now, Las Cruces is outshooting larger New Mexico cities, so your investment in us is well worth it for everybody in this community and multiple businesses, and especially our college students who are looking for jobs to work in. And let's keep them here so our tax base stays here. It's a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Robert Aubert, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to express my deepest appreciation for your steadfast leadership and forward-thinking vision, particularly regarding the historic approval of Project Jupiter. Your vote to authorize the industrial revenue bonds for this data center campus in Santa Teresa is a true game changer for Southern New Mexico. This represents one of the largest private capital investments in our state's history. By securing this project, you're sending a clear message that our region is ready to lead the nation in digital innovation and advanced computing. The impact on our local families will be profound. Project Jupiter stands to bring thousands of high-paying construction jobs, hundreds of permanent technology careers, and a massive $360 million injection into our schools and local services. Furthermore, your commitment to the Doña Ana County First hiring strategy ensures that our local residents, youth, and vendors are the ones who will directly benefit from this prosperity. I am also incredibly grateful for your attention to our natural resources. By ensuring that the project includes a $50 million investment to improve and repair our local water infrastructure, you are proving that we can achieve massive economic growth while simultaneously protecting and upgrading our community's vital assets. Most importantly, this growth builds a brighter future for our youth. By bringing sustainable jobs and innovation to Southern New Mexico, you are ensuring our young people do not have to leave their home states to find success. They can learn, work, and thrive right here. On behalf of the majority who think likewise, thank you for your dedication, your thorough vetting of this project, and your continued investment for a prosperous future for the residents of Southern New Mexico. Thank you, and you guys have a blessed day.
Good morning.
Good morning.
County Commission, Chairman Sanchez. Let's talk about water. There's a real water crisis in Doña Ana County. The crisis is caused by the fact that we have 19th century water use laws. Our water use laws prefer agriculture over all other uses, including residences and industrial users. The one bright spot is that farmers are allowed to sell their water for non-agricultural uses. So we get 400 million gallons a day from the river, from aquifers, and from rain. That's the county water input per day. Agriculture uses approximately 350 million gallons a day to grow primarily pecans. Now, everybody eats pecans, I guess, otherwise they wouldn't grow them, but why do it here? If water is so important, why are we devoting our water to pecans rather than to economic development? The community would be served better by allowing more economic development and less pecans. That would serve the public better. So for those who are concerned about water, data centers aren't the problem. At most, Jupiter will use 1 million gallons a day. That's 1/4% of our water. If you're concerned about water, then you have to be concerned about ag. That's where the water's going. Every time I hear the word water, I want to remind the opponents that that Jupiter will be using closed loop cooling systems for both power generation and for the cooling the chips. Those systems minimize water usage. They're filled once, perhaps refreshed occasionally, but nonetheless, they're very efficient as to water usage. As far as power, yes, they will use electricity, but they're not draining the current resources. They're creating their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Annie Ersinghouse. Let's just get to it. Are you guys ready for some more? So Shannon Reynolds, he wrote this, and I'm quoting, "I may have made a mistake voting for Project Jupiter." Let's go back to the beginning. When did we ever decide that this project developed in a good place, right? We had 3 weeks to know as a community. You guys didn't even know if this was OpenAI, Oracle. We didn't know about water. We didn't know how much power they were going to use. The public had no time to meaningfully make a decision, to meaningfully have input. You had no time to represent your constituents in the first place for this decision. So at the bare minimum, for the beginning of this project, it was not it was not made justly, okay? It's very clear to me that you guys have not been in the community talking to people. We hosted this event. 125 people showed up. Every time we table, people show up and talk to us. We have people canvassing outside of Project Jupiter related things. Project Jupiter comes up. I've been in Albuquerque. I've been in Santa Fe. I was in Chaco Canyon recently. I have not met a single person who wants this project. And the only people that we hear today talking are from the labor union, who are probably getting paid to be here. I'm taking work off to be here. Okay, the only people who are for this project are people that are being paid by this project. So the only people who are going to save this community is the community. This is not sustainable development. This is sustainable destruction, okay? We are bankrupt. Our water is bankrupt. Yes, pecans are a fight, but why are we giving more water to industry when we're going to have to battle over that water soon? This decision is much, much bigger than just Project Jupiter, okay? This is not just Project Jupiter. This is happening in El Paso. This is Meta. This is Fort Bliss. They are using water everywhere. We're using water. We are exacerbating the climate crisis. Anything that is not decreasing our CO2 emissions right now is exacerbating the crisis and exacerbating our water issues. And you are complicit, okay? This happened, this went through, you made this bad decision in the first place, and you continue to be complicit if you do not do anything about this. You dismantled democracy with that initial decision, and we don't want this, okay? That just needs to be clear and said. We haven't said it enough. The people do not want this. The people do not want this. There are 125 people that were there every time we table. I'm across the state. People don't want this. This project is grounded on the false assumption that the community wanted this in the first place, and that is not the case. And you all need to understand that. Stop this project. Until then, you are complicit in the damage.
Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, Commission. Greetings, Chair. My name is Jay Choate. I'm a resident of Lovely District 4 with Chaparro. And first, I would be remiss if I would point out that we're talking about youth a bit with this. It's ironic if you look at the average age of the person coming up here and talking and worried about Project Jupiter, it's young people. We're concerned about our future, about climate change, about these issues, and I'm pretty concerned about that too. I just recently actually finished up my studies for my MPA this last semester, and Master's of Public Admin, for those who don't know. And there were a few things that I focused on while I was there. The first was ethics. I was always interested in that, especially going through student government. It kind of gave me an insight to how decisions are made sometimes, not in the best circumstances. But the second topic I focused on was trying to understand how government makes decisions and does it actually benefit the community or not, the structures, the models, whatever they use. And what I found is that oftentimes the systems and institutions we have here in this country and in the state is not always built to actually benefit the communities. It's built to become a checklist. Oh, we did this study. Oh, we did this public meeting. Okay, we did everything we needed to. We'll just rubber stamp this through. And that's frustrating to me because that leads to us being disconnected from our communities. It leads to accountability not being able to be maintained effectively because, well, we made sure we did everything right. So you can't blame us too much, right? We listened to what you had to say, and we decided what we thought was best. And really, that means that you can make unconscionable decisions and just sit there on your laurels and wait for the money to come in, the investments to come in, and hope that that will be enough to placate all of the concerns. But that also means that you all are the ones that are complicit with the decisions that are made. Complicity, that's a term that's been raised a couple times today, and I think it's a good word. And ultimately, it raises the question of, do you concern yourself with the community itself, the people living here, the ones that have all of these frustrations, because they're the ones that are going to have to live with the consequences. There are so many who can leave if they really need to, but there are many who can't. Many who have family, many who have lived here for generations and don't want to leave this place. It's wonderful land here. And so really, for me, it's a matter of making decisions fairly, and it's ensuring that you're actually representing the community instead of just rubber stamping things through, because the institutions are kind of designed to stifle some of the conversation, because inherently it's a very bureaucratic and slow process. And I'm hoping that we could fix that we can improve upon that, at the very least for the future, but retroactively, we need to fix this situation too. And I'm hoping you all can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, and to Susanna, you're my representative. I'm going to tell you the tale of two
State your name
cities.
for the record, please.
Huh?
State your name for the record, please.
Oh, my name is Randy Jones.
Thank you.
I want to tell you a tale of two counties. I originally am from the North Mississippi, West Tennessee area, lived there most of my life, worked there most of my life. I saw the data center that came into the Memphis area. I heard all the hype about how it was going to bring jobs and that they were going to pave the roads and they were going to clean water up. This data center is located in an empty factory building that was built years ago with the same promises, only for them to, oh, we can't manufacture here anymore because we're not making any money. So they pulled out and left this big, huge building that Elon Musk has taken over. As far as the community is called Boxtown. It's, I've been there. I used to go fishing right next to it. I know everything about Boxtown that you ever want to know. It's poor. The water sucks. Most of the homes are on sewers that do not connect to anything. I'm not saying they even dump it into septic tanks, a lot of it runs out on the ground. It's because it is a very poor, neglected area of the Memphis area. I see similarities between it and where the data center is going in here. I hear all the promises. All I can do is wait and see if it happens. Another thing that's similar is Memphis is located, adjoins Mississippi, and it also adjoins Arkansas. The pollution that the data center there is putting out not only affects the people of Oxtown, where asthma has gone up tremendously with the young people, but it also affects Arkansas and Mississippi. This thing is going to affect us, it's going to affect Texas, and especially Mexico. So my question is, has everybody really looked into what this is all about? Or did a bright, shiny toy get hung up in front of you and you jumped at it? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, everyone. My name is Yoli Diaz. Last Monday, I sent an email to more than 80 individuals regarding a resident who was denied an appointment after the Memorial Medical Center Cancer Center contacted her on May 7th, 2026, regarding her referral dated May 6, 2026. The resident reported that the Memorial Medical Center Cancer Center was apologetic and informed her that they could not attend to her, not see or treat her without insurance. This is the same issue I repeatedly heard from residents over the years, and the very reason I met with then County Manager Fernando Macias and then Mayor Ken Miyagashima in 2021. I want to thank Commissioner Gameros and Anthony Turner, the City of Las Cruces Public Health Coordinator, for stepping in and contacting Memorial Medical Center to also advocate for the resident. Following our efforts, the resident was ultimately provided an appointment, and I appreciate their assistance in helping address this matter. However, serious concerns remain. The referral to the MMC Cancer Center was made by an MMC physician, an MMC surgeon. The resident was referred by the New Mexico Department of Health Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program, also known as the BCC program, to Memorial Medical Center. This means that MMC already knew the resident was in a state-assisted cancer screening program, uninsured and low income. The MMC referral signed by the surgeon is clear and states diagnosis, invasive carcinoma of breast, primary insurance, BCC program, secondary insurance, none recorded. What is especially important to understand is that the BCC program also faces funding limitations. The program is reportedly funded to serve only about 15% of the eligible population. In addition, BCC Medicaid is a special category of Medicaid, and not all women diagnosed with breast or cervical cancer qualify. As a result, this resident and many residents continue to face multiple barriers when trying to access cancer treatment, which I've repeatedly reported. The fact that a resident reportedly was not provided an appointment because she was uninsured raises significant concerns, especially given the years of public discussion surrounding the barriers to cancer care access at Memorial Medical Center Cancer Center. It also raises important questions regarding Memorial Medical Center's own stated screening workflow procedures. According to the screening workflow document provided to me by MMC CEO Dennis Knox in December 2026, there should have been screening for insurance coverage, screening for CHAP, the County Healthcare Assistance Program, and screening under the Patients Debt Collection Protection Act. In an email provided by Mr. Knox, in which I question his assertions, he states,
Thank you, Ms. Yes.
we're right there. Here.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Candace Avalos. I'm going to finish reading what Yoli had to say. We appreciate your continued commitment to advocacy on behalf of patients and believe direct collaboration is the most effective way to resolve concerns, and improve outcomes. As part of that, we would appreciate your support in encouraging patients to provide the necessary information required to help connect them with appropriate coverage. When residents contact Yoli, the action by Memorial Medical Center has already occurred. In this case, the resident reporting the denial by MMC Cancer Center was a completed action by the MMC Cancer Center. The responsibility to financially screen residents, determine eligibility for assistance programs, discuss available indigent resources, and review available coverage options belongs to Memorial Medical Center, not to her, not to myself, not to the patient advocates, and not to vulnerable residents navigating cancer diagnoses on their own. The central concern remains that this should not have happened in the first place. The resident reported that no screening occurred. Had MMC properly screened the resident, staff would have learned that she was already an active client in the Doña County Health Care Assistance Program. To make matters worse, Memorial Medical Center reportedly attempted to re-enroll the resident into the county indigent care program, even though she was already actively enrolled. This is another repeated concern residents have experienced involving MMC. Again, this issue is simple. This also should not have happened in the first place. Residents facing cancer should not have to navigate repeated barriers, fear, confusion, delays, or unnecessary administrative obstacles in order to receive medically necessary care. These are not just paperwork issues. They are serious concerns involving vulnerable residents seeking cancer treatment. While I appreciate the efforts that ultimately help secure the resident's appointment, concerns remain about why these situations continue to occur at all. We respectfully ask for continued oversight, accountability, and meaningful corrective action to ensure residents can access timely cancer care without unnecessary burdens or barriers. Communication with all contracted indigent care providers is critically needed, especially with staff that provides the first contact, such as eligibility specialists and new patient coordinators. Although I understand Doña County is now working on updates, it is very important to establish policies and procedures for patient navigation and care coordination that all contract indigent care providers are required to follow, that all residents can access all contracted services. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good morning. You can go ahead. If you state your name for the record.
Gawatsi Hopa. That means hello people in the Carisian language, also known as Karis, from Acoma Pueblo. Susie, Susanna, Manuel, Gloria, Christopher, Scott, Kari. Hi, my name is Veronica Arguello. I am a proud born and raised New Mexican. I am Acoma Pueblo. I am Kiowa Pueblo. But majority of my upbringing has been here in the beautiful southern New Mexico and the Chihuahuan Desert, where water, community, and our lands are critical for our everyday quality of life for every single one of you. And us, we're people, Gawatsi Hopa, people. I want you, the Board of County Commissioners of these communities, you willingly represent, each of you, to understand the severity of the current and ongoing impacts and concerns of this extortive and really pathetic project. This is a community development project timeline you're basing all of this on. And meaningful community engagement is a stakeholder and factor throughout this entire process. So be intentional about trust with each and every one of these people you serve, with each and one of these communities who will be impacted and who will remain here in hope of a promised future that's tied to you. The communities will continue to hold you and these groups with decision-making roles and power, quote unquote, to be held accountable and use evidence-based decision-making efforts, using reliable and ethical, reliable sources, evidence-based data and sources. The community, Christopher, and environmental data is already there. It is now time for each and every single one of you, Susie, Susanna, Manuel, Gloria, Christopher, Scott, Kari, to now get your facts straight and backed up, because clearly people are coming backed up too. Get on our level already. Jesus Christ. It's really sad and pathetic. My heart's pounding up here. Clearly you can hear it. I don't even need a mic. I don't need that.
Ma'am,
And obviously we don't need you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons in District 1. It's come up a few times about water and pecan industry. I have friends in both some of the major pecan orchards, and I'd like to add a defense of them. It could be argued that pecans have been such a large export in our area that they could be put on the seal next to the chili and the cotton. There's a lot of good that the orchards do. They provide a lot of jobs for our community, and export so that cash is actually coming into the community. Yes, they use a lot of water, but they've been here also for generations. Stahman Farms is nearly historic in how long it's been here. You go driving, people are constantly taking pictures in their orchards. And my personal interactions with the family have been very positive. So I want to put that defense to them. Also, you wouldn't see that in a big boxes of corporate stuff coming down through the valley. The agriculture is important. I think I will refrain from much on Project Jupiter. You've already heard enough. There's a lot of things in there that I'm not sure about. The AI in general, since I am in that field, I don't see how to put that genie back in the bottle. And yes, it becomes a national issue in that the latest models, the ability for them to do coding and to penetrate exploits in existing code bases and also help patch them, make them unique in our generation that I've never seen that. And so they will be developed either by the United States or by other nations at this point. What that takes to produce it, the NVIDIA chips, the ecosystem that surrounds them, the software stacks, all of those things are international, national issues at this point where you see export controls to foreign nations and whatnot. There will be billions, if not trillions of dollars spent on this industry over the next 10, 20 years that I can see. There's no way to put that back in. I don't know for sure how that fits with our systems. There are cases corporations do abuse people, but there's also the law which is supposed to be the defense of the small people from the large corporations. So if we have honesty in government and we have correct law enforcement, then there should be places where we can talk to our representatives, have laws passed to protect us from these abuses if they aren't already in place. Let's see. From sort of a small L libertarian model, if the contracts have already been signed and they have not been in violation of contract, I do not see how the government can change its mind post that position. And I would also not like to see the government being used to choose the winners and losers, but I also recognize that this group has been very vocal and they are passionate about this subject. So I think that is summation. Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. For the record, I'm Peter Goodman. Was not going to speak, and I will be brief. But when that gentleman with a vested interest got up and praised you for vetting this so carefully and vetting Project Jupiter so carefully and intelligently, I had to speak because your vetting of it rivaled the vetting of what the Dutch told some folks in Manhattan when they bought that island for about $22 worth of beads. But I shouldn't say that. You guys are good folks. I know to varying degrees, I know most of you. And I shouldn't speak that way because while your vetting was what it was and showed complete ignorance of the fact that corporations are basically to make money, and if they have to lie to you, as they lied to you, and they certainly lied to me out here in the audience, one-on-one, a couple of them, that's what they're supposed to do. But the question now is, what can we do about it? They lied to you folks. They lied to the community. That could be called fraud. You ought to be looking at the degree to which you can either undo this or mitigate the damage. I'm no expert. I can't tell you whether a data center is ultimately a good idea if it could comply in the best possible scientific means with sustainability principles. Maybe it would be good, would produce some jobs, but you guys didn't do your jobs. And what we should be doing is helping you do them now. So I wish you well.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody for participating in public input. We'll move on to commission input. Commissioners, is there any comments at this time? All right. County elected officials input. All right. Staff input.
We will be brief, sir, but Stephen Lopez is coming down with an item, and then I'll have one brief item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. Just want to make sure the public in particular is aware that we did have a meeting with the City of Sunland Park on Friday afternoon regarding the CRUA dissolution. The county was represented by the chair and the vice chair at that meeting. I think the meeting overall was productive, and next steps are for either Scott Andrews, our county manager, or myself to meet with Mario Juarez Infante, the city manager for Sunland Park, to develop bullet points for a contract that would be binding on both the city and the county going forward on how anything like disputes would be handled, on how service areas would be handled, on how annexation would not be impeded related to the water and wastewater utilities. So just wanted to get that out there. We are planning on having that update for the city and county officials that are representing each in approximately 30 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. I don't have a huge update regarding the June 18th meeting on Project Jupiter. I did want to reiterate, because it was asked earlier, the times, and that will be 5 to 8 p.m. In terms of the location, as of early this morning, I didn't have a rock-solid confirmation from that. I followed up as I was driving in. They're still going back and forth between a couple different destinations. Mostly, they don't have anything locked in because the sites they're looking at hold 200 to 300 people, and we're trying to accommodate more than that. So we're looking which one we can add outdoor options as well. So I will share that as soon as we have it in the next few days via social media, via the board. And obviously, we will have everything locked in by our next board meeting. And that's all for today, sir.
Thank you. And Scott, I think just to reiterate, I think this is the reason they're focused on the meeting being in the Sunland Park, Sunland Pettis area.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Chair, we do have one introduction of an important staff member, if you can bear with us.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, I'd like to introduce our new county engineer, Carl Clark. He comes to us from the city of Las Cruces with over 30 years experience, and he started last week.
Chair, Commissioners, my name is Carl Clark, like Daniel said here. I'm a lifelong resident of Las Cruces in Doña County. I grew up here, went to elementary here, and Alameda Junior High, if those of you that are old enough to remember that, and Mayfield High School. I'm a graduate from state, and I'm also one of the first, members of the Duke Wild organization. It's a water innovation, leadership, and development program that I had the opportunity to attend with Duke University. So that was a lot of fun with that one. Like Daniel said, I have about 30 years of engineering experience. I started off with a top A&E firm out of Farmington, New Mexico, where we were working on the Hickory Indian Reservation, building dams for them and doing other engineering services. And then I moved back down south, where I worked with Bohannon and Houston for several years. And then I got on board with the city of Las Cruces as a project manager, moved over to the utilities department where I became the deputy director of utilities engineering and environmental. After that, I moved up to the assistant utilities director, and now I'm here with the county. So I bring a lot of experience in a variety of projects, cleanup environmental projects, engineering, different utility engineering projects, roadway projects, vertical construction projects, stuff I never thought I would be doing. But thank you, and I look forward to working with the county and all the other departments and bringing that cohesiveness with everybody in the departments and bringing us all together and getting these projects through in a timely manner. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Carl. And it was a pleasure to meet you last week, and so, but welcome to the county team, and we're excited to have you. So,
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
thank you. All right, with that, commission-appointed board report backs. Commissioners, any report backs? I have one for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. We did have a special meeting last week where we had two items. One was just approving the financial audit report for the year. That one did not have, it was a unmodified report, which meant there were, it was the best that a organization can have and had no findings in that. The second item was for approval for a grant application or loan application, a loan application through NMFA for the Solid Waste Authority to purchase a new compactor for the Corralitos landfill. That was also approved, so we'll be sending that application to NMFA requesting that loan, and then there will be a specific match if it is approved. But we're in need of some additional equipment out at the Corralitos landfill. So, but those are the only two items. Commissioners, any other reportbacks, questions? Okay. And then there are no presentations, so our next order of business is the minutes. Agenda item 13 is, let's see, the approval, or can we do the minutes first? Okay, cool. The approval of the regular meeting minutes for May 12th, 2026, and the emergency special meeting for May 15th, 2026. If I get a motion and a second to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Saldra Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any comments, changes, public input on the meeting minutes? Okay. Brandon, if you do a roll call on agenda item 13.
Commissioner Saldra Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. And I was going to see, I think there's a request here that we take a 10-minute break if we can. And then we'll come back and do agenda item number 5 and then the budget. So it's 10:57. We'll be back at 11:07. right, we'll be back to our agenda. We'll do agenda item number 5, which is to appropriate $250,000 in fiscal year 27 from unallocated gross receipts taxes for a pilot wastewater infrastructure grant program for residents in the San Miguel community. And this is to establish this pilot program. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Saljo Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Mr. Lopez.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. The item before you is the very first time in New Mexico history that this type of program will be offered. This is a result of a Senate bill that was passed thanks to Senator Hamblin from our own Doña County that now allows the counties, municipalities, and the state to put funding towards critical infrastructure and not violate the anti-donation clause. The area that we have had the most concerns in the San Miguel area in particular has been over wastewater. This has been going on for several years. And as a result of several community meetings, our own Commissioner Saljo Hernandez put together kind of a draft proposal that was run by community members at the last community meeting to see if a grant program might work. We received positive feedback from most of the community members that were there. And so we are now bringing it forward for your consideration that the county invest $250,000 in next fiscal year. And the reason you're not seeing a budget resolution right now is because that, if you approve this, then budget will put it into the final FY27 budget for you. And this would allow us to give grants to help people either replace failing septic systems or, where available, connect to county sewer system lines. The biggest reason that we get that people do not want to connect to county sewer lines when we extend them is the cost. The cost is often around $25,000 to tap into a line. That's not to run the line, that's just to tap in, because it includes having to remove any existing sewer or septic system that is in place, or cesspool for some of those that are still out there, as well as connect from the house out to the sewer line. So what we are proposing is a 2-tier grant program, up to $25,000 for people who are willing to connect to available county sewer, and up to $10,000 for people to repair or replace septic systems. And we are encouraging septic systems in some areas because from a cost perspective, there is just no way we will ever be able to run sewer lines to all of our residents in Doña County. We are very pleased, as I'm mentioning this, to say that our utilities team has done a great job in Public Works and has secured a commitment at thus far, waiting for the final board vote from Colonia's Infrastructure, for $16 million in sewer line expansion in the Chaparral area. So that's going to be huge, but that's only for Chaparral. So this allows us to start doing targeted programs in other parts of the county. We are looking at this as a pilot project for 1 year, so that we would report back to this board at the end of June 2027. So you could consider, was it successful? If it was not successful, why not? And do we want to expand it at that time? We do understand there might be state and federal funds available that could assist us in expanding it. We have not made any applications for those at this point because it's premature to make those applications until this board says yes or no on the pilot project. So I do believe Senator Hamblin is here.
Yes.
So if you would entertain us, I'd like to invite her up to just kind of speak on the intent of the legislation.
Good morning, Senator Hamblin, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission. Thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity. Just to give you a little bit of history on this legislation, this started actually because of a House Joint Resolution in 2022 by then House Representative Chris Chandler. In many cases, you as a municipality, as a county, often have your hands tied because of our anti-donation clause, and yet we know that there are opportunities that we have to help our residents. And so Representative Chandler passed this in 2022 as a House Joint Resolution. that then paved the way for Senate Bill 357, which is the Essential Services Development Act. And so in order for us to kind of modify the anti-donation clause, then my bill was the one that kind of gave us the map. And this was the one that really specified broadband, electricity, sewer, water, gas, basic utilities that everybody deserves in our communities. And then this really, as Stephen Lopez talked about, this really came from conversations of people in these areas, in the San Pablo area, in the Mesquite area, in the San Miguel area, who are having these challenges. And this actually started 4 years ago as a conversation for me. And so when we were able to do this, this was also a partnership between not only the county, but also the city of Las Cruces. During the legislative session, when this bill was brought forward, many residents from San Pablo, San Miguel, and Mesquite called into our committee meetings to talk about how important this was. And what was exciting for me was that this was a bipartisan bill, that this passed unanimously in the Senate and passed 61-3 in the House. I was able to get some of my Republican counterparts to co-sponsor this because we all recognized how important this would be, not only for our community, but for our entire state. And so this pilot program really is the first in the entire state. And I know that many of you also get the feeling that at the state level, anything below Socorro often gets ignored. And we get real crabby when that happens. I know my delegation, my colleagues in the Southern delegation get real crabby when that happens. And so that's why I'm really proud that this is a pilot project that is not being started anywhere else in the state, and that we can be that leading example. And I do feel that like pilot programs are very important because then we can go ahead and work out whatever kinks. And there've been a lot of conversations. Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez has been attending meetings with me down in San Miguel and at San Pablo regarding the church that has been going on. But also my assistant, Andre Gonzalez, has been having conversations with our federal delegation. We have a meeting in a couple of weeks in June that will be bringing our members from the federal delegation to come and talk. We're looking at opportunities from USDA and where our congressional leaders can also help do this. So this pilot program really is kind of the seed for making this to where this can go in other parts of the county. And it's really your work today that will allow me to be your cheerleader and highlight Doña County at the legislature with hopefully the possibility of being able to get funds there as well. Because when we have programs that work, that are positively impacting people, then it's really easy for the state to invest in those. And so it would be great if we could do that throughout the county, but we know that we need to go ahead and start small and work with the folks that are there who are going to be directly impacted by that, and then see how that can go for the rest of the county. So I certainly appreciate you all having conversations about this and really to highlight this, because there's a lot of work that can really be done that can help our folks have access to basic utilities that every single one of our residents deserve. So I do encourage you to support this, and I'm excited about this and to continue the conversations on this. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission, for letting me kind of bogart your time and come in and talk.
Thank you, Senator Hamblin. Appreciate you coming in and giving us that background. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez.
Okay. So I get really passionate about things that I get excited about, and this is one of those subjects. And I just want to say thank you to Senator Hamblin, and I want to say thank you to Andre in the back, because without you two, we would not have been able to get this done in the time frame that we've done it. Mm-hmm. And I think when you think of how far we've been able to kind of explain this, and being the first one in the state to actually utilize SB 357, we've been able to ask those questions. We've been able to kind of dig in and maybe read in between the lines a little bit more than I probably should admit to, but we've been able to do something really, really special. And it started with trying to expand sewer system services through our southern communities. And when we look at it and we were able to say, you know, the bang for the buck is not there. We're not going to be able to hit as many homes as we want to. And looking at, well, wait a minute, there's actually systems that are failing currently. What if we look at those as our first target? And then it kind of spiraled to what ACM Lopez said, which was, we have people that have sewer systems right outside their door that they never tied into. Yeah. So now we have a first step, we have a second step, and then a third step will soon come. And targeting this community, who they're the ones that really kind of launched these conversations for us, hopefully we're able to look at it and also take this back to the legislature next session and say, hey, we're 6 months in, this is what we've been able to do with this. Let's look at expanding this program. I would be very excited to go up there and say we've been successful. We've been able to target low-income housing. We've been able to make sure that our old cesspools or cesspits or septic tanks that are failing are not leaching into our groundwater. It's going to be awesome to be able to say this. And I know, commissioners, that it's really hard when we're just looking at a very small community right now, and I get that. But I hope that we can support this because this is the first step in trying to hit as many homes in a very small population as possible to be able to say, hey, this works. And then we can expand it throughout a county-wide system. I know that the city has plans on doing this. We beat them. Just saying.
They're interested in your application. Yes, they are. And if I may, Commissioner, also, this has been a really great example of community input because the meetings that we've had, it's the just really the genuine intent to make sure that the voices are heard because this application is really addressing their specific needs. And that application took a lot of work from the commissioner. And this is something that we're also bringing up in our meeting in a couple of weeks in June down there. And so, but there are kinks that we have to work out, and we want to make sure that this does not create roadblocks for residents to apply for this funding and to get this assistance that they deserve. And so that's why I think doing it at a smaller level, as a pilot level, is actually a really practical way to go. But the thing is that if we start seeing this work, I don't see any reason, and I hope you don't either, to start implementing this in other areas rather quickly. Because once we know that once we know that the process works, that it's easy for people, regardless of language challenges, regardless of ability challenge, regardless of being able to access that application, once we get that going, I think we can roll that out. And I think every single one of you would be able to bring that to your communities and be able to launch that in a successful way to where there's not a lot of hiccups. So I'm grateful for the communities of San Pablo, San Miguel, and Mesquite because they're willing to be able to be participants in this to help shape how this goes.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Gomez.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you, Senator Hamblin, for providing this opportunity to the counties to be able to do something like this for the residents, especially those in the colonias. I was privileged to go to that meeting in San Miguel and, hearing the residents. And I also have that issue within my district as well, where the residents are, have the cesspool and they would like to tie into the sewer system, the gas situation as well. And to start a pilot program, and I'm glad that Doña is going to be the first to do that. Probably because, yes, right, we're we're a large county. And so I think to provide this opportunity to people, even though it's something small that we're going to start out with, and once we start seeing that this is going off really well, and I don't see why not, we, shouldn't provide this even further. And just with that, I hope with legislative helping us along the way as well. So I thank you for that. And thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, for bringing this as well and championing this endeavor. Thank you.
Well, and I would also, as your discussion today is maybe put in there that once there's determined success with this program, like a timeline of how we can implement this in other parts of the city, other parts of the county, so that we don't have to wait. I would encourage you to have that discussion today so that other parts of the county don't have to wait for this once we know that this project is solid.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Gomez. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. As they would say in San Miguel, híjola.
Híjola, that's right.
Híjola. I was very fortunate to be invited to a meeting many months ago with then Chair Sheldo Hernandez, And they were talking about this very thing is tying on into the sewer lines, and I was able to see the passion and the patience that they have had.
Yes.
And so, Senator and Commissioner, thank you so much for allowing me to be part of that. But I do have a favor to ask because in my district, a lot of people are across the street from city tie-ins, which is about 30 feet. And I've been hearing this issue for almost 5 years. So Commission, if maybe we can, after this pilot program is started, if we can start focusing on the other areas that are so close to tying into wastewater, water, gas lines, it's sorely needed. In my district, we are growing so rapidly and we are just abutting the city of Las Cruces. And to me, it just doesn't make sense when one part of the street has every single connection with the city of Las Cruces. And in the county, we have septic tanks. We have different, like Moongate water, Jornada water. And if we were able to tie in, that would be so wonderful. So I'd like to be the second pilot program, quite frankly.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if I may, Natalie Green with the City of Las Cruces was really instrumental in this as well. So I think those are perfect conversations to really, as we start, we get the nuts and bolts taken care of and then start working on those partnerships between counties and cities. I think that would be, as a perfect next step in that and having those conversations with Natalie Green in the City of Las Cruces because they were just as much enthusiastic about this project. Not as much as our rural parts because they have been experiencing this and dealing with this for years. And there are folks who are worried, they can't spend the $15,000 to $25,000 to trench from their house to the end of the street. But also because of the challenges that you have and because the county is so large, there might not be those opportunities to even tap into a sewer line, which is why the septic system is also part of this. And I think this is really just, we have the opportunity to really set the path for the rest of the state to follow. And I think it is perfect that because of the nature of your district, and I know that there are other counties along the state that have the same exact issue where they're county and then city.
And thank you, Senator. And the reason I had pulled this, Commissioner Sheldon, on this is to highlight the work that is being done in that community. I mean, it was put on a consent agenda, but to be able to explain to our constituents y hablar con ellos y decirles, al fin van a tener una conexión con el agua, la agua sucia, que van a poder determinar el éxito en su comunidad. Entonces le damos gracias a la senadora Hamlin y a nuestro comisionado propio, Sheljo Hernandez, who I know has been a great representative in that area for San Miguel. But thank you both. I really appreciate it. So, Chris, I'm next.
Sounds good.
We got it. Got it on record.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
I'd like to say thank you as well for all the work that's been done here because as Susie talks and as Christopher talks, the people, many people in Chaparral have just given up because they've tried for so long to try and get something done. And the sewer lines we're putting in there are too far away from a lot of places to connect. It would just be too expensive. And I did talk to a family that said, we want to know when the next sewer line's coming in because if we have to replace our septic tank, it'll be the third one because we've lived here for 25 years. Right. And that's expensive too. So I appreciate this. And I know you talked about the money coming into Chaparral for the water and from the Colonias Development or Infrastructure Plan. I'm looking forward to that. But I know that in these small areas, people eventually just give up.
Right.
And the problem is then if you have a whole area full of septic tanks and they fail, it's a bigger problem. And so I really appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, and I'm grateful for my assistant for really looping in our congressional delegation who will be at that meeting in June because we might be able to really kind of expand this rather quickly if we're able to get some congressional funds. And so then we'll just do a little arm wrestling match to see who comes next after Commissioner Chaparro's district or rock, paper, scissors or something. But I am grateful for it, and I am grateful for Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez for really taking the lead on the application because that would give me a lot of anxiety, and I'm grateful for you doing that.
Don't worry. You got it.
Thank you. Thank you for, and I know we're kind of in an echo chamber at the moment, but I'm going to say it anyways. Thank you, Senator Hamblin, for championing this. Giving us ways that we as a local government can help members of our community. I think we've you know it, we've all seen it of where we want to help our community members, but we try to find ways to work within the anti-donation clauses to make sure we're following the laws, and it does make it challenging and make it tough, but we've seen, particularly in the septic systems and things like this, that in the infrastructure that we know causes environmental damage to the local communities. And it can be so expensive to remediate and repair. And so I'm excited for what this means. I think as Commissioner Chaparro mentioned, I know we have the challenge of trying to work with Las Cruces utilities and being able to expand because, there's so much, as we continue to grow outside of, it's county, but just outside the city of Las Cruces, and they're so close, how do we get people connected? How do we grow that? And I think we want to continue those conversations.
Well, and my office will always continue to help with those conversations because it is so important. It's the basic things that many of us have the luxury of having, but there are so many of us who have to fight for it, and they shouldn't have to fight for it.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Commissioner Hernandez. Thank you for bringing this forward today. And yeah, I'm excited for this.
And just reach out to my office if you need help with that. We'll be more than happy to. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Commissioners, any other comment before we open up public input?
Just one last comment, just one. So, and I want to kind of highlight the fact that this is called the Essential Services Development Act. And in this is broadband, gas, all those different utilities that we need. But throughout the time that we've been in the community talking about this, people are not asking for gas hookups. They're not asking for broadband. What they're asking is literally for the essentials of water and sewer. And I just want to highlight that because, when we go to the legislature and talk about this program again, I think that's what we're going to have to talk about is the fact that we're trying to bring essential services to these individuals in the colonias. It's not that they're asking for high-speed internet. They're not asking for, a monorail to go through their community. They're literally asking for water and to be able to flush the toilet. So I just want to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. All righty. Any public input?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Andre Gonzalez. I'm District Legislative Aide for Senator Kerry Hamblin, speaking in my official capacity. I just wanted to introduce myself. Like we said, Senator Hamlin's office has been engaged in this work for a better part of the past year, but those conversations have been going for far, far longer. So this part of being a district legislative aide means ensuring that we have those clear lines of communication between Santa Fe and Doña County and following up with those state partners who might be a little bit slow to get back to us. So I'm here to make that commitment. I'm here to help however I can. I was born and raised here in Doña. I love this community. So thank you so much for this work. Thank you for your commitment to our community. And I'm here to be of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. All right, if there's no other public input or commission input, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 5, please.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just got a text from some community members. They say thank you. So
Very
good job,
cool.
guys.
All right, I know kind of just jumping around, and I just wanted to at least, I know we've talked about it a little bit, but trying to do the budget approval next, which will be agenda item 16. So if we can do that, I know we have members of the public that are here to speak on that. So we'll do agenda item 16, consideration of approval of preliminary fiscal year 27 and 28 budgets with associated resolutions. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Was that Commissioner Chaparro that second? Excellent, very good, okay. Mr. Alvidrez, good morning, and I can still say good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, members of the public. Thank y'all very much for attending today. Today, I am presenting the FY 2027 and FY 2028 preliminary biannual budget. So today's presentation will cover major updates since the May 5th work session, countywide revenues and expenditure highlights, budget recap summaries for FY 27 and 28, as well as recurring revenues and expenditures and our remaining steps in the budget process itself. I will try to keep this presentation brief to be mindful of the remainder of the presenters. So if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any time. So these are the changes from the May 5th meeting that we had recently. There were several updates made for both 27 and 28 preliminary budgets. For FY 27, expenditures increased by approximately $2.2 million, bringing the revised preliminary budget to approximately $395 million for FY 27. So some of the key adjustments included increasing the Animal Service Center request to keep them at a flat budget to align with the FY 26 request per commissioner guidance. Same thing was done in FY 28. The addition of the Emergency Vehicle Operation Course project was added within the Facilities Department. And as previously discussed, the ARFF, or the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Vehicle, was also added to Fire's budget. And then we also had some other changes like utilities, infrastructure adjustments, and revision to other operating costs in the Fire Fleet GRT administrative fees, risk, and treasurer's office budgets. So we just also wanted to highlight the Film Las Cruces request. Technically, this was not changed from our work session, but we just wanted to highlight it to show everybody that we did keep the budget flat at the $95,000, which is what was requested in FY 26. We'll keep this amount until we get further recommendations from the board. Whether it's right now or at a future board meeting, we can always adjust the amount, so you do not need to take any action today. And then in FY 28, the expenditures decrease approximately $3.1 million, bringing the revised total to $266 million. That decrease was primarily driven by...
Yeah, Commissioner Kimball, please, go ahead.
In the budget. You're telling me now it's going in, there's an increase here. So when was this increase done?
Chair, Commissioner Kimball. So this...
Done just because of what we said at a work session?
No, ma'am.
So when was it done?
So it was done, Chair, Commissioner Kimball, it was done in the time frame between the last work session and this meeting. So the reason we added it is because based on the current resolution that the board approved back in 2018, departments do have the ability to move 25% of salaries elsewhere so they can cover other expenditures, and that is with county manager approval. That is actually some...
If I might, can I really quickly? No. So I think, let me clarify. So it is in this year's fiscal, we just approved it for this year's fiscal year budget. Unfortunately, when this is received, it'll be in next year's fiscal year, in the next fiscal year. So what will happen is we'll have carryover from this fiscal year into the next fiscal year. And so that's why they're doing the overall adjustment is we approved it this year. It will not. It's allocated. It is allocated out of the general funds from this year's budget because of how much we had based off of the savings that was noted. But then they'll just carry, because it didn't get expended in this fiscal year, it will just carry over into the next fiscal year. Even if we order it now, it won't get expended this year, so we do it. Yeah, just because the invoicing won't happen until the next fiscal year. Mm-hmm. No, it's, I will say I had the same question. So 100%, because I think that was what we talked about, was it was in this fiscal year. So yes, 100% in line with what you're at. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner Kimball, for the question. Okay, so as mentioned, the decrease in FY 2028 or 2028 was primarily driven by refinements to the fleet replacement planning for their vehicles, adjustments to other administrative and also risk-related expenditures. And this slide, I will keep it brief. So this slide summarizes the revisions made to the fire rescue positions that were requested in the last meeting. As you can see, 10 positions were reallocated from the initial proposal. Some were put into the FY27 and FY28 request. So thank you very much to the fire department for allowing some flexibility with the requests. We really appreciate it. But overall, there is going to be 7 positions in FY27, bless you. And then there's going to be 14 positions requested in FY28. And then some of our expenditure highlights include some of our major expenditure drivers impacting the proposed budget. So the preliminary budget includes compensation adjustments for unrepresented employees, projected health insurance increases, contractual union step increases, new personnel requests, and capital projects. So these increases represent significant countywide operational impacts that continue to be one of the largest cost pressures affecting local governments. And then in this is a new position recap for FY27 and 28. So the overall request in FY27 includes 14 positions, and then 16 positions in FY 2028, primarily supporting fire rescue and other operational and support departments. The estimated total cost is approximately $1.5 million for FY 27 and $1.7 million for FY 28. And this next slide is showing you the review impact of what was brought to the work session last meeting for the flood department. So this slide summarizes the ongoing review regarding the flood fund expenditures as submitted by the flood department. And we want to thank them very much for the quick turnaround. And then this is based on the current legal interpretation. Some expenditures may require reassignment to general fund if they are not directly tied to flood project activities. So the estimated fiscal impact will remain under review as the year progresses and is currently projected to impact general fund in the amount of $2.5 million and $2.3 million for FY27 and FY28 respectively.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. And before you move on to the next slide, Eric, I read this weekend, and I don't recall, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't recall anybody using the word illegal regarding the Flood Commission. And that really bothers me when words are thrown out like that, unless we're getting a legal opinion from a specialist having to do with any county flood funds, because then it leads to public confusion, and I just think it's inappropriate to be using strong words like that. I have not had any opinion from in writing from any attorney stating that any of the funds have been used illegally with the Flood Commission. So can somebody explain that to me, please?
Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, I did pull this specific language from the presentation that was given to the commission last meeting. So I'd appreciate if we could have a member of either the management team or the flood department come up here and maybe give us their perspective.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. That is the terminology that I did use when I introduced the item at the work session, I believe it was, that we had on the Flood Commission. I understand your point there on whether it is too strong or not. And for that, if it comes across as too strong, I definitely apologize. I'm not sure of a different way to word it, given that the statute is clear on what it can be used for and some of the things that we have kind of traded services between a county department and a county department. I'm just not sure of what a better word is than possibly, or happy to change that and make corrections if anybody's got any recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I think trying to reel it back, it's too late. It's a public document now. And I don't know if everyone feels that strongly on an interpretation of a statute by a non-attorney. I understand you use the wording, but I do think it's too strong of a language. We're trying to create a culture of inclusiveness. We're going to have the state auditor come up here and explain certain aspects of the audit report, and even having this audit report presented to us a few weeks ago, one would think that we need to move carefully as to how we're addressing county employees, county departments, people that are in responsible areas, as to not demean them. And I think this is a strong word. Support likely illegal. I don't have some legal instrument, an opinion that tells me what it is, except for a layperson opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we could potentially say likely does not follow statute.
Or may not be in compliance.
Right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners Chaparro and Commissioner Kimball, I absolutely, I agree. Maybe the correct wording we will use from now on is not consistent with statute. And as just for anybody that had missed the last time and is tuning in fresh today, as mentioned during the last presentation, this has zero to do with any existing flood commission or county staff. This goes all the way back to when the JPA was set up decades ago. So this issue should not reflect negatively on any existing county employee wherever they work. I think that's important, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, to make that clear, just like you kind of indicated.
Mr. Chair, so say has for a long time likely not met statute. Be sure and put that in there.
And Mr. Chair, I agree, because people will take this at face value. And we have a representative from the Flood Commission here, and they're going to be pointing fingers at him instead of whatever has been done for the last 40 years. And the relationship between the county and the Flood Commission. So may I just suggest to the county manager and the assistant county managers, if we be careful on our wording, especially when being given to the public, because it can be misinterpreted and it's disastrous for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And just for clarity, and we did self-report this, I believe, this issue once it was identified, and I think a lot of it had to do with the audit and having us review a lot of this documentation and such. So, so it is something, like I said, we haven't necessarily tried to understand the wording piece, but understand also for the public, is it something that was, as soon as identified, we have not tried to hide it or do such.
Thank you very much for the input. But overall, that is the impact that general fund will be taking on for FY27 and FY28. So we will consider, or we will still continue to consider the impact as the year progresses. I think right now it might be a little too early on to truly know the full impact. So we will definitely keep monitoring this and update the board as expected. Okay, so next we have our county-wide sources of revenue. So this slide summarizes the revenues that are projected, and we are projecting FY27 to come in at approximately $345 million, and FY28 to come in at approximately $250 million. So tax revenues remain the county's largest revenue source and account for approximately 78% of operating revenues, excluding grants. The largest contributor continues to be gross receipts tax, followed by property tax and other tax-related revenues. So the tax revenues were developed using historical trends, our economist projections, and department's operational input as well. Service revenues and investment revenues maintain a relatively stable trajectory, so that is something that is very good. Grant revenues are lower within the preliminary budget, again, because all grant balances and carryovers will continue to be updated, especially as soon as the fiscal year ends. That's when we will know exactly where all the grants stand and capital projects as well. So we will be updating that for 27 and 28. I believe last year we had about 4.27% increase from the preliminary budget to the final budget, so we will definitely inform you all on that. And then next we have our countywide expenditures. This slide summarizes countywide expenditures. So for FY27, the total expenditures are approximately $395 million and $266 million in FY28. So personnel and operating costs continue to make up the majority of county expenditures. Personnel expenditures continue to be impacted by salary adjustments, healthcare increases, union step increases, overtime, and new position requests. Again, just highlighting the FY28 grants and capital budgets, those will rise for the final budget as we get better figures. And then this FY27 budget recap summarizes the county's projected FY27 financial budgeted position. So the county is projected to begin FY27 with approximately $166 million in cash. After accounting for projected revenues, expenditures, transfers, and reserve requirements, ending cash is projected at approximately $80 million. Please keep in mind that this chart assumes that revenues and expenditures will be realized at 100%, which is rarely the case on the expenditure side, for them to be realized at 100%. But this budget does reflect the planned use of reserves. Much of that is related to restricted funds, one-time capital expenditures, and other carryover items. I did want to highlight that the county does maintain reserve requirements in accordance to DFA policy, and we are well within the policy. All right. This slide highlights the distinction between total budget activity and recurring operational budgets. So although the FY27 budget reflects approximately $50.6 million in reserve usage, the majority relates to one-time capital expenditures, restricted funds, some carryover items, and one-time items in operation. After removing these one-time items and restricted expenditures, recurring revenues exceed recurring expenditures by approximately $5.7 million. And then for FY28, projected ending cash or our beginning cash for FY28 is approximately $65 million after expenditures, transfers, and reserve requirements and revenues. Again, this chart does assume that revenues and expenditures will be met at 100%, but that will definitely change, and these numbers will definitely increase once we bring this back around for the final budget. And then in FY28, same thing here. We do have recurring revenues and expenditures. We do have it at a surplus of $2.9 million. With the same concept in mind, we take out restricted funds, one-time capital items, and one-time items in operations. And then our next steps will be to submit the preliminary budget to DFA before June 1st. The first week of July, almost second week, we'll update grant and capital in-process budgets. And then July 14th, we will love to have the BOCC meeting to approve year-end budget adjustments, and then in July 28th, we'll bring that back to the board for the FY26 fourth quarter report approval and FY27 and FY28 final budget. And I will stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
I just have a quick question, and it's kind of, it is related to this year's budget, or next year's budget and the budget after that. So now that we have the GO bond monies flowing, and we're starting to highlight projects in the community, if there's any related expenses in the budget for this year and next year, are we able to reimburse those through the GO bond if it's GO bond related? And if so, is that going to be a resolution that needs to be done per project, or can we blanket that like we did past?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. And so we did have a resolution come to this board in a springtime to be able to reimburse ourselves for expenditures that the county is currently incurring. And so that limit was up to $10 million, and it was for both questions that we had related to the bond.
Perfect. And when is there a time where that will come before the board for reimbursement, or is it an auto reimbursement that'll be done throughout the month, or what's the plan on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. And so there will be another resolution coming to this board. I believe we did a notice of intent at our last board meeting. So we should have another one coming in June to be able to access funding related to GO bonds. And then during the year, we'll be reimbursing ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandro Hernandez. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. And just to follow up on what Commissioner Shelter Hernandez stated, if this is going to be coming before the board, I appreciate it, but will it be on an individual project or just lumped in together? Because I'd really like to see what we're spending on each individual project and the reimbursements of such.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. In the vast majority of cases, things will be coming to you from the GO bond, just like they do now, on an individual contract or purchase order basis. The only exception is going to be what is spent in-house through existing county staff. And the best example I can give of that is what our fantastic Public Works Roads team has been doing by leveling out the speedway and cleaning up all of the concrete debris that was out there. So that has been incurred departmentally, and it will be eligible for that reimbursement. But just about everything else is going to come to you. It's going to have to come to you for those individual, whether it's an architect being hired, whether it's a contractor being hired, all of those should be coming to you project specific.
All right, and I appreciate the response. Maybe just an update on what's being done, because I didn't know anything was being done with the Speedway, and that way the entire commission is aware of what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioners, any other questions?
No.
Commissioner Kimball, is that a no or a?
No. It was
Oh, okay, got it. Just curious, what are we approving here under the assessor's budget?
Chair, may you repeat that again? My apologies.
The assessor's budget.
So it is currently included within the preliminary budget right now, but
What was, I guess I understand that, but yeah, can you go back? I just wanted to review that.
I don't believe we specifically highlighted their portion here. But in the last meeting, we did have an individual slide.
Correct, and that's what I'm curious about, because again, I think since we've had this and the meetings we've had since, speaking for myself, there's been no discussion or even outreach done by the assessor. So, with the intent of the assessor utilizing the general funds rather than the 1% that is allocated for her, there's been no discussion, and as of right now, I would move to amend the budget, at least for me, because, like I said, I don't know, I don't want to approve something I don't understand what's being presented by the assessor. And there's been no discussion, there was no participation in the work session by the assessor to even try to inform us. And so, given that, at least, I don't know, that's just kind of where I'm at. I just have a lot of concerns about the request from the assessor.
Second.
Chair, if I may, I'll help you out, Eric. I believe that item's coming up in the next work session. I know that doesn't answer your question for today. Maybe we can continue digging into those numbers right now.
Well, agree. I think that's my concern is I apologize. I appreciate the second. I just don't know it yet. I guess my question on the motion. My motion would probably be to amend this budget to go back to the previous allocation for the assessor's office. Until we have an actual plan in place that's discussed by the assessor, I can't approve. I'm not going to approve additional general funds without knowing what it's going to go for. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I understood your motion.
Okay.
And your motion was not to approve anything until we get more information from the assessor's office. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
I didn't want to approve the change to this year's budget. I wanted to keep it the same as last year but we have to, unfortunately, because we don't have time to discuss it, we have to approve this budget this year, right now, to submit by June 1st.
Chair, technically, the interim budget does not require board approval, but we do it to be considered. Of course, the final budget is required by DFA requirements.
But we have to approve a preliminary budget that has to be submitted to DFA by June 1st.
Yes, it does. But
Then correct me if I guess I don't understand. Are you saying that are you trying to make the suggestion that we make the amendment and the final budget? Is that what you're?
we can make the amendment now, but I don't want it to push back. If you had the approval in mind, I don't want that to get moved, I guess. I confused myself too, sorry.
I'm not following you,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
We can amend it today, correct?
we can amend it, yes.
Mr. Chair, I was thinking about this right now, and is it possible to table this item to a later item today? It'll give the team some time to go in and bring up some information and the details related to the assessor's budget that they submitted that is currently being moved over to general
Why
fund.
isn't it ready now?
And so we do have the detail, but it'll allow us to get something in front of you in presentation format.
Well, I get it, but it's just frustrating because of the things highlighted in this presentation. We have the Film Las Cruces concern that was worth $95,000, yet we have the assessor's concern that was brought up in the last meeting where is worth several $1 million, and that wasn't ready by the department?
We do have it ready, Chair.
Where is it, sir?
So we do not have it in this presentation. We can pull it up right now, but I do have the numbers right here. So the general fund impact for FY27 is $5 million, and for FY28 it is $5.2 million. That is including staff salaries and benefits as well as the operating budget. So we can revert that amount.
But it's not but where is that coming from? What is coming from the 1% versus the general fund?
That will be the salaries and operating costs. So I believe the assessor did not want, so previously they budget all of their operating costs within the 1% fund. And then based on their current interpretation of the statute to be in compliance, they did not want to continue budgeting their entire operations and majority of salaries within the 1% fund. They wanted to leave that budget available just for the reappraisal. So in mind, we did try to be proactive ourselves to be consistent with the statute and the current interpretation, but we can definitely reverse and amend.
I don't know. Is the Madam Assessor? I didn't see her she was in the room earlier, but I don't think she's here. I'm here. Oh, okay. If you'd like to come and speak to the request. So, Madam Assessor, I think my question is, what is the plan for the request? Because we still don't understand, I don't understand your reassessment plan or for your office. I know there's a request and to save to reduce the burden upon the 1%, but I don't understand yet what the budget is and how much you're looking to target for the reassessments, how long it'll take, et cetera.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, the assessor here at Doña County. So the reason that we actually did switch that budget over is because the 1% should be strictly used for reappraisal process. As far as what the reappraisal is going to cost us, we have that RFI that just did go out. We did get some responses, but we don't know how long it's going to take once we're still working as far as the RFI. We were hoping, 2 years, 4 years. Normal reappraisal is 2 to 4, 6 years. So the purpose of moving everything out of that 1% is because that has become the assessor's general budget, which the 1% cannot be. It should be out of the general budget, just like every other department in this building.
It's my understanding that was never, like I said, from the budget team, is that consistent with, it was my understanding that in the past this has been approved. I know we're going to have a little bit more discussion during the audit, but where are we at and what do we need to do to be compliant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, where we're lacking is there's not an approved plan, property value maintenance plan to use the 1% funds. And so statute requires there to be a plan presented by the assessor to this board and approved by this board to be able to use those funds. And that's really where we're lacking on the budget side, is there hasn't been a formal plan outside of the budget process, which is a plan in and of itself, but not a specific plan for the use of those funds.
But what about the current use of the 1% as we're doing it now?
So the current use has been based on budget submitted by the assessor's office. And so prior to this assessor, our previous assessors submitted their budget. It was their plan at the time, so I can't really speak to that. But this office has submitted a 1% budget, including this year. They originally submitted a 1% budget, but they retracted that budget and asked to move it all to general fund.
So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you. Mr. Chair, if we can just table this and give the staff an hour or so to get all the paperwork together, at least until the end of the meeting, and therefore also give Ms. Ortega an opportunity to get her paperwork together and answer further questions that this body might have.
before we table or motion this, I don't know, I know we have people here that were wanting to speak specifically about the film.
Mr. Chair, I agree.
The film Las Cruces. So if we're okay with, I don't know if I'd like to, before I guess we'll table this, we'll have a discussion, I guess, to allow everything to come together. But I did want to at least, is there any other commissioner comment on any other part of the budget? Okay, if not, I'll open it up for public comment at this time. And then, Madam Assessor, we'll discuss this a little bit more. I just want to make where I'm at. I just need to understand where this allocation is coming from, how it's going to be spent. And that's part of my, for where I sit, that's the commission's responsibility, is to make sure we understand that. So understanding, we want to support this, I just don't have a clue of where it's going. So hopefully, we'll talk a little bit later about it. And I apologize for cutting it off, but I think we want to make sure we have everything together to have a hopefully more fruitful discussion. All right, we'll have public input on the proposed budget, which will, I know, well.
Long morning.
Thanks for having
Orlando
patience.
Antonio Carrillo Jimenez from La Mesa, Colonia La Mesa. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Shaljo, my commissioner. Y'all know me, and y'all know I'm not a well person, so if I'm here to stand in support of something, it's because I believe in it. I'm going to read this because otherwise I go off topic. I feel that it is imperative that I voice my support for this part of the budget today, meaning the Las Cruces Film Office. I have firsthand knowledge about the economic impact that Film Las Cruces has brought and will continue to bring to Doña County. Between lodging, tourism, and restaurants, that alone has proven the need for Film Las Cruces. I recently had the pleasure of meeting a childhood sort of hero of mine named Stephen Bauer, or Rocky Echevarria, who was the cast as a lead in Barracuda, a project that took place here in Las Cruces in Doña County. As we know, God works in mysterious ways. I became his very close friend and unofficial handler during his time here. He insisted that I take him all over our region and show him the sights. He was enthralled and was able to show his own economic support in a very big way on these excursions. The other actors and crew members also were able to do the same on their days off. Also, the film took him to locations all over Doña County, not just Las Cruces. He raved about the catering, his lodging, the area, but most of all, in the words of Mary Kay Papin, the people. While the economic impact to the Mesilla Valley is undoubtedly undisputed, it is my firm belief that the project that Film Las Cruces brings to our area also have a profound impact on their lives as citizens. These stars and crews associated with the project leave our area with an intention of returning on their own for leisure. The way Mr. Bauer spoke about his experience here was beautiful. He said he couldn't wait to tell his family about the beauty and that is our culture and region. For those reasons, I stand in support of the funding requested by the Las Cruces Film Office. Thank you for all your invaluable time and sometimes thankless efforts that you all have for my colonia's residents. And as far as I have one more point to make, if I can, please do a press conference and give us the correct information on Project Jupiter, because there's a lot of misinformation out there from both sides. So please, just from you guys, not from Borderplex, just the commissioners, go out there and each of you take a topic and let us know what the truth is in black and white. Thank you.
Senator Steinborn.
Commissioners, Mr. Chair, thank you again for hearing us, moving us up on the budget. My name is Jeff Steinborn. I'm a state senator, but I'm also one of the co-founders and president of Film Las Cruces. And first of all, let me thank you for the county's support of Film Las Cruces. The city of Las Cruces was the original funder of Film Las Cruces. We came into existence to be their film economic development entity. Then the county came along a few years later and built up to basically provide the same funding level that exists for them. We started with a dream. When we started 10 years ago, we had no phone calls. We had very little film activity. We have now grown this through your very modest investment, of which we return more taxes to the county than we get. We have grown this into being named in the top 4 years, in the top 10 film towns in America. Each year, our film industry spending here is growing. This last year, a record of over $12 million of direct spend for a total economic impact of $19.2 million. For the county's $95,000 investment, $151,000 has come back to the county in gross receipts taxes, over $280,000 in gross receipts taxes to the city of Las Cruces, and over $300,000 to the state of New Mexico. We are creating economic activity all over the county. We've had last year over 9,000 hotel room nights, which is incredible. Support of small business, of all different kinds. I also want to thank you for your recent support of the new studio. That was a very appreciated vote, very important, every penny of that. Just so you know, for the money you appropriated, we raised $25 million additional dollars, most of which from the state, not even from the community. So it was a good deal that the county got, putting that little bit of money in relative to the amount of money that others have contributed. Every penny of that is accounted for, I can assure you, in the design process to create an industry standard competitive studio. So that's going to be incredibly catalytic for our community. I think we're at a moment now because and I just want to tell you, we're also working with Visit Las Cruces to create a film tour for the community, which is going to be a new source of tourism and revenue. But I think we're at a moment now where the right question for the commission should be, what more can we do to support film? We have delivered on the dream. We need your support to continue that dream. But the question should now be, I would hope, what more can you do to help us go to the next level? And the answer is funding. We have a staff of 2.5. We really need more funds for marketing, We need to be out there. It's a globally competitive industry. We have a new studio that will be opening up in this fiscal year coming up. So we did request 10,000 additional funds. We think more would be appropriate, frankly, a lot more. But so I would urge you to bring that in the conversation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Chair, Commission, my name is Jonathan Sepp. I am a business owner in District 1, and my wife and 2 kids live in District 4. Before I start off, I've got a brief message from the department's chair for the Arts Department at Doña, apologize, give me a second, at Doña Community College, Matt Burns. He says, I strongly support continued investment in Film Las Cruces. Their organization has been an invaluable partner to our students and programs through mentorship, classroom visits, advisory board participation, internship opportunities, and direct workforce guidance for students entering New Mexico's growing film industry. Film Las Cruces plays a critical role in strengthening the creative economy in Doña County. Beyond supporting local crew positions and small businesses, the film industry generates significant economic impact through hotel stays, local spending, tax revenue, and long-term workforce development. Their efforts help position Las Cruces as one of the top emerging film communities in the nation, while creating real career pathways for our students right here at home. Continued support for Film Las Cruces is an investment in education, workforce development, and the economic future of our region. I recently had to take a break from the film industry to help my family with a few things. This was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And I have had the pleasure of spending that time on the plaza of Mesilla every day from about 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. I've gotten to experience a very different side of the film industry that is just so cool. You know, almost every month we have a producer, director, actors, crew stopping in to the Chocolate Lady right after having visited La Posta, Double Eagle, El Patio, Salud, all of the wonderful restaurants and bars and entertainment lifestyle things that can happen there. And it's really just feeding into, I don't know, something new that I'm seeing in the town of Mesilla in general. It's just so, I don't know, it's really cool. And I'm excited to have just shared that with you. And one last thing I would like to share about being a business owner in Mesilla, I lost an employee to the film industry. I was paying her $17.50 an hour, and she got a better job in the film industry. As much as that sucked for me as a business owner, I think that's really cool. Thank you all for your continued support, and I look forward to seeing where Doña County continues to grow in the film industry in the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Angela McAllister. I am actually out of Alamogordo, but I wanted to come here and support Film Las Cruces because they actually gave me an opportunity that I probably never would have had otherwise. I am recently retired out of the U.S. Air Force of 20 years, and part of that is getting on a program called Skill Bridge. Now, at the time it was congressionally mandated. I'm not sure what it looks like now, but then it gave us 6 months to intern with an organization to learn how to do a new career. And I will tell you guys this, Film Las Cruces is the only film-related Skill Bridge program on the list at the time nationwide. And I'm like, well, dang, that's right outside my back door. So I called them up, we set up an interview, they accepted me. And so far that has been one of the greatest things that has actually been able to happen. I'm actually about to start working on my 5th film of the year, all of which have happened either in Las Cruces or an Elephant Butte. I've had some Ruidoso, some Alamogordo. We've been kind of everywhere. Film is huge, it's getting bigger. And what that has actually allowed me to do is actually start my own business in film. I actually now am the owner-operator of a small business called Movie Magic Concessions, and we operate craft services for films. We are the snack guys. If you keep your film crew fed, they are actually generally very happy. Give them that and coffee, and you're having a great day. But I wouldn't have been able to do that if I hadn't had an opportunity to kind of break in, you know, and get in there and actually be able to see and learn and do these things at the office. We did everything. We did everything from creating locations packets to going on scouts to interning on movies. I actually got to intern on Protector. Actually, we filmed in this building for Shepherd, I believe, or Night Driver. Sorry, there's been a lot lately. But it's been, you know, a great opportunity to learn and grow, and I'd love to see it continue and, you know, love for you guys to continue it. It's kind of a really cool thing to be in is film. I mean, you get the opportunity to help other people create, and you get to play pretend as adults, and that's awesome. I've got to do that myself even. I've got to do a little background. I've got to do all kinds of things on sets, but I could not have done it if I didn't have the start. You know, and if they weren't there, I don't know, I'd be doing something else. I have no idea what. 20 years in the Air Force is a long time. You learn that and you don't know how to do anything else for a while, but I know they'd appreciate it. I know I'd appreciate it. And anyone coming up on any future Skill Bridge programs would also really appreciate continued funding. So just wanted to come and say hi and thank you guys and appreciate your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel Castleberry. I moved here in 2020 as I retired. And wherever I've lived, I've always wanted to be able to give back to the community where I'm going to reside. And I have a particular skill set. I love rattlesnakes, and I work with rattlesnakes. I have for over 50 years. And so I started a program here in Las Cruces, actually for all of Doña County, that if you get a rattlesnake on your porch, I'll come get it. I'll move it. I'll move it to a place where it has a chance to survive and it will not bite someone. And as a result of that, one day I was downtown in Cruces in one of the local businesses, and the owner introduced me to a friend of his who is a location manager for movies here in Las Cruces. And he said, "Oh, do you have a card?" He said, "Sometimes we need snake wranglers." Well, I said, "Sure, here's my card." Did I expect to hear anything? Not really. But then I did, and a whole new aspect of my life began, now working on film sets as a snake abatement technician is the technical title, okay? I just call myself a rattlesnake wrangler. But in any event, it's a wonderful way to give back to the community and to keep people safe. And it's much appreciated on film sets. We were filming on the Corralitos Ranch on the Shepherd and then later Barracuda. I was on both. And, you know, other than being a, what would you say, a greeter at Walmart, it's kind of hard for guys my age to get work. But I have started actually a new career in my retirement days, working on film sets to keep the cast and the crew safe. So Film Las Cruces is a wonderful organization. They helped me get involved with this. They are helping our community. They're helping people of all ages, college kids who are now working in the movies, all the way up to seniors. So I heartily encourage you to support Film Las Cruces through their budget, because what they are doing is a significant thing for our community. It makes Las Cruces a wonderful place to live. I've made so many new friends and new connections, and it is absolutely a gift to this community to have Film Las Cruces here. So thank you very much, and I heartily encourage you to support their budget.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, County Commissioners, staff. My name is Andrew Hara. I am the film liaison at Film Las Cruces. So Film Las Cruces, we are the film office. As opposed to the film festival or even a studio, we're advocating for everyone. We're advocating for all film offices, or for all film production in Las Cruces and Doña County. One thing that I'm very happy about is that since about June of last year, we have had a production in town every single month, not just Barracuda, but before Barracuda, we had 3 movies in a row. And so last year, we had 13 productions. This year, we had 12, and they all range from smaller ones to big ones like Barracuda. Another thing that I wanted to just make note of is that on June 23rd, we're going to give our yearly report for fiscal year 2025. So I'm going to kind of stick to a lot of stuff from this year, because then I won't present that for another year. One of the other things is direct spend. In 2024, we did about $6.8 million. 2025, we did $10 million. And in 2026, we did 12. And so as you can see, the numbers are going up. For hotel nights, Senator Steinborn did tell you that this year we had about 9,000 hotel nights. We talked to Visit Las Cruces, and one of the things is they found an estimated economic impact for those numbers. And for 2026, it was about $1.5 million just from hotel nights. One of the great things about film is it is so many different industries put together, whether it's hotel nights, catering. It's more than just the camera and the makeup. There's so much that goes into it. There's a dispensary in Bernalillo County, or in Bernalillo, and they were able to use part of the facility that they never used as a film location for a film that mostly shot there. And not only that, but they were looking to get into making food. They set up their catering service, and they were able to cater for that film, and they've able to continue to use that. So it's stuff like that where we're able to kind of keep people here. We, of course, have the great 2 schools that are here. We have the studio that's coming. So there is more productions coming. There's more crews that want to stay here. We've heard from myself. I had to go to Portland to work in the news. I had to go to El Paso. And so I'm one of the people who was able to come back after coming to NMSU and work here. So the money that you guys are giving is crucial to help the film industry. When we reach out to productions, we reach out to Blumhouse that has the #1 movie in the country right now, and we sent them a message to try to get a general meeting, and they replied they had already heard of us, and they were just looking for the right project. So because of the actions of our crew and of you guys and of your generous support, we have been able to make it so Film Las Cruces is known throughout the entire country, and now they're looking to us to make movies. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Russ Smith. Mr. Chairman, Council, forgive me the sidebar, but he had me at snake abatement. I mean, it was perfect. As a 23-year resident of Las Cruces, I am pleased to see Film Las Cruces and film in southern New Mexico growing. It pleases me. It also pleases me to have an awareness that you have mechanisms coming into place, assets coming into place, systems coming into place that allow job retention, training retention, education retention here in Las Cruces and Doña County. It pleases me to be a business owner here, now 18 years as a food service provider in this area, and I've done film service, craft service providing. I've enjoyed it. It pleases me. In preparing for this meeting today, I did some general research. And the very top line in my research is all I really think I need to cover, which is rapidly growing economic engine. Film in this area is doing just that. But it brings me to my closing, which is an idea, which is if a team is inviting 100 people to apply to be a football player, join our team, come out and try. Who gets to be on that team? The people who are on the team end up trying harder, showing that they care, showing that they want to be on the team. If 50 people want to be on a basketball team, they're dribbling, they're shooting, and what are they doing? They're showing the coach that they're trying harder. They want to be on the team. It's my idea here at this moment, one thing that we would be trying to do harder is be on that team with film and the infrastructure and the development of this industry in this area. It's a simple message. We want to try harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. This is my first time ever doing something like this. My name is Eli Villalpando. I am the Associate Film Liaison here at Film Las Cruces, part of the 2.5 of the staff. I had to write this down because I have a tend to rant, so please bear with me. I'm here to speak about the value Film Las Cruces brings to our community, the work that goes into supporting productions in Doña County, and my continued support for this office is so important. Before joining Film Las Cruces, I spent 5 years working as a location manager, 13 years overall as a filmmaker. I've seen firsthand what this film office does, not just from behind the desk that I sit at now, but from the field, on productions, solving problems in real time while working alongside this office. In my final years as a location manager, I was able to live comfortably and work consistently here in Las Cruces because of the growth and support of Film Las Cruces helped create. It means paying my mortgage, my day-to-day life, starting my own family. This matters. For a long time, many people in the industry felt like they had to leave New Mexico's smaller communities to build a career. Film Las Cruces helped prove that wasn't true. One of the biggest responsibilities of the office is locations. That means organizing location scouts with producers, building location packages, photographing properties, maintaining local databases, communicating with multiple productions at a time, and helping filmmakers discover what makes Doña County unique. Every scout is an opportunity to bring a production here to our community. Every location package represents hours of coordination, research that most people never get to see. But bringing production here is only the beginning. Permitting is where the real balance act happens. You might have gotten some of my emails. Film productions move incredibly fast. Schedules change overnight because of weather, actor availability, or equipment issues. A production may suddenly need a new location with very little notice. Our office is here to coordinate between productions, local government departments, law enforcement, fire, local businesses, residents, sometimes often under tight deadlines, all while making sure it's done safely and responsibly. That's why having 2 film liaisons in the office is so important. This work is not a one-person operation anymore. While one person is handling scouts, permits, production calls, another is coordinating databases, answering inquiries, working with local crew, vendors, handling community concerns, or preparing for future projects. Productions don't stop because the office might be understaffed. The demand keeps moving. And beyond productions themselves, Film Las Cruces helps create opportunities for local residents, crew members, small businesses, property owners, restaurants, hotels, and even young filmmakers trying to build careers here at home. I'm speaking tonight not only as a staff member, but as someone whose own career and livelihood was directly impacted by the work this office does. I've lived the difference Film Las Cruces can make for working professionals in this county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and chair. My name is Harmony Schlesinger, and I have a couple of quotes here from filmmakers, but firstly, I'd like to say that I actually moved to Las Cruces in hopes to become a filmmaker, and I've actually gotten to work on a couple of productions here. And I can say the same for a lot of young filmmakers who are really, really eager to get into this industry because this is where it is happening. So my first quote here says, "From my very first trip to Las Cruces to search for locations and put together our crew, Film Las Cruces became an essential partner to I'll Be Gone in June. They welcomed us warmly into the community and offered crucial support with infrastructure, local connections, and practical logistics throughout the production. Quite simply, this film would not have been possible without Film Las Cruces." This quote was from Katharina Revelis. Her film was I'll Be Gone in June, which actually just played at the Cannes Festival a couple of weeks ago. The second quote that I have is, "Film Las Cruces reminded us why our location matters. The desert doesn't just set the scene, it becomes the story." This is from Peter Ney, the director of the film 3. Film Las Cruces is a dream come true. With an incredibly effective film office, a lively community, talented cast and crew, and quick access to an international airport, it makes shooting in Las Cruces both creatively and economically valuable. I'm so proud and happy to have made 3 feature films here in Las Cruces and intend to do many more. This was Keegan Carnes, Inspirato director. Film Las Cruces is an exceptional place to film any kind of movie given the local crew base, film incentive, and weather. This was Javier Gonzalez. He is a producer. And then this one is from a local business. Film Las Cruces has been a wonderful community partner and has helped local small businesses, especially in the downtown area, such as our business, Grounded, Collective Co., Enchanted Sun, Reality, etc. We have experienced firsthand the positive impacts that the film industry has brought to our community in ways of utilizing our businesses as a film location, film crews, and teams frequent grounded and support local businesses, rental of downtown office space for Film Las Cruces, short-term rentals of housings in the area for production crews and actors, and stimulating the economy through hospitality, rental, retail, and things to do throughout downtown. Which allows us to maintain our 40+ employees on staff. We have also seen the positive effect that they had on the local film workforce and student involvement. We greatly support Film Las Cruces in their efforts, and this was Kendra Espiritu, the owner of Grounded. Thank you all.
Commissioners, good morning or afternoon. Thank you for your stamina. I'm Jay Valencia, owner of Adobe Atmos, audio post and sound design for films. I've had other names for it for the last 35, 40 years. I've been doing this since I was a kid back in California. So we all have our favorite movies. One of mine is Contact with Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey, filmed right here at the VLA, very large array in Socorro. Her character, Ellie Arroway, asked board members to have vision and to step back and look at the big picture. This is not a pointed comment, this is a point of inspiration for myself. Vision always precedes proof. Here in Las Cruces, we have an inspired creative workforce, actors, crew, and many artists in training. Production being the majority of focus in the state. Post-production, on the other hand, is a tax incentive qualified portion of the film budget that is being exported to LA, New York, and my hometown, San Francisco now. Jobs like visual effects, picture and sound editorial, dailies and other supporting vendors, which of there are many. Las Cruces is poised to be a complete ecosystem for film and not just production. Exporting, as I stated, means losing qualified tax incentives, a large diversity of jobs and opportunities to train and retain the workforce. Building and supporting a complete ecosystem and charging those businesses with workforce training and internships is our big picture. Economy is clearly impacted. Downtown and surrounding businesses, cafes, grocery stores, hardware and landscaping, logistics, medical, and our farmers market vendors frequently sell out during productions. Establishing a post-production infrastructure will retain and capture those economic gains as well as tax incentives. For added months, even years. Now is our moment. Productions are here. We are already working. We have a choice to strengthen and complete this ecosystem and infrastructure or continue exporting opportunity elsewhere. So, as Andrew stated, we've had between 2023 and 25, we had 41 productions, 20 of which were features during the most traumatic downturn in the industry ever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Valencia.
And I appreciate you. Good to be here.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Quigley Roberts, and I'm here to address the chair. I've never done this before. So a year and a half ago, I started acting. I went into this blindfolded, not knowing what I was doing, anything like that. If it wasn't for the help of Las Cruces Film and the opportunities that they provide for people, I'd still be a motorcycle technician. I mean, bouncing from job to job, things like that. Finally being able to do what I want to do as a professional. And I mean, without them, I wouldn't be in the industry at all. I wouldn't be Googleable. You can Google my name now. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be on 2 feature films. There's a lot of things that they're bringing here, and they're bringing opportunities to people that don't have them, that need them. And I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for hearing us all out. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Harrison. I own a small business called EVA Tactical Training. I am a Army veteran, a former Ranger, and CIA officer. After I finished doing all that, I kind of struggled with what am I going to do next. I was good at a lot of things, but things that don't necessarily align with normal society. When I opened my business, I was struggling and thinking about moving the business to Texas or Georgia. And I got a call from Andrew about working on a film, and now I'm an associate producer. And I've had the opportunity to work next to some of my, childhood heroes. It's crazy, I grew up watching movies in the 90s. And to be in this industry, it's wild, but it's given me opportunity. It's given me inspiration. I have 3 kids, 2, 6, and 8, and it inspires them when I can take them, places, and they're like, wow, this is what my dad does. And then also just the community in general, it means my business is able to reach out to people and say, hey, I have good work for you. I have something you can do, and you can stay here and you can contribute. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair. My name is David Kreider. I own Southwest Expeditions. We do adventure tours, cultural and historical tours here in the Las Cruces area, southern New Mexico, West Texas. And I manage the old Donna Anna Courthouse and Jail Annex downtown. And we do other events there and things like that, but mostly it's empty, with just some of the things that we do. But Andrew giving me a call one day changed that all around. Like I said, we do a lot of adventure tours. One of them is kayaks and tubing on the Rio Grande. We used to be able to run the river 6-7 months out of the year. We're hearing now from IBWC and some other folks, it might just be June, and then they're going to close it up. There's just not enough water. 13% in the Rio Grande, or in Elephant Butte right now is the capacity, and dropping. So I've had to switch gears, which we do throughout the season. We do different things, but the movies have been a godsend to us. It's really helped us out financially, because that was the biggest part of my business, was the river, lakes, things like that. And we've done over a dozen movies in the courthouse and jail right now. Got another one coming up in July. Barracuda just finished there. We've met a lot of fantastic people. And one of the things, I always try to talk to the producers, directors, and some of the actors, as well as the gaffs and just anybody there. I'm just curious. And I've heard so many times, we never even knew Las Cruces, where it was, or that there was a Las Cruces. But this is amazing. It's an amazing town, amazing county. They just extremely enjoy it. Michael J. White just filmed the Strike Force, which is a really cool movie. He's a martial arts expert on films and an actor, really good actor. And I got to talk to him for a little bit between sets, and he just went on and on about loving this county, the city, everything about here, and hopes he gets invited back to do more filming here. So I'll make it short, but I just wanted to say this is a fantastic return on investment. Your ROI is, they're making money for us, and I just appreciate them and hope you guys support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's an afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I am here, I'm going to kind of shift some gears, but I do like to watch movies. I've been here before to tell you when there is something that I feel positive about, and it's a time to say thank you. And that's why I'm up here. Last month, Commissioners, you approved updating the Doña Ana County Healthcare Assistance Program, the criteria and the procedures, and the pilot program of the premium assistance. And that was allowed by SB 45. And SB 45 brought back the language of what was finalized as SB 268 back in 2024. So the door was locked for over a decade. And I'm up here today, and Chair, I hope you don't mind if I turn back, but the sponsor of the bill, SB 45, is Senator Jeff Steinborn, and I have the opportunity today to publicly thank him for SB 45. And I do believe that Doña County is the first county in our 33 counties of New Mexico to actually do something with SB 45, but I think other counties may be following. So this is a sincere thank you, Senator Jeff Steinborn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Buenos dias. Chair, commissioners. I am Irene Oliver Lewis. I am one of the founders of Film Las Cruces and a dinosaur in the film industry here, because I go back to film when it was first thought of at New Mexico State University. Then we were just talking about film and the dream of creating films with Orville Wanzer, who was an incredibly talented man that left in me, in my heart, the understanding of the creative industry of film. I'm here today because I represent everything that is of creativity, is of art in business. And Film Las Cruces has grown from a dream that Jeff, myself, Mark, some of the people that spoke today had, and what it has done. When I hear, I stepped back from it, when I hear that it's bringing in the billions of dollars to our county, it makes my soul proud to know that this is happening. I encourage you and I challenge you not only to reappropriate the money of $95,000, but to look at bringing in more of that, giving us more to do with what we can. Andrew and the guys do so much with just $95,000. Can you imagine if we just asked you for $50,000 more? I'm being very, very frugal here. I think we could use lots more money. But if I just put in your minds the idea that we need a little more money to grow this community. This is a clean industry that is bringing so much talent and creativity and vision and knowledge of our community. So muchas gracias por todo que hacen por nosotros in the film, and I thank you very much. I'm your creative industry person here in the county, and I use that in creating all sorts of opportunities in economic development. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez.
I know that we kind of did this weird pushing this agenda item later in the meeting, but I would like to speak on behalf of Film Las Cruces today. You know, Senator Steinborn texted me, and I challenged him with getting the commission information on the economic impact. He followed through. He got us that information. I wish I could say that you all being here today, you know, it was great to hear from you all. It's something we don't really get from our community partners when we have MOUs, JPAs, and we fund entities like this. We don't get them coming back here telling us about the successes very often. So I know that you all sat through a crazy long meeting today, and I appreciate it. But I have to say, hearing the successes
helps me. It helps us make decisions that we're putting our money where it needs to be. So I'm really excited to support the funding for Film Las Cruces in the budget. I hope that my fellow commissioners could support that. But the industry is growing. It's been something that we've been focusing on for years. I would love to see these economic impact reports on a regular basis every year when they come out. Please do forward them to us, get them to our county manager. He will forward them out to us, or Denise in economic development. These are things that we love to talk about. We love to put it on the website. We love to highlight the good that we're doing. Same thing goes with Irene and creative industries. We love talking about it. We love looking at how we're benefiting the small business in our community, the young entrepreneurs. And they showed up today. You know, they showed up and talked to us. So Irene, I hope you're getting a list of names, because all these entrepreneurs that are starting these small businesses, they fall into that creative industries grant process, right? We can work with them. We can help them. It would be great to see this kind of full circle and thrive. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. I hope you can join me in supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. I appreciate everybody's voice today. Just to kind of level set here, because I appreciate the public outreach. And I think we've been a huge supporter of the film industry. But let's level set for a second here, because $12 million is what I thought I heard Mr. Andrew Jara say this last year. $12 million of direct spend means approximately $150,000 in direct revenue for the county. So I get it. It sound, you know, the $12 million sounds awesome, because it is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to the entrepreneurs and a lot of that. But when it comes to the county and the direct benefit we get, we are basically, you know, it's continuing to grow. And so I could, you know, I think at some point, we've got to, at some point here, have Film Las Cruces become self-sustaining. We've seen a drop this last year of capital outlay to the county. And I think, you know, as we've looked, we've continued to put money towards the film studio. We've put money towards the film festival. And we're still offering to put out money to Film Las Cruces. But at the end of the day, you know, $150,000 of revenue to the county, and we're giving back $95,000 with a request for more. So, you know, the net benefit to the county, to the residents, yes, you know, for the small businesses, I see that. But in terms of what we're getting when we're having to take that money and invest it in the communities that we have, you know, I have a lot of concern. And I think if there's a plan to get self-sustaining in the future, because we have continued to support Film Las Cruces all these years, you know, the reliance on county funds, I think, just is a little concerning to me. But that's where I'm at, sir. Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, and I don't recall what I read about this. Is there a match from the city for Film Las Cruces? And what is that amount, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it's $95,000. And by the way, it's a really important point. All film offices are publicly funded. They don't charge fees for our services any more than Movida charges fees. Think of us like a Movida for film. I think the notion that we have to become self-sufficient is a kind of just a misinformed premise, Mr. Chairman, that we're allowed to charge fees, that would possibly hold up. It's not, and you're not giving anything, we're creating this opportunity. But anyway, so hopefully that answers your question. We also get some funding from the Village of Mesilla, or Town of Mesilla, and also Sunland Park as well.
Thank you, Senator. But what to Film Las Cruces, we provide, compared to Movida, we're providing 133% of the same we get to Movida, when Movida covers all economic development for the county.
And we cover film, and we probably get a lot less commensurate, I would assume. But I mean, I'm not trying to pit one against the other. I'm just kind of making the parallel that we're an economic development group and we're publicly funded. And that's how Santa Fe Film Office, which is funded probably twice what we are, the Albuquerque Film Office, which is funded even more than that, but they don't generate revenue. There's no way for them to become self-sufficient. But I think we are self-sufficient because we generate more revenue in taxes for these local governments, and you're paying us. That's what self-sufficiency looks like.
Correct. But in Santa Fe and Albuquerque, where a majority of the film industry is located, where you have the film studios, I believe if I saw a report by NMEDD, this is a $1 billion industry. And out of a $1 billion industry in the state, and I know it's dropped off significantly, we have $12 million for $1 billion industry. And we demand the support. That's my concern here is I want to support the film industry, and we have, but it's become where we continue to see the growth versus we're not getting it. We have the incentives that you as a legislator have created to try to get films outside of that area. It's just not happening.
Mr. Chair, respectfully, it is. And in Santa Fe and Albuquerque didn't turn into what they are today on year one of doing it. This takes time. And I said at the very beginning of Film Las Cruces, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. When we started, film in our part of the state and all rural areas accounted for less than probably 2%. You're right. The incentive structure we created as a state incentivized film production in Albuquerque and Santa Fe for a variety of reasons, some of which had to do about film studios and infrastructure and incentives that were built towards that. That's why we created the extra 10%. Now we're building a studio here, and so we have grown from that little percentage to now over $20 million impact. That is nothing to sneeze at, and when we build a studio next year, that number could double. So, I mean, we are on the right path, and, you know, if it's 5 jobs or if it's 1,000 jobs, we are creating jobs, and we are paying for ourselves. So I just, you're seeing it today. So I would honestly just, it's amazing what we pulled off here. And we're not where we want to go, and that's why I'm still here today. Is that the sign of the universe to shut up? All right. But that's why I'm still sticking with this. We're not where our goal is to go, but we're getting there. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Sheriff. All right, commissioners, any other comments this time? Okay. All right. Well, if that, I'll take a motion to, trying to think what the right motion is at the moment here to, I don't want to say it's not, is it postpone or?
If I may, commissioners, we do have the presentation from the work session. I don't know if you want us to pull it up so you can see the assessor slide that we created last week. I don't know if that will change the motion.
I think.
I mean, you can move on with it. Yeah. Whichever way.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, and I know we have, I know we were attending, I think the next item was the state, and I appreciate the state auditor, Joseph Maestas, being very patient with us. So my thought was to try to move on to the next item, but.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just, I don't know if you can help me with my Robert's Rules of Order here, Carrie.
If you're wanting to pick this item up
Yeah,
again later in this meeting.
we can table it.
Then you can table it.
Okay.
It could also be postponed until the very beginning of the next meeting by tabling it.
Okay, well, let me just go ahead and we'll table this for the moment. I'll make a motion to table this till later in this meeting.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion or a second by Commissioner Sheldron on this. Okay. Brandy, if you can do a roll call on the motion to table.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomeros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, we'll come pick this up here in a little while. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 17. It's a resolution accepting the Doña County Special Audit Report.
No, 14.
Mr. Chair, we have 14.
14.
I-
We skipped everything.
I know we did, but I guess my question is, do we go back? We have the state auditor here waiting for.
You also have individuals for the 2 hearings waiting as well. I'm just
Oh.
not sure what that's going to look like.
Well, I get it, right? But if we're going to skip around, like, what do we?
Skipping around.
I'll do, I'm open up to the board's will here. Do we want to do 14 and 15 before we go to the audit? All right. State Auditor, I am so sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can we get
something for the state auditor's office to drink. Maybe we have lovely water.
Awesome. Thank you. Then agenda item number 14, which is to authorize the fiscal year 27 budget expenditure of up to $20,000 for a groundbreaking ceremony and luncheon event for the county amphitheater on July 10th, 2026. If I can get a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Cameros. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. The item before you is to authorize us to add into the budget $20,000 from excess revenue that we anticipate for next year to hold a groundbreaking ceremony for the amphitheater on July 10th. That'll be a Friday at noon-ish. This would be a groundbreaking for the amphitheater, as well as the first kind of information gathering session from the general public about what features they want to see in an amphitheater. And then I would throw out to the board now, if you would like to honor the efforts of Miss Barbara Hubbard, whose birthday will be 2 days later, you may wish to make an amendment to this item to name the amphitheater stage after Mother Hubbard. We did not put that in writing in advance because I didn't want to commit anybody here. We can also follow up on that later on. We have several meetings plus a retreat between now and then as to how we can recognize Barbara Hubbard's efforts in the entertainment industry and in kind of getting an amphitheater moving forward. So the item for sure before you is, will you authorize us to go ahead and start with the groundbreaking ceremony to get this officially underway?
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. We're going to be having the celebration for 250 years celebration for the country on July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Am I correct on that, Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, on June 30th, July 1st, and July 2nd, you are correct.
Well, $20,000 for a lunch, to me, is bordering on waste of taxpayers' money. Can't we incorporate that and use the $1 million that was already set aside for that celebration and incorporate that into the groundbreaking? You'll have a captive audience. You'll have food vendors there. You have a place in which to celebrate. So to me, it just makes more sense to move that celebration to the 250th year celebration, and we'd be saving $20,000.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, that is entirely the direction that the board can provide us.
Vice Chair Cameros.
Thank you. After hearing what Commissioner Chaparro said, I agree with her. Oh, I'm sorry. So I make a motion to postpone,
Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, I think you can just go ahead and when the vote on the motion comes up, you can vote.
Okay.
With the understanding that the comments you're giving us to incorporate where we can into the 250th are noted.
Okay. I make a motion to change the date from July 10th, 2026 to, what's the date? June, I know July.
July 2nd would be the most
2nd
appropriate
To
date.
July 2nd, 2026.
Second.
I'm not chair. Why am I talking?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend this to a date showing July 2nd, 2026. I will just make the comment that while I can support this either way, by just changing the date, we're still authorizing the $20,000 expenditure. So I don't think that accomplishes the issue. I would say, so my thought, I know this is, I can't speak specifically except for this motion, is if the intent is to utilize change the date to incorporate it with the existing celebration, I would just say that we've already have the budget for the event on July 2nd, and so we may want to just explore another way to look at this item.
Mr. Chair, I saw a flyer somewhere, but what time is the event on July 2nd?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kimball, it'll start at 4 p.m. and run till midnight.
So we can't do a lunch on July 2nd and be incorporated, so we would need to change something about that.
Correct.
Mr. Chair. Thank
Please,
you.
Commissioner Chaparro, sorry.
Thank you. I withdraw my second on that motion. I didn't quite think it through, and I appreciate it, Commissioner Gometos. But my intent, and perhaps I didn't state it correctly, my intent was to not to spend the $20,000. And if it's on July 2nd, maybe just moving it around a little bit regarding the timeline. But to have more people enjoy that, and as I mentioned before, captive audience, food vendors, everything would not cost us additional money, and especially an additional $20,000. And I just think that Barbara would like it a lot better. I've been to several of her birthday celebrations, and I think her maximum endurance is probably 45 minutes and not an entire lunch.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. So the motions have been withdrawn. Now we're back to the original item. I would just, we could potentially table this and let it just die on the vine, so to speak. Or, but the other part is, and I don't disagree with where we want to go. I think I support wholeheartedly naming the naming piece of it, but I don't know if that necessarily, given the naming guidelines of our buildings, if this would be in violation of that, or if we have to, or if we can approve it through, what the right way to approve it is. That's my only question. So, but I support the idea, but yeah.
Mr. Chair, I second your support of naming the stage after Mother Hubbard. I think that's a great way to honor her legacy and trying to get this off the ground. So I would wholeheartedly support that.
So at least right now, I think we need to find another resolution to do that piece of it if we can.
Okay.
But as of right now, if there are no other comments, I'm going to make a motion to table or postpone this indefinitely.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any comments on the postponement? All right. Randy, if you'll do a roll call vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
And I apologize, who made the second?
I did.
Okay. Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gometos?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing you on July 2nd.
All right, agenda item 15, award emergency procurement contract to WellPath LLC to provide medical and mental health services at the Doña County Detention Center in an amount not to exceed 4.5 million, excluding applicable grocery receipts tax. If I get a motion, a second to begin the discussion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Mr. Perez.
Chair
Good
Sanchez,
afternoon.
Commission, thank you for having us today. We would like to make a quick change to the original agenda item. On the evening of, Sunday evening, we received the cost proposal from the entity, and it is significantly different than what they anticipated that it was going to be offered at. So at this time, we do not want to make an award, but we would like to take the time to update you on all the work that we've put into this emergency procurement.
Okay.
Okay. So working in partnership with the Doña County Detention Center, Doña County Purchasing received word that our current provider at the detention center, Yes Care, was filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy. In that, led by the efforts of Mr. Anderson here, we reached out to four potential offers. We got a fifth one later in the week. So between the month, in the month of May 13th through the 19th, the county reviewed the four offers or the four potential contractors, and we anticipated that we would be selecting WellPath. But as mentioned, at the time of the interviews, we asked them to provide us a cost proposal. At this time, it was something that was pretty high level. And now that we were able to communicate more with WellPath, that cost proposal is exceeding what we would like to spend at this time. You could take it to slide number 2, please. So we were going to go ahead and use, or we're going to use the emergency procurement 13-1-127. A part of that procurement process is we got to make sure we're getting the best value for the county. It's not just simply awarding a contractor because of availability. We're trying to take costs. So right now we're working in partnership with YesCare to see how long we could continue operations here before moving forward with this emergency. So please disregard this last bullet point. Next slide. Currently, we do have an RFP that's ready for publishing. We would like to do a 45-day proposal. At 45 days, it would give adequate time to any potential offers to have a site visit of the detention center. Since it is a security feature, we need to make sure that we're working through the detention center to get these offers to come in and review the site with staff. Our estimated start date would be January 1st. Taking on the approach of a 45-day procurement. But at the direction of the commission, we could expedite this process. The problem here, we may not be able to let every single offer attend or review the detention center, which I think would be detrimental. Also, accelerating the process would require of us to, excuse me, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, accelerating the timeline would require discussions with the emergency services provider. As the vendors were advised, the agreement could last up to 6 months. With that statement, another thing that we'd like to bring up to this commission is each one of these offers has turned around and asked if we could extend this procurement for up to a year. Now, the emergency procurement wouldn't allow us to do that, but I would like to warn the commission that the cost doesn't necessarily, these proposals are coming in for a fixed rate for a year. Just by reducing it down to 6 months does not cut the proposal in half, as there's startup fees that are sunk into those costs that need to be recouped over the period of the contract. Next slide, please. Currently, 2 of the 5 firms that we've had discussions with have current agreements throughout the state with other entities. We could go ahead and use an existing procurement to jump on board with that. This would allow us to bypass the procurement process and just reference that procurement. The question here is we do not have any negotiation tactics at this point. Since the procurement was done by another entity, we're at the mercy of what was originally wrote in that RFP, and it may or may not align with our current agreement. For reference, the entity that we anticipated that we wanted to work with does have a contract with San Juan County. I'll leave it open for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shadow Hernandez.
So I have questions, but I have a couple concerns. And I kind of need to understand where we're headed on this. So the commission approved how much money in emergency funding to get the individuals paid for YesCare in the detention center last week or last meeting?
$170,000?
$174,755.77.
Okay, and that's gonna get them covered till when?
That was only for back pay. That was for hours that they had already worked and they just hadn't been paid.
Okay, did we ever get an update on the their bankruptcy lawsuit and where are they able to pay their employees or?
I'd like to defer to Carrie if she might not be available. Last information that
The last information that we had, they were going to be able to pay their employees. They were trying to figure out how to work those payments through their system. And that was causing them a little bit of heartache, but that's on their end, and there shouldn't be an issue with getting the employees paid.
Okay, so that's a stopgap for how long, though?
That is moving forward from this point. The issue is that as a company, they are not going to be able to continue to provide services. We had asked them to give us 3 weeks to get somebody new in, and they could not guarantee that, but we're going to do their best to make sure that services were provided for that period of time, but requested that we move as quickly as possible.
Okay. So with that being said, we're on week 2. We have one more week, and we don't have an emergency procurement contract or confirmation that these individuals are going to get paid and or services will continue at the detention center?
Correct.
And we're going to postpone this emergency procurement contract because the numbers are not the same?
It is significantly more. Again, this is at the discretion of the commission. We would like to reach out to the firms and ask for a detailed cost breakdown. Mind you, Commissioner Sanchez, we asked them to provide us a cost proposal within 24 hours. And these are significant services that they're trying to put together. And really the biggest one is coming in through insurance. And so that fee, whether it's 6 months, 6 weeks, it's a fixed cost.
So, Mr. Chair, and team, as a collective, I'm really concerned that we're not making any headway on this today. And that makes me think that we're going to need an emergency meeting in the next 10 days to approve an emergency contract. So my question to Ms. Neal, County Manager Andrews, are we able to approve this emergency procurement contract at the 4.5? And if there's needed funding above that, you come back to us? Because I don't want to see us have a lapse in coverage to where we're not going to have proper care for the individuals at the detention center for even one day. That frightens me quite a bit. So I want to make sure that we have a path forward, because right now there's no path forward. There's just we don't have solid numbers, and that freaks me out.
Commissioner, I want to point out, this is not addressing the immediate need. This is January 1st. Is that what I saw?
Chair, yes, for the procurement.
So,
but the emergency starts now. The year procurement starts January 1st because they want to do emergency care with a year commitment after that, correct?
Chair Sanchez, Chair Hernandez, or excuse me, Commissioner Hernandez, the contractors or the operators that we contacted, they wish to get a year-long contract. It's just through the procurement code, we're not allowed to extend an agreement past the duration of the emergency. So even at 6 months, our justification would be every contractor is requiring at least like a 30-day startup process to get the ball rolling. In this case, with this emergency, we do have contractors that are willing to say, yeah, we'll take it on 5 days, but that's going to be an added cost too. Just as an example, one provided $255,000 fee just for that.
So to Chair,
I'm a little confused because.
So I think the way that I'm understanding it is that this, to award the emergency procurement contract is to start ASAP, but they want an additional year starting January 1st. Okay. So they want, is that right?
It's the emergency itself to carry it forward for a year. So the operator would get 1 year of work working in the detention center providing services.
But the contract, this emergency procurement contract would start the moment that Yes Care has to leave. You said 5 days, correct?
We want Yes Care to leave as quickly as possible, but they're willing to work with us. This contract would start immediately, and within the week, that's when we put out our RFP. So the contract would be outside of the procurement of the RFP process. It's an emergency just as a contract with a direct operator to handle services.
Michael, you mentioned 24 hours. How much more time would staff need to then evaluate, as the commissioner mentioned, the possibility for another emergency meeting? So if you ask for 24 hours, when are we making a decision?
So I don't want to speak for any of those providers, but the one that we had originally selected, they told us they would get us a finalized cost proposal within 24 hours, and that would have been submitted the morning of, like Thursday morning, but we didn't get it until Sunday evening. So we're at the mercy of how long it takes the contractor to come up with a cost proposal to submit to the county.
Okay, so, and Mr. Chair, I'm really sorry. I'm not understanding what you're asking for us, what the county is asking us to do today. So what I'm understanding is that they're going to give you, they've given you a number for the year. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we're not legally able to do that, correct?
Correct.
So what is this agenda item for? The 4.5 million?
This agenda item was made after our initial conversation with them when the contractor said that they were going to try to match the current pricing matrix.
But we're not able to give them an emergency contract for a year.
Correct. And we've notified them that we couldn't do a year. But the response from them to us was the price that they provided isn't just cut in half.
Okay, so is there a way to approve this today so you have something to work with? Because I'm concerned that they're not going to, YesCare is going to leave in a week and we're going to be without a provider, and that's not acceptable. And I'm sorry, Michael, this isn't necessarily just on you. It's just there's not a path forward. There's not a clear path forward that I understand as commissioner to make sure that we're not defaulting on obligations that we have at the detention center. And that freaks me out because we know how many people are in and out of our detention facility on a daily basis. And kind of we know all this. So what I'm asking the commission and what I'm asking you and County Manager and Ms. Neal and everyone is if we can approve this today with the budget of 4.5, knowing that that's not for a full year because we're not legally able to do that anyway, which concerns me about the, am I making any sense?
You just want to make sure.
I think it is, but the problem becomes, and I'm not, I wouldn't necessarily disagree, or at least, but my concern is that if we approve it, we're approving a contract with WellPath, and WellPath might not be the one we end up going with. Based off of this in procurement, we already have multiple bids. So the question is that now that you have WellPath's bid, do you go to, I mean, you already have the list of bids. So can we as commissioners can modify this, amend this, and award this to somebody else right now? Based off of the procurement standards, as long as we've met the minimum standards of procurement, gotten our bids, and they meet the spec, we can amend this.
Okay.
And award it to somebody else, especially given the latest information that we have. So,
and I agree with you. I'm perfectly fine with that, but I don't understand.
But it still goes back to the original question of how do we address
the short term?
The stop.
Yeah.
So, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Hernandez, we would request the board to approve not a vendor at this time, but allow the county purchasing and detention to meet with the 3 or 5 offers and get the most advantageous price and immediately execute the contract and update the commission in the process. That would reduce the chance of not having an operator there at the detention center and then at the next commission meeting, come back and award the contract formally in front of the commission.
Carrie, does that keep us out of trouble legally? We're still providing services.
I think the most important part is to be able to provide the services. I have concerns about the board just issuing a general, very general But if the board would be willing to allow us to working with the four that you are already aware, the four companies that we're already aware of, that we've already been negotiating with, choose the proper or the best vendor up to a certain amount. Even that is not exactly comfortable, but given the emergency circumstances, I think the only other option at this point would be for us to get the needed information from the other vendors and then have another emergency meeting.
Could we add an emergency meeting onto the work session on Tuesday? Does that give us enough time?
It's going to be close with Yes Care as long as we have all of the information and we're ready to proceed that day. I think that we could probably negotiate that with the vendors. It wouldn't necessarily be an emergency meeting at that point because we can properly notice for that meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro?
thank you. And Carrie, this question is going to be directed to you. Would it be helpful if the board were to convene in an emergency meeting tomorrow afternoon, having everybody maybe meet by Zoom and thereby allowing Michael to get a little more information? Would that be?
I believe that would be very helpful. Will you have enough time to?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, I can't speak. It's just we're at the mercy of those offers. We've contacted them, emailed them, called them, met with them. It's just the delay that they get from their business office to get us a proposal. So I wouldn't want to schedule a meeting for tomorrow and those cost proposals not get in. If the commission is okay with scheduling it tentatively, and if we do receive them, then go ahead and meet. I
don't know, Commissioner Chaparro, I would, until you have information and something to come forward and we're prepared for it, it makes no sense to have any type of meeting. I think that's been the biggest issue, I would have thought we already had the bids in hand so that it could be awarded, and that's where we were at, but it's like, it almost feels like we don't have all but one bid. So why are we, I'm totally lost. I think I'm just trying to figure out what's the path forward because, but honestly, look, I feel like we are woefully unprepared bringing this forward.
Right.
And this isn't the only thing today. It's just, we're trying to have these discussions. And I think when it was interpreted earlier, I think it was my understanding that we had these bids. And then we got this other one that submitted a last minute bid and it was way over. And we were going to try to bring it forward. But I agree, we need to have a path forward here, guys. And we just don't have that. And it has me concerned because we're trying to figure out how to make the decision and what those next step plans are. And team, you're not providing us those options.
If I may just try and clarify, please, Chair and Commissioners. The process seems to be what's confusing everybody. We didn't ask for the proposals initially because part of the process is the interview. So you interview the companies first as brought to us, and then during the interview process, the company that is referenced in today's meeting had at least intimated that they'd be able to cover this, which is why we rushed to say, they can cover this at the price that was still available under our budget. So we rushed to move forward with that. Sunday afternoon, they sent us their snippet. I don't even have a full proposal yet. It is a snippet from their proposal in which they asked for a full year as opposed to the 6 months that we discussed. And it was dramatically more expensive. We didn't have the time to pull. It's why we asked this morning before the meeting for guidance. How should we proceed with this? Should we pull it completely? Should we move forward as an informational to try and cover what we've been doing? And it was decided that we should at least informationally tell you where we're at the time. We don't have in hand official proposals, cost proposals from anybody still. So,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kimball.
what's the last day Yes Care can be here?
it's unclear. They haven't given us a final day.
What would that be based on? If they've given away all their employees, or if we pay them, or?
The original stay was based on the hearing that happened Thursday. And that hearing cleared their financial ability to cover their payroll. So up until the, it's not, I'm not trying to be flippant, but up until
No, I understand.
up until the money's gone, right? So right now, they are failing, but they don't know as of that meeting on Thursday. They offered up the approximation of 3 weeks, but it could be longer depending on how many more of their businesses fail, right? So we keep paying them, us individually keep paying them. That return can happen to our staff. It's just where they allocate the funds. Because we will continue to pay them as long as they show up. It's just not clear from them, and it's possible that they can elaborate on that, but it's not clear right now how long they will be able to continue to function as an entity. But as long as we keep putting into it, we feel better about them being able to cover us until we can find a solution. They're wanting, as of that meeting we had, wanting to try and help us get to that point. They understand the position they're putting us in, and it's not intentional. They want to try and help us get to the end. They encouraged us early to start this process and to go through the emergency procurement process. So we started that as soon as we could, but there's steps in each one of these, and you're asking a corporation to, without any backup information, to propose what it will cost to run an entire organization for 6 months. They're not willing to give ballpark numbers because you can be held to those. So they want more information, which we've provided, but we don't have responses yet.
Mr. Chair, I think we should just wait until we have more information and call an emergency meeting, even if it's next Tuesday. I mean, maybe it could happen before next Tuesday. Apparently tomorrow's too soon because can't guarantee you have stuff by tomorrow. So between now and next Tuesday, we need to have either an emergency meeting or a special meeting on Tuesday if we haven't had an emergency meeting before then. I think we have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, just until we have information for us to know what
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything with this.
yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have one request that staff does, and Commissioner Kimball, I'm glad you're here because you can tell me if we're on the right track or not. But have we notified the Department of Health? Should we notify the Department of Health? Has no one called the Department of Health?
Yikes. Or the Department of Corrections?
Both should be aware, but it would be good for you to
Okay, but
call
both should be aware is not an answer.
them. I agree.
It appears we haven't. We will jump right on that.
Yeah.
So, because my concern would be, is that the county can continually do the back pay for Yes Care. We'll figure that out, right? We can do that. But if their license to operate at the detention center is revoked or no good, then that's not going to help us.
They are still licensed at this point.
So maybe we need to call the Department of Health and ask them if we're at risk of losing that licensed provider in the state of New Mexico.
That would be probably a good step.
So it probably should have been the first step, but just
We may need an
saying.
emergency meeting every day.
Hey, Deb, do you mind jumping on that with Jamie, please? Thank you.
Right.
So without knowing when this is going to come back up, I don't know anything else other than to, again, postpone this agenda item in the end. And, I don't have a date certain, so I don't know where to postpone it to, so. If it's
Well,
going to be.
forgive me, Mr. Chair, this isn't the one they even want us to vote on.
True. So we
So
could
I
just
think
vote, we could vote this down
We
as
just need to
no.
vote no. Yeah, we just need
Okay.
to vote it down.
All right.
And start over clear.
Is there any other input?
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
just to wrap up, thank you for the presentation. I know it's difficult being in this situation. We've not found ourselves in this situation before. I've had dealings with a detention center as far back as 1990 because of the job that I hold. And I've never seen this. So I know being put under the gun is difficult, and I appreciate your hard work, but let's get moving. Thank you.
Randy, if you'll do a roll call on the agenda item number 15, please.
Commissioner Shelter Hernandez,
No.
Commissioner Kimball,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Vice Chair Gameros, Chair Sanchez.
No. All right. Next item will be 17. It's a resolution accepting the Doña County Special Audit Report as prepared by Jaramillo Accounting Group LLC. If I can get a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Kimball. So, State Auditor Maestas, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your patience.
Thank
I'm
you for
glad you could
having
spend a
me.
little bit more time in Doña County, though.
I applaud your stamina and your patience. It's good to be with you this afternoon. I first want to recognize some team members of mine that are here. In the audience is Mr. Sean Beck. He is my Special Investigations Division Director. He handles all the anonymous intake of fraud, waste, and abuse complaints in our office, and he also is the office lead in coordinating special audits such as this one. And then we also have my Policy Director and PIO, Mr. David Pena. There he is. I told him, you better wear your Aggie sport coat, buddy. So he complied with that. And just for the purposes, I think, of the general public, this is a public presentation of your special audit. In our audit rule, public presentations are required. And so thank you for scheduling this. I realize you've had a very long day. Your special audit report is quite long. So I'll be providing some brief initial remarks, and Audrey Jaramillo, who is with Jaramillo Accounting Group, will be summarizing the audit. And of course, you're very familiar with it. You sat in on the exit interview, so this should be there shouldn't be any surprises. Before I begin my remarks, I want to thank you for your public service. I spent many years in public service, over 30 years as a federal civil servant. I just surpassed my 20th year as an elected official. I spent 14 years at the local government level, such as yourselves. It was at the municipal level. I'm a former mayor. I served on city councils for 2 different cities. I say that because I empathize with all of you as you kind of tackle all these challenges on behalf of your community. And I know it's time away from family. It's taxing, but you're here, and you're here for the people of Doña County. And as you know, when you took the oath of office, there's no mention of fiduciary responsibilities or upholding the public trust. Some people might think that it's incidental to public service, but it's foundational. And I say that because public trust and fiduciary responsibilities are very key in these financial audits, whether it's an annual audit or a special audit such as this. So with that, if I may, I'm going to just go ahead and begin with my remarks. Thank you all for being here. I want to discuss something that impacts everyone in Doña County: how public money is handled, who's responsible for it, and what happens when the system stops working the way it should. The Office of the State Auditor steps in when there are serious concerns about how public money is managed. Concerns were raised in Doña County about financial oversight, processes, and accountability. As you know, more than a year ago, disputes between elected officials in your county became public. Those disputes included questions about authority, process, oversight, and how decisions were being made. Because of that, I ordered a special audit. The special audit found serious weaknesses in crucial systems with 42 findings relating to virtually every aspect of county operations, including governance, financial management, procurement, human resources, legal compliance, and public safety functions. These findings also validate concerns raised by both the county manager and the county sheriff, and the audit clearly shows that the county is not facing isolated challenges. It's experiencing systemic failure driven by weak internal controls, inconsistent policies, unclear authority, and deteriorating organizational culture across the county as a whole. These conditions have led to increased legal exposure, operational efficiencies, financial risk, and erosion of public and employee trust. The audit also shows that there's been a pervasive breakdown of internal controls and governance systems leading to an escalation of risk. Processes that should resolve routine issues internally are failing. This has led to the county spending public resources reacting to problems instead of preventing them. The audit also identifies a significant decline in organizational culture. Employees report a fear of retaliation, favoritism, a lack of fairness, and diminished trust in leadership. These conditions undermine the county's ability to deliver services effectively and equitably, and they fuel a cycle of disputes and complaints. This audit also details a failure to be transparent and accountable, including breakdowns in the compliance with the Inspection of Public Records Act, such as delayed responses, incomplete records, and decentralized handling of processes, inconsistent documentation, and record-keeping practices across departments impairing accountability and transparency, and communication failures and a lack of responsiveness between departments, contributing to operational delays and conflict. This audit also shows a clear lack of authority and governance structure, roles and responsibilities between the Board of County Commissioners, the county manager, and elected officials are not clearly defined or are applied inconsistently. This has contributed directly to conflicts over hiring, discipline, contracts, and compliance. Now, you all know these are core functions that must be stable and well-governed. As the governing body, the board bears ultimate fiduciary responsibility for oversight, accountability, and the proper administration of government. This audit demonstrates that these obligations have not been fully met. There is an urgent need for corrective action. This need for action is immediate and non-negotiable. The county must strengthen internal controls, establish clear governance structures, standardize policies and procedures, improve financial oversight, and ensure consistent, lawful administration across all departments. These corrections must be done collectively and in coordination with county leadership. Failure to act on this will result in further escalation of financial, legal, and operational risks. The county will remain vulnerable to mismanagement, non-compliance, and further litigation while public trust and workforce stability will continue to decline. The people of Doña County deserve a government that operates with integrity and competence, and the employees who serve them are entitled to a workplace grounded in fairness and accountability. My office will continue to monitor the county's progress closely. We expect prompt, measurable, and sustained action to address the deficiencies identified in this report. Fixing these problems is not optional. This audit does not mean that the county is broken forever. It means that Doña County leadership manages public money that belongs to the people, and therefore it has an obligation to do so appropriately and transparently. Thank you. And I also want to indicate that this special audit was just made public, and your constituents can find the report on our website at www.osa.nm.gov. And that's the conclusion of my remarks, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Now I'd like to have Audrey Jaramillo come on up. Do you want her to present the audit from the podium or from the table? Because she could be standing a long time. What would you prefer?
I think we're definitely open if she, to use the table.
You okay with that? Okay. I'll join her over there for any Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, State Auditor Maestas. We were handing out some hard copies to the elected officials and the manager as well. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, I know it's been a long day. I can't believe you're just powering on right through lunch. But it is an important topic here, so I will try to summarize as best I can. But I'm also tasked with going through the report with you. So there will be some level of detail, so we'll put our seatbelts on and get started, I guess. So I'm Audrey Jaramillo, Managing Partner of Jaramillo Accounting Group, or we go by JAG. And I am joined today with Luis Garibay, who's back there, Luis, who was audit staff on the engagement as well. So we'll go through, make sure the clicker is working here. Like the auditor said, this is available on the state auditor's website. And this is the introduction letter, cover letter. And then we start with the actual report itself. And report of independent accountants, special audit consulting procedures. And I do want to point out the word independent. We came to the county completely independent with a fresh set of eyes. No conflicts of interest. We don't know your politics. We don't know the history and the disputes and everything that has happened. So we come in, again, just with a fresh set of eyes. And then also, we report on things in a very independent fashion. So we try very hard just to provide truth and answers to government leaders and stakeholders, such as yourselves, and to the public. And in this way, it helps people make better decisions, for the future. And our hope is that the report really does provide some clarity from the complexity and provide a roadmap for the future. And I think that really is the value of special audits. While they can be very painful and it's not comfortable to be really opening up these issues and looking at internal issues, it can also be cathartic and very healthy for the parties to get together and come to some resolution for the future and hopefully make things better in the county for the future. So that is our goal, is really just to provide the truth of the matters and answers for you all. So on the table of contents, I can't scroll this, sorry, it's a little awkward, but the, let's see, IT might be able to fix this here. Okay, great. It might be a little hard to read, but so we have our report and then an executive summary. The engagement background and objectives will reference to the findings, which are in Exhibit 1. We have some definitions in there. And then the next two sections really do go into a lot of detail. We have detailed areas of risk and testing by scope of work. And so in the contract, what we were tasked with doing in the scope of work that was set by the county and the state auditor's office are listed there, A through L. And we go through in great detail what we looked at and the results of those testing areas. Then,
Sorry, Commissioner Kimball?
Could I just ask a question? Are those dates right? July 1, 2021 through April 15, 2025?
correct.
So the audit went through 2025?
Not completely through 25, but almost, yes. And in some cases, we included relevant information.
Oh, so doesn't it include anything from like last fall or?
No.
Okay, I thought it went up until now.
I think they just took the snapshot of through April, although the audit did go perform from 2025 into and
Okay,
completed
my
here in 26.
misunderstanding. Thank you.
That's okay, Commissioner. It's audits sometimes are, always looking into the past, which can be a little confusing. But as of April 15th, I think is when the scope of work might have been around that time frame. So then for procurement and everything, it might have, been in that period. So we did, however, look at things and speak to people, in the fall and winter that covered the time period, so to speak. We do have a list of things that we will be providing to the county manager's office and other officials as necessary on things to follow up that were outside of our scope, too. Good question. So office and department-based observations, we go through some of the more relevant office areas. And then there's a section on corrective actions to date. And this is where the county management was able to give, okay, this is what we've done since the time of the special audit to correct things. We have a conclusion and of course the required exit conference page listing who we met with in closed session as required for the exit conference. Then we have a variety of exhibits and they're much easier to read on the PDF than they are printed. But the exhibit 1 is schedule of findings and responses. This is something that's required by the state audit rule that as we're performing our procedures, that we report any violations of anything or good accounting practices that we come across. And those are in the form of condition, criteria, cause, effect, and recommendations, and then management responses. The findings will go into future external audits into the future, and so that the county continue to take corrective actions and work toward improvements in internal controls and compliance. We included the DAC and DAS org charts, information on employee turnover, time to hire, an example hiring timeline that we tested, and hiring and commissioning cadets, which really was kind of the genesis of this engagement, IPRA exceptions, a list of various complaint channels, the EEO complaint stats by department, office, and type, and then information on complaint settlements for county costs and insurance. Lastly, but not least, the employee survey statistics, which was an anonymous survey with graphs and charts and summary comments. So this starts our report itself on our consulting procedures, and we just point out the period and that we performed this engagement under the standards for consulting services, and of course, follow the Audit Act and the state audit rule. So we were engaged, last year, we provided a list of items for the county to start working on, requests, and I believe we began field work in August. And that field work did continue into the fall and winter, and then the scope was expanded for items that had been discovered, and then that continued into the spring. We do have a total of 42 findings, and they're reported in Exhibit 1. They will be added into the county's fiscal year 25 external audit report and then tested and tracked each subsequent year during the annual audit process. So whoever you choose as your external auditor will have to go through and, for accountability reasons, take a look at if the findings have been cleared or repeated. So from the commission's perspective, this is something to keep an eye on, and also the audit committee, internal audit, as checks and balances to ensure that adequate progress is being made on corrective actions for these findings as time goes on. For example, I think the fact that the county has not reassessed properties through the assessor's office since 2008 would remain a finding until such time that those properties are reassessed in compliance with state law. Overall observations, there seem to be kind of long-standing, I'm sure everybody knows, and it's a little awkward, talking about it out loud here, but just really long-standing disputes, I guess you could say, between county manager's office and the sheriff's office in particular, but not just the sheriff's office, other elected offices as well. And you all know your history much better than I, but from what we could gather, it seemed to be disputes that long surpassed the current administration, certainly, but even recent administrations and into the future. So sometimes when there are things in an organizational's cultural history, it's time to take a look at that, open it up, and make different decisions for the future. And that takes a long time. Changing organizational culture really does take a long time. It takes some grace and humility as well, and rebuilding trust and collaboration. There was confusion, I think, in some areas as to roles and responsibility and authority with the elected officials and the BOCC, but more than the BOCC, more the manager's office, which includes HR and legal and other areas of the county manager's office. There were a lot of allegations and perceptions, at least, of retaliation and favoritism. So there was variability in how complaints were handled, how disciplinary actions were allowed to proceed or maybe not proceed, and definitely concerns about improving communication throughout the county. There seemed to be some inconsistency in processes, for example, in hiring. If it was maybe a certain leader that wanted something done, then they got certain things done and were able to go around policies and requirements for that hiring, whereas others were not and held more accountable. So that did cause some difficulties and definitely perception of favoritism. So this just kind of goes over a little more about that and gives more details in employment practices in the workplace. Communication and coordination does not always occur in a healthy, functional way, I will say. So there are challenges and delays in responding to requests and inconsistent documentation of details. There were weaknesses in procurement processes and financial controls. We did test thousands of transactions over the time period and performed over 100 interviews of county employees. There were some non-compliance, which we will go over in the findings with procurement requirements and IPRA requirements, et cetera. The scope expansion I referred to earlier identified risks during our engagement in the fall and then had to expand on that in areas such as procurement grants, inventory, and conflicts of interest. So there is an opportunity, of course, here that the county will work on as far as organizational culture and accountability and collaboration between departments and offices. I do understand that that there has been a group of county managers as well who is taking a look at the different roles and possibly proposing legislation, I should say, as to some of these clarifications that are necessary. And so I would just encourage all the electeds to make sure that you have a voice in that. You are the closest to the people. The people put you here for a reason. You are accountable to the people. Your org chart should have the people at the top. That's just my personal opinion. And so it's, I think, very critical for the understanding to exist that the people, direct you all, and not just you all up here, but the electeds behind me. And it's, they're the boss, right? And then from there, you all delegate your executive power to the county manager and the assistant county managers and the deputy manager that you have now. And essentially, it's just, it's chain of command, but the elected officials are the ones that need to make sure that their duties and roles and powers are not removed because you are closest to the people and the people have that expectation. And it takes a lot of collaboration, and I see some of the struggles, just with those communications that you all have had. And I applaud you for asking for this special audit. So I remember watching the meeting where former chairman, you had requested the special audit, and I think that was very admirable to do so. I won't go into all of these pages of details. There's just too much. You'll see some of the acronyms that we use here throughout the report. We have some definitions of fraud, waste, and abuse, internal controls, etc. And then we jump into each section, like I showed you in the table of contents. Compliance with applicable laws and regulations is the first section. We, by the scope of work, had to look at the county manager's office, financial services department, HR, legal, DASO, the sheriff's office, for this particular section. And then each section of the scope of work has, areas of statute or compliance that we are supposed to look at, and we did. And that's where, after going through all of these steps, we come up with the findings in Exhibit 1. So we'll spend a little bit more time on the findings than here in the report. It is a lot of dense reading and information. You'll see throughout the report that we have the employee survey quotes. We did edit them in order to maintain anonymity. And so there will be little sections in the reports with the quotes. And overall, I would point you as well to the survey details, again summarized though in the last exhibit of the report for more details on what the quotes and what the employees were saying. In section B had us look at the county administration's compliance. We did see delays with the support between the administrative support functions, mainly HR, also some with legal, to the departments and the offices. And then, as I mentioned, some items related to the financial reporting and procurement requirements. Section C relates to DASO's compliance with codes, admin rules, and policies. Overall, we saw that DASO was largely in compliance with their requirements, but there were some concerns and some items identified in an inspection with their policies and procedures of CALIA, and so that is in a finding as well. We saw that it was a challenge for HR and the county manager's office and DASO working together to timely make things happen. Let's put it that way: hiring, discipline, firing. And I think everyone is aware that the genesis of this really related to the question of, can the sheriff commission cadets and decommission deputies as she or he sees fit? And I guess I'll just give the kind of bottom line conclusion that we have on that is that commissioning is a separate power that needs to be judiciously bestowed, and using the judgment of the elected official who has that constitutional power, and that is within the discretion of the sheriff to commission and decommission. With that being said, there are many different, I guess I refer to it as an analogy, like a chain of compliance. So there's all these links of compliance. It's very, very complex in government and getting even more complex every day. A lot of red tape in government. It continues to grow and expand and have more and more things that must be followed. So the chain of compliance includes considering when the county has a merit system, merit-based system. It doesn't appear in testing that there is a merit system in place from a practical sense, as in employees don't feel always that those who are earning, performing better are getting paid much better, or those who are not doing well getting paid much worse. So in that sense, there's something to check there. But in the merit-based system that the county does have on the books, that is where the county manager does have the trump card, so to speak, on hiring, firing, demotions. And so that has to be carefully considered in conjunction with any deputies. But the power of commissioning and decommissioning is separate than the actual deputy's employment itself. So the employment itself is a separate matter, and the county manager's office does retain the final say on that. And normally, when we talk to other counties and the Association of Sheriffs, et cetera, HR is in a very supportive role, and of course, advising on any risks and anything that may need to change. But the adversarial relationship normally isn't there, to where HR is providing guidance but not making the decisions. And so it really should be, especially from an operational standpoint, up to the elected officials how they want to run their offices, with the advice and support of the county manager's office. And any exceptions to that typically are rare. Now, they do occur, and the county manager has that authority definitely to have the final say on certain areas under a merit-based system. And so those are all things that were at the crux of this engagement, and very difficult, I think, to navigate as time went on. We talk about the organizational culture because that was in the scope of work. There were some complaints within DASO as well, as far as, morale and leadership, and concerns about tone that people were being spoken to, and then the county manager's office, and between DASO and the county manager's office, just the relationship not functioning well. And so we do recognize those dynamics. It does seem to go back in time to long before this current administration, I will say that. And so there's some history there, again, that may be leading into some of the conflict. In the employee survey, many employees did have that concern and noted the fact that, sheriff's office and manager's office not getting along. And again, just an opportunity and a roadmap to help the county hopefully move forward from that and not have to continue that pattern. Sometimes there's generational patterns of things and organizational cultures that just persist that aren't necessarily the healthiest thing. There were concerns in the employee survey that misconduct wasn't being reported. And of course, the concerns with retaliation. I think in the past, the county did have a very legalistic and very strong theme throughout the manager's office of legal and, the aspects of who's right, who's wrong. And, there were a lot of complaints, a lot of lawsuits, a lot of people feeling targeted. So that did come up a lot in the survey. And while it is important that rules are followed, of course, there's a sense from the employees that is removed when there's favoritism, but then applied for retaliation when it's not in their favor. So there's this kind of cultural divide. Some of it may be perception or stories, but others, in other sense, it could be valid as well. So something to look at. The county does have a lot of EEO complaints, and we do bring that up in the report as well. Some answers to the survey were, NA or none, or I didn't have that experience, things like that. So we point that out as well. But overwhelming, that was the minority of the 300 and some respondents. So there is a sense of not having organizational justice and fairness and also psychological safety to disclose things. There is a lot of focus on investigation, documentation, and legal and HR review, which could be leading into some of the perceptions by the employees that relationships inside of the organization are really adversarial rather than collaborative and supportive. We did take a look at timeliness and communication and responsiveness. And we did notice delays in the processing of personnel actions and complaints, for example. I do believe that HR has made progress in this area. I also believe that HR has been held accountable with several different consultants and internal audits over the years. And HR is also concerned on their end that if they miss something or they don't address a risk, that then they are going to be blamed or they're going to be in trouble. So then they become hypersensitive to wanting to avert all risk. And that may be, on the bell-shaped curve a little too far because it is causing delays in processing and responding to personnel actions. But it is good that they are conscientious in wanting to take a look and make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. That is a very important role as well. The county has created, as you'll see in the management responses, the talent and culture, which I'm sure you all have discussed here in the meetings, but that part of the department. And so again, another opportunity to make changes organizationally and with HR. But there were definitely some breakdowns in communications. I mean, you could see just as an example, at the top quote there, we ask for something to do our job and it takes months to get it. There were many, many comments such as that. Communication, people not reading correspondence. In Exhibit 5, we do go over the detail for the Sex Offender Registration Coordinator, or the SORC position, or SORNA position. And that is a very critical position for the community, but had not been filled for a very long period of time. In DASO operations, training, policies, and procedures, there are some findings in Exhibit 1 that we will cover on this. But again, DASO appears to operate effectively in a lot of different areas. They have been making improvements on inventory, policies, and compliance. A lot of history here that I won't go into, but that we thought was important to share, and information too on professional conduct and other allegations. Some worked well with the sheriff, some did not work well with the sheriff, so kind of mixed, and we go into some level of detail on that. And then as well, the detail as to the relationship between the county manager's office and the sheriff's office, because that was the center of this special audit. We talk about the cases, the legal cases here, and some recommendations. Look at HR. There was a sticking point in the with the cadets, right? So with the cadets and the psychological evaluations, and a resolution that the commission had passed giving HR instruction essentially to look at these. However, HR was coming to some different conclusions as far as hiring certain cadets that were already in the academy than the psychologist had come to and that the sheriff had come to. And so we have an exhibit on that, just showing examples, excuse me, examples of that. And I know that that is an area the county will work on to clarify that resolution and policy. But the bottom line is really that if you're not a psychologist, it's probably not a good idea to second guess if a cadet is qualified. And again, HR's intentions, I think, were to just ensure that if a candidate was a risk to the county, that they alert people about that. And those details are in Exhibit 6. We did take a look at the lawsuits and culture of respect and fairness and the EEO investigations and discipline. We looked at joint powers agreements, BOCC directives and regulations, and have findings related to that. This section of the scope of work is relating to the 2 letters that the state auditor's office received. So after the commission here asked for the audit, then the sheriff submitted a letter to state auditor requesting that certain things be looked at. And then county manager's office as well submitted a letter. And I thought that it was very good. State auditor included concerns from both sides, really. And that's our job, is just to be independent and, kind of take a look at what are these concerns, and all right, let's take a look and find out. So these bullet points in this section summarize what we found regarding those concerns. The letters from the 2 entities wholly reflect the organizational culture of who is right and who is wrong. This kind of unhealthy pattern of going back and forth and grudges and feuds between the 2 offices. And we did identify irregularities as reported in the findings. 1 lawsuit filed against DASO in the county. DASO is not the only department with litigation and is not the department with the greatest number of complaints. That is the detention center. The detention center, of course, also has the most employees. So there are compliance violations in DASO, CMO, and offices and departments. Communications were not always timely. Best practices were not followed regarding medical and psychological evaluations and protection of PII. The assessor's office is not in compliance with the requirement to reappraise properties, and the county has used the 1% fund for operational expenditures without linking it to the reappraisal program. The assessor's funds will need to be budgeted and utilized properly. So on that note, I heard the commission talking about that earlier, and I think that the last time we met, this kind of step that it was on was the assessor was gonna meet with some commissioners. Did you guys have the opportunity to do that? I know in particular Commissioner Sanchez and Hernandez were going to meet with her. I was hoping that happened.
No, I think we had discussed, even when we had a work session on earlier this month to go over the budget, that was the hope that we would have those opportunities, or even as all 5 of us. But we've never had a meeting with the assessor since our last discussion.
Okay. I know she had wanted to meet with you all individually or at least without a quorum. And I don't think that's quite happened yet, but probably would be productive as peers, as elected officials, and maybe sometimes just a face-to-face conversation individually, right? Really can go a long way and come to that common ground understanding. And so I know it's not always possible, but I think, something that she was asking for. So anyway, just kind of made me think of that with this bullet point here. Employees and other audits report procedures confirmed some HR interference and delays into operations while they try to mitigate risk and being blamed. And certain EEO investigations and complaints have not been completed timely in accordance with policies or fully tracked. Independent counsel was not always provided to the sheriff when there were adverse interests. Certain letters written by HR did have errors, and certain medical reports provided to HR by DASO were compiled incorrectly, like out of order, and access to the county's ERP system, job descriptions, and salaries were not provided to office and department heads as always, or always provided. It was reported to us, but we were unable to independently confirm that HR and legal provided legal advice to employees to file actions against DASO and BOCC. Although not part of our testing, ARPA funds were reported to us to be used appropriately, and there were no external audit findings related to COVID funds, and they were tested normally pretty heavily in the external audits. Procurement processes and cash disbursements were tested with findings reported. Anonymous feedback from employees confirmed their cultural problems, and as we've already discussed. The next section here is just any additional matters identified during the audit. Then the scope may be changed, of course, which it was amended in December, I believe. So we added use of the some restricted funds and grants and operational practices within fire department, DASO and finance, inventory, training, and also, if I remember correctly, purchases of fire apparatus. So then I'm not going to go through all of these office and department-based observations, but they are here, and there is a lot of information. And so I'll skip down. Corrective actions to date, there's a list here of what the county has corrected and made progress on, including, changeover of staffing, manager, hired external consultants, requested training of OMA and IPRA, things like that, new policies. Okay, this Exhibit 1 is related to all of the findings that we are required to report. And there are many of them, so I'll try to make them as brief as possible. There are 42. So I'll mainly go over the conditions, but just so everyone is aware, each finding has the condition criteria, the cause of the finding, the effect of the finding, our recommendation, and then a section for management's response. Management's responses are in 3 sections: the corrective action, in other words, what's going to be fixed for the future or done in the future, and then due dates of completion, and that's their goal date of having the corrective action complete, and then responsible party or parties, and that would be the title of the position of person who's responsible for that finding. And in some cases, you will see that many different departments or offices have to work together, including the BOCC, to clear a finding. This first finding relates to the survey and the organizational conditions. We point out some statistics here, but there were essentially ongoing concerns that nothing would change, and really fear of retaliation and mentions of favoritism. We show the COSO principles, which the county should be applying, and we recommend that the county apply the Green Book and the COSO principles and control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication and monitoring. And really this is the backbone skeletal structure of how to fix items within an organization to ensure compliance and improvements for the future. So we referenced that in the first finding. Timeliness of hiring and other employment decisions. After COVID, when everyone needed to return to work, there was significant turnover, not just here at the county, but everywhere throughout the country and throughout New Mexico. So the trend really did put a lot of pressure on HR as far as timing and coming up with, I don't know, say there's 50 positions to recruit for at any given time. The workload was very significant. So there were delays and high vacancy levels that HR has been dealing with. I think that the implementation of Workday as well did impact them significantly. We did note that the county has a policy prohibiting unauthorized recording of workplace conversations without the express written authorization from the county manager, but there were such recordings, so I had to report a finding for the policy violation. It'll be up to the county after some probably thorough discussions on what to do with that policy to keep it or change it or eliminate it. This finding is relating to the non-attendance of the sheriff at certain BOCC meetings. And this is something that the sheriff reported was not given to her in any training, but that many of the electeds watch the live stream from their respective offices. But she committed for the future to attend the meetings in person here. So since that was non-compliance, we added that finding. Gaps in law enforcement training, compliance, and training program oversight for DASO. There were quite a few exceptions in the training files. And I will say, just like I said with procurement, anytime an auditor comes and does the deep dive into a specific area, you will find things that just aren't in the file or documentation that was missed, and that's very common. But these have been remedied, and at this time, and the files have been completed. So it's something that just to keep an eye out on the future, to have an extra, maybe a checklist or somebody auditing the training files to strengthen those controls and ensuring, of course, that the training is completed. You can see quite a few significant areas of training that are necessary for people to have, so important one there. And then there were discrepancies in compliance with CALEA policy requirements and accreditation oversight. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. There was a site visit on that, and overall, the office is in pretty good compliance, but there were some items noted that we added here to the finding. We did have our law enforcement expert in the field, doing many interviews and testing compliance with these areas. And this is the result. There were inventory findings throughout the county. We didn't look at every single department, but we understand it is a county-wide issue. So I think there's 3 or 4 different departments or offices in the findings that have inventory exceptions. This one is related to DASO in particular. This next finding, failure to submit required annual electronic communications privacy act reports, is an easy fix, but something that we did note in the testing. Also, the Fair Credit Reporting Act requirements. That one, DASO and HR will work together on to correct for the future. And this finding, there were some donations in IT. I'm not sure if you can fix the page the way it's breaking, but IT, can you fix the way the page is breaking?
Billy, can you show the full page down below? There we go.
Thank you.
Sure.
It
Thank you,
got
Billy.
off somewhere along the way. Okay. So this relates to donations received and dispersed outside of the county treasurer's office and financial controls, which led to it not going through the DFA reporting requirements. And also a potential anti-donation clause violation. I mean, so many times, governments are accepting donations and just wanting to do good things and help people. And so this was really to provide temporary assistance such as hotel accommodations and basic necessities to the victims of violent crimes. And so this fund was deposited in a separate credit union account, but the requirements are that everything, flow through the Treasury, DFA, and finance, of course. And so we always just encourage governments that want to do these things, of course, continue to get volunteers to donate and provide these things, but do it through a nonprofit or other agencies, such as I think for this one was CVRC, or other ways that can legally be done, because you can't benefit an individual because in the anti-donation clause of our state constitution, taxpayer funds cannot be used to benefit an individual or individual company. And so it's best just to go through the nonprofits for that. But also there was the issue of the financial reporting as well that led to this finding. This is a compliance finding, and it's a requirement of the Audit Act and the State Audit Rule that any government who comes across apparent violation of criminal statute in connection with financial affairs, which would be things like fraud, waste, abuse, or other crime, report immediately to the state auditor's office. And we did identify that there was a situation that legal counsel had been notified of in 2022 in an apparent misappropriation involving inmate trust fund accounts at the detention center, but the county didn't immediately notify state auditor's office, so we have that finding. And then that was remedied during the course of the special audit. And the county continues to work on following up on that to determine if there has been any loss of funds. Finding 12 is non-compliance with IPRA, which I believe was specified in our scope of work. We did test quite a few documents, and there is an exhibit of the IPRA exceptions in the in the back of the report. We did see untimely responses where there were 10 instances where a response didn't meet the statutory, timeline. Some were incomplete, some were inaccurate or misleading, and then some we didn't have the fulfillment documentation. So in other words, maybe they were fulfilled for IPRA, but we didn't have the documentation, the audit trail to prove that because the link had expired or the information was put on a CD and then not actually available as an audit trail to prove that, what was provided so that we could take a look at that. This finding relates to decentralized complaint investigation structure in absence of an inspector general oversight. I would say if there was one takeaway for the commission to consider from this report, I would really consider this finding as, it could solve several of the other findings. And so while they're not very common in counties and more for cities, I think it would provide that independence and accountability and tracking that you all do need as looking from all the other findings, and something that the investigation structure could be changed to that would really, really help the county and in an independent manner, which is so critical. This position would be able to, I guess, organize, for lack of a better term, all the other complaint channels that are in an exhibit as well. The county does have a lot of different avenues, but there still is needed to have an independent office and inspector general to address these things and to ensure that procedures are independently and centralized and handled, identifying any systemic issues. It would report to the commission. So we do recommend adopting an ordinance. We were tasked with looking at the county manager directives, and I believe there were about 12 provided to us. It may not have been all of them, but we did see one, and that was for a time period, county employees appointed by the BOCC to serve on other boards and committees were to provide reports of their meetings and activities in writing, but that was not always done. We do think that that is a good idea because if you have representatives out there by the BOCC, it's good for the BOCC and others, the public, for example, to have the information on how those meetings went, et cetera. There were challenges with Workday Enterprise System and the implementation of that change. Of course, any time you're going to change software is a big risk and somewhat of disruption. And I know that the county manager's office and IT did do training and tried to roll this out in the most user-friendly way that they could. But with that being said, we did still see challenges in finance and HR with, with the information not being in there or people not having access or people not fully understanding how to use it. And so we have recommended to the county manager's office to continue and maybe step up training on that and fixing some of the modules in different areas within Workday. In the employee survey, it did pop up as a source of frustration as well. This finding, number 16, relates to the Governmental Conduct Act and controls and compliance over the Governmental Conduct Act, which the county is responsible to have. So it's yet one more chain link in that chain of compliance that is required. The Governmental Conduct Act isn't just about conflicts of interest. And HR here at Doña County does collect forms and binders, or through I think there's a way to electronically submit that they will be doing as well. But it's not just that piece of the puzzle of having an employee sign something, it's also connecting the dots to procurement in other areas so that department heads and office heads and procurement can determine, okay, let's make sure that we're not violating any conflicts of interest here with this specific purchase. The Governmental Conduct Act isn't only about those types of conflicts of interest. It also covers acceptance of gifts or honoraria, sales to subordinates, outside employments with vendors or contractors, which that did come up in fire, and other ethical requirements. Also, just the prohibition against using one's public position for personal gain. And I already mentioned the gifts or speaking fees, honoraria, and political activities. That's the other really big area, and making sure that nothing is violated with political activities with your employees and putting them on in any type of pressure. So Governmental Conduct Act is a big area that needs, the employees should be trained annually on that. And especially when they come in as a new employee as well. Finding 17 was an untimely investigation of fraud allegation and other complaints. And so we did note the one investigation that was not timely related to the detention center. And that is being followed up on. There was difficulty in obtaining the lists of the cases between HR, legal, and other sources. But at the end of the day, it looked like there was 4 that were lacking a final report and 1 that had been removed and reassigned. In one case for which the investigation had not been provided for our procedures and remained in open status. But I think there had been some progress on it, just perhaps not documented. So this finding relates to inadequate systems to document and monitor workplace misconduct complaints. This is a very big part of the engagement, was looking at complaint files, and there were internal affairs, investigative records. Some that were brought to us were outside of our scope. But HR had reported 43 complaint files, EOs, while other records identified 88. And then other records, there were 136. And then 8 complaint files were located outside of the formal tracking systems within the county, the former county attorney's office. 16 files contained only the initial complaint with no evidence of investigative activity or determination, and 1 had no documentation. And there's no centralized monitoring or trend analysis of complaint activity. So now we'll go into more of the findings on the finance department side. This one relates to GASB technical analysis and financial reporting. So the finance department had experienced some turnover, but it is also somewhat common that governments in New Mexico do not have staffing with the proper skills, knowledge, and experience to implement and understand and oversee the GASB's, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board standards requirements across multiple areas of financial reporting. So we did note deficiencies in this area. So like I said, the county is not entirely unique in this, but there were significant areas for improvement. We saw that the CPA firm was not provided the most recent joint powers agreements when they were taking a look at implementation of GASB 14 and 61, which relates to the financial statements and any component units that need to be within those financial statements every year. Then the county omitted certain related organizations from the evaluation, and the completeness of the analysis was not verified against the financial statements. Required disclosures were not included in the financial statements as well. There's pretty significant agreements and items missing from the GASB 14 and 61 checklist and financial statements. We also saw the same pattern repeated with GASB statements 77 and 91, 87 and 96. And at some points, which is completely fine, the county contracted for those services, in particular 87 and 96 on leases and subitas, which was implemented a few years ago. But at the same time, the county does need to have those in-house that are overseeing the services have that knowledge to be able to oversee them. The CRUA joint venture and Memorial Medical Center restricted funds were not properly accounted for. And there's details here in this fund that describe that. Finding 21 goes over weaknesses in procurement documentation approvals and contract reviews. And I'll start with the contract and legal review documentation. I don't think that there was any policy that specified that they had to be, but we're recommending that legal, that a policy be implemented and that legal take a look at more of those contracts to determine legal sufficiency. Again, nowadays with government, everything is becoming so technical and so many requirements that it's really easy for the county to miss something. Approval and signatures were missing on some of the documents, and then 3 documents were not maintained through the contract renewals. Conflict of interest and authorization controls over the ERAP program, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. ERAP payments were issued to 2 county employees. One was a landlord who was also associated in assisting with the administration of the ERAP program, so it was a conflict of interest, which should have been disclosed, and the person not participating in any influence with that. We did see that several payment authorization documents within the case file were incomplete. And again, we just didn't see that connecting the dots on the conflict of interest review or independent supervisory approval addressing the conflict with the ERAP program. There's an opportunity to strengthen controls over disbursements and bank account changes. And so we saw that with disbursements and procedures for changes to employee and vendor banking information. There's opportunity to strengthen controls over authorization, use of signatures, and verification of banking changes. You all know there's so many fraudsters and situations that are happening recently, Valencia County, where they were able to impact a significant amount of funds. I don't know, auditor, how much was that? It was probably $1 million or $2 million, wasn't it? Just recently with Valencia County. So it's a very high area of risk. I would say that the bottom line, and these are two different recommendations here. So, first of all, on any changes to banking information, we highly recommend that you have your vendor or your employees do that in person. And everybody says, oh my goodness, that's too much. But whenever possible, that's the first and foremost, your first line of defense. Then, they could do it through Workday possibly, but we've also seen fraudsters get into Banner, for example, there's other campus and student softwares. They can get into, I'm sure they could hack into Workday. I'm sure it's happened at some point. So if they change contact information or bank account information in there, there should be an audit log or something that's monitored. And just making sure that you have really good controls over those areas of changing bank account information and contact information. And nowadays, there's definitely voice changing software where you can't even, recognize that the person is foreign. So even the phone sometimes is not always a good way. And then the other area of this finding on the condition is controls over electronic signatures. And this is just to ensure that there are no auto pen processes. So if somebody is from the commission allowing their signature to be used on checks, just review a listing of those with the details and say, okay to put my signature before your signature is used, because otherwise there really is no internal control of your signature being used, and it is a legal document, it's a legal tender. And so not just with checks, but anytime someone is allowing their signature to be used, it needs to be informed consent. Finding 24, noncompliance with GASB disclosure requirements for conduit debt, obligations and tax abatement agreements, and other financial reporting issues. This came from our scope of work that we had to look at the resolutions and ordinances. The county didn't have a complete area to go and say, okay, here are all of the resolutions that are in effect now. Here are all of the ordinances that are in effect now. So the scope of our engagement was really kind of limited to what was passed during the time period. So we were able to go into what was online and what was provided to us for what was passed during that time period. But essentially, we saw a lot of these things that the commission did pass, the tax abatements and the conduit debt. And those are all good things, LEDA incentives and things like that. But at the same time, they have to be flowed through the finance department. And there seemed to be a disconnect between finance and whatever the commission is doing. And then it not making into the annual financial statements. So we have details here of everything that was missing or potentially missing from the audits and the audited financial statements. Some of the agreements required specific project revenue funds. And I know with Workday, it has limited ability to have a self-balancing set of accounts under a grouped fund. So we're recommending to identify those agreements that require separate funds and take a look at creating special revenue funds as needed to meet those requirements and to track those projects. Finding 26, non-compliance with the MMAC 2.2.2.10 and the state audit rule for other supplementary information in the audit. And these were special appropriations that we saw in ordinances, but were not in the audited financial statements as required. And then another requirement from the same area for joint powers agreement. The JPAs related to the SCSWA was not included in the required schedule. And additionally, the JPA relates to solid waste operations that involve post-closure landfill remediation obligations and in accordance with GASB's. Now, it is a separate legal entity, but disclosure of the county's participation in that JPA should have been considered in the footnotes in the schedules because of the potential long-term obligations related to landfill post-closure remediation and any estimate that the county might owe, which is probably estimated to be zero, but could still be disclosed. This finding relates to the assessor's office and the topic that we were on before. And again, the finding should repeat until the county does reassess the properties, since that has not been done since 2008. But the county was using the 1% fund without an exact correlation between that 1% fund and the activities for reappraisal. And so I just encourage you all to meet with this assessor individually, come to that common ground understanding. I encourage the assessor to submit the plan, and I know it sounds like there's an RFI, but it also sounds like there's still some kind of disconnect in communication and collaboration going on in order for this to move forward. But that is the statutory requirement that the county's properties be reassessed. And that the assessor has the plan and that the 1% funds are used for reappraisal activities program or plan. And this is another finding related to inventory management for fire rescue operations. Like I said, there were several departments that had inventory exceptions. We did see procurement compliance and contract oversight deficiencies in fire apparatus acquisitions as part of the expanded scope. I think the expanded scope resulted in 4 or 5 findings, additional findings. 2 of the 6 procurements did not contain documentation demonstrating legal review and approval of contracts prior to the execution. And there's just a number of things here. There were many change orders and very expensive change orders that we noted. There were 103 purchase orders. So just a lot of details here in room for improvement in fire procurements. Inventory again and chain of custody controls for EMS medications with fire. The department wasn't able to provide logs documenting the monitoring of medication and drug box exchanges or replenishment of medications. So we were not able to look at those since they were not available. Finding 32 is strengthening monitoring and completeness of official records for the county's local laws, policies, and agreements. And then down below, you can see where there's a list of essentially resolutions that we saw that either had errors or the record was incomplete. So for example, Resolution 2025-24-25, the list of assets being disposed of and submitted to OSA was referenced but not attached as part of the official resolution record. And while the clerk's job is to pretty much file what is provided to them, they also do, the county clerk sits up here as essentially part of the board, ex officio part of the board, and is the secretary to the board. And so we're recommending that everyone just kind of work together with administration, commissioners, the attorney, manager, the clerk, to just ensure that the public records are complete. Sometimes, like, something would be referred to as Exhibit A, and then it wouldn't be there. So it's very hard for the public or anyone else that's trying to go back in time to determine the official record. Finding 33, inventory related to detention center. Finding 34 is relating to transmission of sensitive information via email. And so we did a sample of approximately 200,000 emails and identified over 250 instances in which Social Security numbers were transmitted, and one that had a credit card that was provided through email communication. And IT has already addressed this matter. Lack of clear policy guidance and documentation standard for public safety candidate evaluation. This relates to the psychological evaluations part of the report that we covered a little bit earlier. So I won't go into detail on that, but the bottom line is there needs to be clarity on who's in charge of looking at what and who can make those decisions. And just keeping in mind that the elected officials, their operations cannot be impeded. And so it's important for HR to be in a support role. 2026-036S, finding need for clear authorization procedures for litigation and conflict counsel protocols. So we did see that there were times when it would have been beneficial for sheriff or others to have had counsel, and sometimes the interests seem to be adverse. And so I think this is something that county attorney will take a look at as far as a policy on, or clarifying or adding to the policy, is when independent or conflict counsel should be provided, and ensuring that those conversations and guidance is given to the individuals who may need them. We did see also a writ of mandamus filed in February of 25 by the county manager through the county attorney's office in litigation adverse to the sheriff. And for this is where I would tell the BOCC that you all need to be taking a look at litigation before it's filed, because this is, you are to be sued, or you are by your powers and duties to sue or be sued, right? And so this is a role that, again, you delegate executive authority to your administrative officer, your county manager. And so this is something, especially given the nature of it, and being another elected, that would come before you first. And the judge in that matter did not make a determination, but the situation had remedied itself. The sheriff did commission, and I think also in that instance, there were certain cadets that were being recommended to not be hired. But then also, they were asking the sheriff to commission those cadets. So there was definitely a process and power struggle issue happening there. HR policies and procedures, they have been updated since the scope of work. But we did receive a lot of feedback in our interviews from people saying there were inconsistencies or gaps in policy implementation or just old policies. Or sometimes they would say that, you know, certain people could get exceptions and then other people couldn't get exceptions. I mentioned the merit system earlier and the sheriff's authority to appoint, commission, and decommission. And that's what this finding relates to. Different interpretations, I think, over the years have led to some difficulties and just the power struggle between the two offices over many, many years. We did identify violation of Open Meetings Act and determination regarding an evidentiary hearing made outside a public meeting. So in relation to a previous code of conduct complaint process, it was noted that the BOCC members were contacted individually regarding whether a hearing should proceed. Based on those communications, it was determined that the hearing would not be necessary and it was vacated. But in that case, that could have been a violation of the Open Meetings Act and rolling quorum or polling of the board, which cannot happen. So probably the proper way to handle that would have been to go ahead and start the hearing and then close it as necessary with a vote. County did need a records retention policy, which I believe is in place or maybe already passed. Finding 41, we're in the home stretch. Strengthening internal audit governance and charter provisions. And this is for internal audit. We do recommend that and I know it's never been an issue as far as, you know, county management pressuring the internal auditor or anything like that, but structure-wise and with the Institute of Internal Auditors standards, it's good for the internal auditor to report directly to the BOCC through the Internal Audit Committee, rather than to the county manager. And this is just one of those independence things where you never want them to have pressure that they're gonna feel like they could be let go or given a bad evaluation or just simply controlled too much, right? So there needs to be checks and balances on the administration by the BOCC. And another one on the internal audit process. And we did note internal audit in their reports. Sometimes, you know, they'd have great findings and recommendations, and then the management responses would not always get to the root causes of the variances, for example. And so I think a little bit more attention and diligence could be happening by the departments on their internal audits. And also, they were not timely in responding to internal audit. And we did not see accountability mechanisms. So let's say the internal audit discovered something was wrong, then there was no performance evaluation connection or anything as far as accountability to determine, okay, has this been corrected? Has this timely been followed up on? And with their, in connecting that to their performance as well. Okay, audits are not very exciting. Sorry, everyone. It's, I hear yawning happening. I should be more animated. So this is just the org chart, and then DAX org chart. This is employee turnover. This exhibit was provided by HR and just relates to recruiting and hiring activities. And we did not edit it other than just to hide some less relevant columns. But we thought it was important information due to the scope of work. Okay. This exhibit here is the SORNA or SORC position. And as you take a look at this, we're not going to go through it in detail, but as you take a look at this, you can just see the difficulties of the back and forth, you know, between the county manager's office and DASO. And that was one of the things that was important in the scope of work, was to look at, you know, response times and why, you know, why things are so difficult. And this just gives one really good example of it. And overall, we did see that HR has made improvements in this area, and that it's not only on HR's side, it's also on the department side or the office's side, where if they are not answering promptly, then HR is waiting on things. But in this case, I think there were a couple of instances here where they were asked to just, HR was asked to not reach out to the department again for a while. So procedural things going back and forth just caused so many delays, and this position ended up not getting filled. And then also, I believe, what was it, 30 cents an hour or something? It seemed like there was not enough judgment call by the department head to be able to fill the position with a little bit of flexibility in the pay for an employee that was already here. So the position remained vacant for 645 days at least. This exhibit is hiring and commissioning of cadets, and again, the examples between the psychological evaluations and the HR memo. This relates to exceptions that we found in IPRA in our testing. This exhibit shows the various complaint channels. And again, if I had one takeaway to leave you with, would be have an OIG. EEO complaints and stats by department, office, and type. Again, detention center having the most cases. And then you can see that discrimination is high and related to sex is high. Those are the two highest areas of the EEO complaints. And going back. This is complaints per average employee by department in rank order. So you can see HR is at the top, commission second, finance, assessor, manager, goes all the way down, and then the sheriff's office as per average number of employees. Sheriff's office is about, turned out about 12%. So it's definitely not the largest area of concern in the county, by number of employees anyway. And we did take a look at complaints by the county, or settlements by the county outside of insurance, and it appeared to be just this 57,000. Mostly for an early contract termination. And then these are the insurance costs of settlements by the county's insurer. About 7.8 million, and we could not separate this by department or office, unfortunately, but we could separate it by topic. And then last but not least, we have the employee anonymous survey. Thank you for all of you who did participate. And you'll see the topics and the questions on the left, and then the topics going across. And the areas of concern really boiled down to favoritism, leadership issues, communication. And we did summarize them here in a lot of different areas to give you an idea and the total number of comments. So in the last part of the questions listed on the left there, and then going over, you can see some of the significant areas of concern in this area were accountability, so lack of accountability for employees, lack of communication. We had graphs included that give a lot more detail on each question. And there were 33 questions. And there were quite a few open-ended questions, such as these up here, where we just kind of summarize the responses. So with that, I think the auditor and I would like to open it up for any comments, questions, either from the commission, administration, other electeds, or the public.
All right, commissioners? Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Chair. Well, Mr. State Auditor, first of all, thank you to Joseph Maestas, our State Auditor, and to the Jaramillo Accounting Group. This was a difficult task for all of us, and I understand it. And now we're starting from a great baseline to move forward, and along with your recommendations, Mr. Maestas, quite frankly, and I've used this word probably twice in the last 5 years, I'm relieved. I'm so relieved that we're getting such great constructive criticism so that we can move forward. And I'd also like to thank our staff and our employees, because your input was so valuable and is going to continue being valuable to the VOCC, because it's really opened our eyes to a lot of issues that maybe we weren't aware of. So thank you for bringing this forward. It's a little bit hard to swallow in some areas, but that's why we're here. We chose to represent our constituents. And it's a good thing, at least from my point of view. Thank you very much, Mr. Maestas. I truly appreciate your effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Kimball or Commissioner Salazar-Hernandez. Ms. Jaramillo, thank you so much to you and your team. I think Commissioner Chaparro said quite well, but appreciate the effort and the time it took to really get in and put this all together. State Auditor Maestas, thank you so much for being willing and working with both ourselves, the Sheriff's Office, but as a county as a whole to move forward with this. I think as Commissioner Chaparro said, it's, you know, when you have at least a deep dive into this. There were many things that we recognized needed to be addressed already in process, but I think this just helps identify those. I know some of the responses already in the audit findings are representative of that. And so I know it's kind of incumbent on our, the elected officials, the commission, as well as county management to put together or continue to have those updates and execute the plan for improving that. And so I'm thankful to have have these opportunities for improvement, because I don't think we've ever done as Doña County this level of a deep dive into our processes and where we need to strengthen them. And so I truly am appreciative of that. And again, I think as Commissioner Chabot noted, to our staff, being willing and I think trying to get as much of the information as we could to Ms. Jaramillo and your team to be able to effectively identify where those weaknesses were. So thank you so much. I don't want to open it up to the other elected officials or the public. Elected officials first, if you all want to comment before we open up for public input. Sheriff Stewart, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Board. I would like to express publicly, I think I've done it a few times, my undying gratefulness, is that a word, to Mr. Maestas and to Andrea Jaramillo and her team. Thank you so much. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you for answering my phone. I so appreciate it. I want to take you back briefly. I have an experience with your county that goes back to 2008. Mr. Milton Duran, who was your internal auditor at the time, he is my financial consultant for my department. He was with us. Deborah Weir was here. Other than that, none of you were here. Let me take you to 2008. Many things, what were found in this audit, existed in 2008. They existed in 2009. They existed in 2010. When I was terminated for whistleblowing and calling attention to some of these very things, including theft from the Inmate Welfare Fund, totaling about $100,000, see, it happened before. There were many people in your county who had great hope that when I received a jury verdict of $1.9 million, that the culture here would change. They dreamed of it. It's true, I got some funds. That's true, so did my attorneys. So did the state. But here's the thing, your culture never changed. That's the hardest thing. And that's the thing that required the most attention at that time. My lawsuit wasn't to make me wealthy. My lawsuit was to make change. This is rare that you get another chance to make change, to make substantial change in a culture that has been perpetrated for years before me, long before me. My predecessors chose to be ceremonial sheriffs. I chose to be a working sheriff. Why? Because I have, frankly, and brought to the job more experience than they had ever seen. So when the constituents elected me, they elected me to work. And I think I've done that pretty well. But here's the thing. When you work at the job, you're not always going to please everyone, and you're not going to be the most popular person. So last year, when it came up among you all that somehow my department was corrupt, it's impossible to say that when we're interoperative. As Ms. Jaramillo has expressed more than once, we're interoperative. You can't slice us out. You can't slice detention out. We must go at these problems together, or they will never be solved. In 2018, when I was looking at this job, and I was subsequently elected in 2019, I came to one of you who was here at the time and said, you know what we need to do? We need to develop a charter, much like Bernalillo County has, because you will note in Bernalillo County, they do not have these issues. Why? Because the charter they developed in the 80s addresses roles very specifically and very accurately. So you don't have mixed issues. You don't have people acting over their skis, essentially. You don't have it. And that person told me it was too much work. I wish we had done that work for 8 years. I think we wouldn't necessarily be here today. Thank you all. Thank you again, Mr. Maestas.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Gina Eugenia Montoya-Ortega, Assessor, Doña County. As the assessor, I acknowledge and appreciate the audit finding. My thanks to JAG. My thanks to Mr. Maestas, State Auditor. I have been asking of this since I started my first week. And I'd like to read my response that I had to the audit finding. The assessor acknowledges and appreciates the audit finding regarding the use of the 1% valuation fund for salaries and operational expenses. These expenditures were approved by the Doña County Board of County Commission long before my time in office. Over the past 10 years, the valuation fund revenue was approximately $14 million. And due to the approved expenditure from the Doña County Board of County Commission, it's been depleted, which reflects the longstanding approved budget structure. The assessor's office has had to operate within approved budgets. And this current assessor, Eugenia Gina Montoya-Ortega, has consistently requested for the past 3 years corrective action requiring immediate structural correction to ensure compliance with New Mexico state statute. The assistant county manager stated that integrating long-term goals into the budgeting process would provide the Doña County Board of Commission and the public with a transparent view of how funding supports both immediate operations and long-term stability of the county tax base. The assessor's office has consistently provided this level of transparency. The assessor has presented the annual report each year to the Doña County Board of County Commission and the public, provided transparent valuation data and compliance with statutory requirements, communicated operational conditions, including funding limitations. The assessor has communicated to the Doña County Board of County Commissions that the reappraisal efforts are currently at zero capacity due to funding constraints. The Doña County Board of County Commission has expressed the expectation that a door-to-door reappraisal can be conducted in-house by the assessor's office. It is important to clarify that the assessor has a statutory obligation to maintain current and correct property values on an annual basis. The existing staff and resources of the assessor's office are fully allocated to meet the required yearly evaluation duties. The current staffing structure supports annual property valuation updates, processing of permits, sales, and ownership changes, protests, management, and statutory deadlines, ongoing compliance with state valuation requirements. The assessor's office does not have the staffing or resources necessary to conduct a countywide door-to-door reappraisal in-house, in addition to its additional annual duties. Attempting to do so without additional resources would compromise the ability to meet statutory annual valuation requirements, increase the risk of noncompliance, create delays in core operation functions, reduce overall valuation accuracy and equity. The current staff is structured to maintain the annual valuation cycle, not to absorb a full reappraisal effort without additional funding or external support. Reappraisal expectations have continued. The funding structure required to support the reappraisal has not been addressed. Transparency has been consistently provided. However, transparency does not resolve structural funding deficiencies without corresponding budget action. This reference made by the Assistant County Manager trying corrective action to the end of the assessor's first 4-year term is not relevant to the statutory budget authority or compliance requirements. Assistant County Manager informed the auditor that corrections would be made on December 31st, 2026, rather than directing that the corrections begin immediately, no later than June 30th, 2026. Delaying corrective action until the end of the calendar year only continues the problem and increases the risk of further misuse of funds. If the county has identified that the valuation fund expenditures have been handled improperly, then corrective action should occur now, not months later. This issue is not only the past use of the 1% valuation fund, but also the county's continued delay in addressing it once it was brought forward. The assessor's office has already raised concerns about the lack of funding and the need to properly move expenses into the general fund. Waiting until December 31st to make correction ignores the urgency of the issue and allows the same improper practice to continue. This delay places the burden on the assessor's office for a problem that is beyond its authority to fix on its own. Budgeting transfers and funding corrections require action and approval from county leadership and the Doña County Board of County Commissioners. For that reason, responsibility for the delay in correcting this issue does not rest solely on the assessor, particularly where the Doña County Board of County Commission Administration has acknowledged the problem but postponed corrective action. Budget corrections must occur through the biannual budget approval process, which is the legally established mechanism for allocating and adjusting county funding. The appropriate time to correct this issue was during the biennial process, and those requests were made for year 2027-2028 budget. The suggestion that long-term corrective actions be incorporated incrementally through the annual budget process is not aligned with the county's current transition to the biannual budget framework. Implementing partial or delayed corrections under this approach would conflict with the structure of the biannual budget, delay full compliance with audit requirements, extend the existing funding misalignment for an additional 2-year cycle or longer. In a biennial budgeting environment, failure to correct structural issues at the time of adoption effectively locks these issues in place for the duration of the budget period. My suggestion for a corrective action plan: immediate discontinuation of the improper 1% valuation fund use. Cease the use of the valuation fund for salaries and operational expenses. Reallocation and correction of the 1% value fund. The assessor recommends that all of the valuation fund expenditures that were applied to the salaries and operational costs be corrected and be reallocated back to the 1% valuation fund consistent with statutory intent and proper budget structure. As the Doña County Board of County Commission is directing the assessor's office to proceed with the reappraisal in both reasonable and necessary, that the funding to perform this function be restored. The county exceeds the required reserves, so put my 1% back. Budget realignment, biannual budget. transition all assessors' operational costs to the general fund, salaries and benefits, operating expenses, systems and support. The timeline, FY 2027-2028 biannual budget adoption. Restrict valuation fund and use. Limit valuation fund uses for reappraisal projects, temporary project staffing, data collection, and field work. Contracted appraisal services. Timeline within 60 days. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Assessor, are you talking about the budget or are you talking about the audit?
Part of the audit would require that the budget, that my 1% be used as for what it was originally set for.
Okay, I just need to address several things in that, and I apologize, but you made comments that budgets cannot be amended, or at least you're making that statement. And the budgets can be amended. That's the nature of the budget process. So I'm a little concerned that you made the comment that by approving a biannual budget that it's set in stone, and it's not set in stone. So I'm just a little concerned, and maybe it needs to be part of the further discussion to maybe understand how the budget process may work, but I feel like the statement you're making there is that the budget's set in stone, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but you know, we can discuss that. We still have to discuss the budget after this, and that's why I was asking. I wasn't quite sure if we were discussing the audits or the budget.
Well, the audit does tie back to my budget, so thank you.
Mr. Duran, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's been a long one. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Milton Duran. I'm a retired CPA. I received my CPA certificate 50 years ago. The last 20 years, I've been in internal audit. As a result of that, I've seen quite a few reports, audit reports, financial reports. If I was a teacher, I'd give ourselves, because all the departments really failed in many areas. If you really want to read that report, Google it or do a word search for the word significant. How many times significant findings were used in that report? Many of the departments have a lot of work ahead of them. Also, carefully review the report with regard to the employee survey. Look at those answers. Look at their codes. There's a lot of work to be done. Again, I want to make it brief, but thank the state auditor, Melissa, Audrey, Jag, Sean. They did a great job. They were truthful. We needed to hear it. Now it's your turn to act on it. This audit report needs leadership to correct. And one of the recommendations in finding 13 is the Inspector General. There's an old football jargon that says you can't use the same players and expect different results. I think we need to look at that and really consider the selection of an Inspector General. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Hi.
Sorry.
Hi, hello, Chair and Commissioners. It's good to see you all. Caroline Zamora, Chief Deputy County Clerk. On behalf of Dr. Lopez Askin and I just wanted to thank our auditor for being here today. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing team. Our department records thousands and thousands of documents every year, and they do a really incredible job. And so I want to say also shout out to Brandy, who does a great job for you all. And shout out to our staff for doing wonderful work, especially Angelica Valenzuela, who is our supervisor of recording and filing, everything she does for that team, for keeping us organized, and for also managing our 1% fund. She does a really great job at doing, working with us and working with the finance team and getting all that done. So again, I just want to shout out to our team for doing a really great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments now for the public? come on up. Good afternoon.
Almost good evening. No, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and the rest of the board. I just want to commend you all, the sheriff, also you all, the management, to finally bring this to light. Great job. I know it was long, and there's probably still a lot more information that probably needs still attention, but you brought so much to open everyone's eyes, because this has been going on for longer than many of you. And that's just me and my law enforcement experience for 25 years of going back to seeing other sheriffs and the process that has happened here. You're bringing the attention that's needed. My question is, as a constituent, is how long is it gonna take before we start seeing some changes? I'll put it in HR terms, this is your PIP. This is your improvement plan. What's going to happen next? It would be something that I would like to see from the commission as far as the timeline and what's going to be expected. Same way you would want with a PIP, right? That way, not saying that anybody's going to get fired or anything, but just to see so we can plan for the improvements and the changes, because there is a lot of changes. It's election year. A lot of things are going to be coming up and a lot of change is going to be happening. But I just want to, again, commend you all for it. There's a lot of attention that needs, I'm glad that the staff is finally being listened to. Other people, but at the end of the day, look at this as something very positive, bring everyone to the table, and have the discussions that need to be done to make the corrections, because at the end, you're all elected or appointed in positions to make Doña County better, to improve the process. I just think the right hand isn't talking to the left, or they're not willing to listen to each other because of some egos or issues or what. But let's get the experts in there. You did perfect by bringing some experts in to bring those attentions to everybody's eyes and ears. Let's start putting it together and start making it work, and then let's start taking care of the constituents and the people outside there, because as everyone has said, it's all for them, correct? I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. And just a quick answer to your question. Actually, every one of these audit findings has a corrective action plan from from the responsible departments along with the timeline. So if anybody in the public ever wants to go look, they can see within those 42 findings, the initial, the response that we've had. So some will be either have already been started to be addressed or should be done here probably started in June, but it's a various timeline. And I think we'll have to work as a county on how we're getting updates to the public for those as well.
And that's the only thing that I was gonna ask, is because I guarantee you 300 and something pages, not everybody's gonna wanna look at them. They're gonna only hear the highlights and what's going on, but they wanna see the change and they're gonna wanna hear it from you all. And that's where that whole transparency and accountability is gonna be coming from. Yeah. But thank you for sharing that.
Sure. Yeah, please. Yes, thanks for hanging with us the whole day.
Good afternoon again. My name is Yoli Diaz. I want to say thank you too, because I was really surprised to read 300 or see that there's 355 pages. Not enough time to be able to read them. State Auditor Maestas, thank you. Sean Beck, everyone that was involved, thank you, because I think this is very, very necessary for corrective action. The one thing I wished you would have gone into was Health and Human Services, because what the sheriff just mentioned, everybody knows I've done a lot of IPRAs. Why? Because I wanted to understand what on earth happened in our community, happened with our hospital, why people still can't get care. One of the times I walked out of here, the woman I just reported, again, they're not going to schedule her surgery. So without the investigation that I asked on Health and Human Services, we're not going to know the answers on how to go forward. We just aren't. You need to do a lot more. Yes, thank you for updating the resolutions as you have, but it's not enough. It's definitely not enough. Now, I can tell you when I did read some of this, and of course going through some of what was presented here, it took me back to reading what was presented in 2009 of the internal audit of the Health and Human Services. And I just mentioned to somebody outside, Hey, a lot of that stuff was in there, and that was just one department, I guess you could say. It was Health and Human Services and DWI. What was in that audit literally shocked me. And of course, from that audit just caused me to go more and more and more. But what started me to investigate on my own and do the research is when a patient told me back in 2021 that someone from Memorial told her, we have no county funds, wait until you're in pain and come back to emergency. And this is why I have continued now going on 5 years on trying to get some real corrective action in accessing needed health care. Because Memorial Medical Center is the only hospital that has medical oncologists and radiation oncologists. That's it. Sure, we have some solo practice cancer doctors. Yes, we do. But there's only 3 others. So this is really important in going forward. And I think by now, some people know that I have actually submitted a NIPRA complaint, a NIPRA lawsuit. And I am not interested in anything dealing with money. It is the corrective action. It is the exposure. And hopefully at that point, someone does do that investigation that I asked a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Is there any other public comment? Sorry, State Auditor Maestas, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to again thank you for your time and attention to this. And I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, but I think you know how much work that's ahead of you. And as Audrey mentioned, all these findings are not going to go away until you all decide that you're going to carry through the corrective action. They'll live on and be carried forward in your annual financial audit. But I also wanted to mention that there's other actions we take at the conclusion of audits, whether it's a special audit or an annual audit. Depending on the nature of findings, we make referrals to other agencies that have enforcement powers. My agency just has a duty to inform and notify. For example, we may make a referral to Department of Justice regarding the IPRA findings. There's potential Governmental Conduct Act violations in here, potential procurement code violations that we may consider a referral to the State Ethics Commission. So our actions are not done just yet. So we're gonna go through these findings and then determine what would be an appropriate referral to make. And then of course, we'll be tracking them through your annual financial audit.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, Scott or team, are there any other comments or before we vote to approve?
Yeah, I just want to chime in. It would be real easy for me to sit up here and say, not it. This started when I was, I think, my 3rd or 4th month in the job, but that is not the case at all. We take this very seriously. In fact, as the auditor's already mentioned, we have leaned into a lot of these processes already. We underwent the HR policy rewrite last year. We're starting finance this year. Legal will follow soon. I mean, the fact that I'm here alone is part of that necessary step. So we appreciate the feedback. We take this very seriously. And to answer some of the questions, I think, Jaime, you brought up a timeline. I think I know what you meant by that. The majority of this will be done. Like I said, a lot of this has already been done. 50% of this will be done by end of the year, if not sooner. And I imagine by end of next year, we're completely done, maybe one item left. That was a long-term thing. So we do have a plan for all these. We appreciate the feedback. And again, as everyone has said, I really appreciate the team. I know this was not something we signed up for necessarily, but we welcome the feedback and we'll improve all of our processes because of it. Thank you, team. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Chaparro, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And last comment, and this is a question for our county manager. Is this report on our website so that we are completely transparent and so that our constituents can get to it and read it and chime back into the county commissioners or whomever they need to contact?
Great point. It wasn't before, as we just got it back in the last 5 days, but we will add that to the website.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I could ask then.
Please.
So when this is posted on our website, If the public has comments, what should they do then?
They could contact Ariana in our communications team, or feel free to reach out to any of the ACMs or I.
All right. If we have no other comments at this point, then Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on the approval of the audit.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-74.
Thank you. State Armarias, thank you so much for joining us down here. Ms. Alamia, again, thank you so much to you and your team. Mr. Beck, thank you so much as well. I know you've put in a significant amount of work kind of with us, the team, and thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we're under hearings and ordinances. Agenda item 18, it's a hearing to approve a transfer of ownership only of dispenser liquor license number DIS-000484 for Circle K store. And if I can get a motion and a second to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second.
I'll have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro, a second by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Ms. Deputy Clerk, Caroline Zamora. Is this I guess, yes, it is a hearing. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
All righty, good to see you all again, Chair and Commissioners. This is a hearing to approve the transfer of ownership only of dispenser liquor license number DIS-000484 Circle K stores. You all should have the documents. We do not have any protests, and we have not received anything from our office, and I don't know if they've stuck around. Oh, they are. They did stick around. Okay. But we do have some folks here, so if you have any questions, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer them.
All righty. I don't know, Commissioners, do we have any questions on the transfer?
Mr. Chair, no questions.
No questions.
Are you sure after waiting this long?
We make you wait all day, no questions.
All righty. Well, thank you. If there's no questions or comments, then Randy, if you do a roll call on the approval of the transfer of ownership.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, thank you all.
Thanks for staying.
All right, next item, agenda item 19. It's a resolution designating the property at 4045 Talbrook Road as a danger and menace to the health, safety, and welfare of the general public.
So
get a-
moved.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chaparro. Ms. Ainsworth.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. This item is a long time coming. It has been, we have a record of a code enforcement case dating back to 2021 when it was an abandoned structure and then there was a fire, and it has been in that state for a long time. We did plan on bringing it in last fall for formal condemnation. And then we managed to make contact with the property owner's attorney who had been working with us for some months to remediate the property. And then he stopped responding to our messages and just never followed through with demolition. So we are here now to formally request the condemnation of this structure so that we can proceed with abatement. I'm just gonna go through some photos. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it. We do get complaints about it on a regular basis from area residents, even people who don't live there have complained. It is in a really terrible state, and now it's become a dumping ground for people's waste. They just, see the property in that condition, they think it's a good place to throw away their stuff as well. So if this is approved today and assuming that there is no appeal, the applicant will have, or the property owner will have 10 days from receiving our notice to appeal and request a hearing. If that does not happen, then we would move forward immediately with requesting bids and hopefully be able to remove all of the debris early in the next fiscal year. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Why would it take until early the next fiscal year when we've been working on this since 2021?
In large part because we are at the end of a fiscal year already.
Oh,
and so-
I'm sorry. I thought you meant January.
No, I
You're
mean,
right. Okay.
I mean July.
I apologize.
Yeah, I mean July.
I'm a little spinning because of the audit, so.
No, I hear you. I'd like to be able to do this tomorrow.
Yeah, so I support it fully, and I've gotten a lot of calls, and people are really excited that there's movement on it now, so I'm really pleased with that. And if there's something, I'll just offer this, if there's something we can do in the future to try and make the policies, make it easier for you to do this, I'd love to talk to you about that.
Thank you.
Because I know it's kind of arduous to go through this and get it done, and you probably got more phone calls than I did about it, so forgive me, fiscal year, I know fiscal year, sorry.
And it's been a long day too. I understand.
Excellent. Commissioners, any other questions? Public comment? All right. Randy, if you'll do a roll call on the resolution, number 19.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That has a resolution number. The number is 2026-75.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to make a motion that we pull agenda item number 16 from the table for further discussion.
So moved?
Or I need to see a second.
Second.
Thank you. All right, do I need to do a real quick roll call for the motion to pull item from the table? Item 16, so we can open it for discussion. So this is just to bring it back for discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All righty, so we're back on the budget. Mr. Arvidres? Yes to everything at this point.
I love the trust.
No, I know. So I know we were discussing the previous request for the 1%. And so I guess the original, and Madam Assessor, I think, is walked out.
I did inform her that we were going to bring this back up, so she did mention she would stick around. So I'm assuming she might have just stepped out and will come back soon.
Do you just want to? Well, until we do that point, I guess, let me ask this, because I think the only other question that I think we had was around film loss cruises. So are we good? What's everybody's input on that piece for film loss cruises?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I appreciated everyone that came and spoke on behalf of Film Loss Cruises. And before that, I believe that Senator Steinborn had sent to all the commissioners numbers and GRT related matters, and I'm fine with continuing the 95,000 a year.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to make a motion. Can I do that?
We could, but what depends on if it's already there. Is it already there or not?
Was the 95,000 for film loss cruises in the agenda? Okay, then I don't want to make a motion.
It's already in there.
Yeah, then I don't want to make a motion. I rescind the thoughts.
All right.
Don't muddy it.
I take it out of the universe.
All right. Okay. So with that, okay, I think just want to make sure with that. So thank you, Madam Assessor, for coming. So I guess the question is the previous proposal in the workshop or the work session around the net for the use of the 1% or the cutting of the 1% going to the general fund. And I think those were the numbers that.
Yes, as soon as the screen is able to come back on board, I will get you there.
Oh, there was. Sorry.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, while he's finding that, I actually have a question about 1% funds in general, if I may. Because Chief Deputy Clerk Zamora came in and she talked about her 1% fund. How many 1% funds does the county actually have?
Chair, Commissioner Hernandez, off the top of my head, I believe it is 3. I believe the clerk's office is one of them, treasurer's office, as well as the assessor's office.
Okay. And just for my clarification purposes, what does budget and finance create the budget for those 1% funds, or does the department or elected official create the budget?
Chair, Commissioner Hernandez, we keep a standard process across the board, no matter if it's elected official or department. We do have departments and elected officials request the budget themselves. They create it, and then we facilitate it, make the recommendation to county management, and then bring it to the board for approval.
So just for that, so Madam Assessor, she creates a budget for that 1% fund that follows whatever statutes she has to follow, correct?
Correct.
Okay, same thing goes with Madam Treasurer?
Correct.
Okay, and then also Madam Assessor?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I know we have this is, so what we have here is what the request is from the assessor.
Correct. Yes, so top left chart out of the four, that is what's being requested to actually remain within the 1% fund, which is employee training, memberships, and incentive pay. The chart below that one is what has been requested to be moved to general fund. So that is all positions remaining in general fund as well as remaining operating expenditures. I believe it was 9 positions overall that were going to be moved to general fund. This is just a personal recommendation. When we made the recommendation to properly allocate budget in accordance with the statute, we did make the recommendation to split the budget as the operations were going to work. So anything that was related to the reappraisal project, we did make the recommendation that that should more than likely stay within the 1% fund. That was an initial request that we did get from the Madam Assessor. They did submit 2 different budget submissions, one for general fund, one for the 1%, and it was for the operating budget. But then we got an email later on that she said she revisited the request and she said it would take a while for the funds to replenish within the 1% fund. So then that she requested to have everything moved over to the general fund. I still believe we need to align the budget with the statute and only budget what's in the 1% fund for what's going to be truly related to the reappraisal plan or the project itself. But I think the most important thing right now is that we really would need that guidance from the plan itself. We do have the assessor's request, of course, but I think the plan is probably the most critical thing. And we did even want to make the recommendation. There is companies for hire that do help out with these plans. And then there's other places like Bernalillo County, their plan is beautiful. It's not even that lengthy. I think it's only like 30-some pages. So that's just a recommendation from us. But yeah, this is what is being requested to be moved. We did go forward with that recommendation as they requested it. So, but of course, it comes back to the board to make the approval or non-approval.
Mr. Chair.
I was going to hit Commissioner Pardo and I'll come over to you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie, this question's for you. What can we do? Per statute, legally, what can we do at this point? I know that there's certain recommendations, there's certain requests from Madam Assessor, but in order to move it forward as efficiently and as legally as we can, your recommendation, please. We can come back to you and get Chris's
Come back to
question
me because
first.
that one's not an easy question to answer.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So I asked the Budget and Finance Department to kind of provide the budgets that were submitted for, and they do so with all the departments we get them. So my biggest concern, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, but I think that when we look at moving everything over to the general fund, I think that's perfectly fine. I understand where we're coming from on this. I understand where Madam Assessor's coming from on this. My only concern is that if we're taking everything out of the 1% fund, the way that I'm kind of looking at this is through like a project management lens, right? So when we have projects here at the county that we're doing, they're usually managed by someone within the department that is overseeing it. Checks and balances, making sure the work is done. Usually we see that with individuals like Justin Weaver, our roads department, engineering. We see it with IT, flood, everyone. There's always a project manager overseeing the project that is done. So my biggest concern is if we take people out of the 1% fund and put them into the general fund without a clear idea of where we're going or where we're headed with the reappraisal process, I think that we should leave, because I remember a conversation that happened a year ago or a year and a half ago about 13 individuals that were budgeted in 2012, 2013 in the assessor's department to do the reappraisal that never came to be. There was positions allocated and all that. So a lot of my concerns are with the fact that we have all those positions that were approved 10 years ago to go into the reappraisal process. You know, even in the original budget for the 1% fund was aerial photography contracts and stuff like that. I think a lot of those still fall under the 1% fund, including employees to some degree, because someone's going to have to manage the project, whether that is internally doing the project or externally doing the project. Someone's going to have oversight. And that's part of in my mind, that is part of the reappraisal program. So if there's somewhere to look at this to where we're seeing, you know, we're not trying to deplete the 1% fund, but there's still aspects of the daily operations in my mind that are part of a reappraisal program. If I'm incorrect, someone needs to let me know. But the budget that was submitted for the 1% fund for this year and years prior are very, very similar. So I'm just trying to understand where we're headed, if that was understandable.
I think so. But, and I don't know, I know, just, sorry, it's a long day. I think, because my question, I understand what you're saying with some of the costs. My question, and I know this is to you, Madam Assessor, is when we talk, we want to replenish the fund, like replenish the fund to what amount and what is acceptable? Because it seems at this point, if we're going to do a reappraisal program, we have to do it as a county. So whether it comes from the general fund or it comes from the 1%, right now, so if we're replenishing, the reason I ask is because if we replenish the 1% fund by burdening the general fund, because, you know, it's still coming. We're still pulling out of the general fund in some ways to refill that account. So we're burdening the general fund at some point in some way. It's just a matter of, that's where I think it's important to just understand the plan, because I don't disagree. You're the one getting to submit your budget, and here's, you know, and understanding why. Understanding also that previous assessors, and I think this has been discussed with us before, your predecessors, and understanding that this wasn't created, the problem was not created by you. It just happens to fall, you know, to you. But, you know, I think when there's been questions from previous commissioners about the 1% fund from what they were spending, the answers we've received from our legal and or DFA is that it was within those assessors' rights, and they did not violate the law. So none of this has necessarily been, you know, non-compliant, but they had chosen to do it that way. Right or wrong, you know, I'm not going to say it's right or wrong. I'm just trying to figure out now, understanding your goal of wanting to replenish the 1% fund, but just understanding what's that definition of replenishment and doing that, because simply pulling all these costs out of the 1% fund, to me, is just, you know, probably not the plan I'd go with, but.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna, so go ahead, Eric, and then.
Yes, Chair, so Workday does have the ability for employees to split their costs. So an employee could, in theory, clock in specifically hours, and it could be allocated to general fund, and then they could clock out, clock back in, and put those hours in the 1% fund. I'm sure there's other mechanisms in that theory, but we do have that ability because I feel like right now it's very hard to tell what's exactly going to be part of the reappraisal, especially since it hasn't been done in years. So this might be one that we could definitely play by ear and adjust the budget moving forward. So as you mentioned earlier, it is not set in stone. We could always adjust any time throughout the year. So, and I believe, I mean, I'm sure the assessors will touch on that point as well. I believe the original intent was to build up the fund to be able to cover the reappraisal cost every year, or not every year, my apologies, every time it takes place. I think that's the ultimate goal from the assessor, but I would definitely let her speak on that a little more.
Before we do that, Eric and Mr. Chair, if we can just, because I'm looking at the numbers for the general fund obligation, and I just, because someone said Bernalillo County has their, or Eric, you mentioned how Bernalillo County has their,
I think their reappraisal plan or evaluation plan.
their reevaluation plan, right?
Yeah.
So, and just kind of throwing it out there, I just pulled up Bernalillo County's budget for the assessor, and they only spend $4.2 million out of their general fund every year. That's their general fund obligation for the 2026. They spend $7.2 million in their reappraisal fund year after year, for a total budget of $15 million. So just kind of looking at it and kind of apples to oranges, or maybe apples to apples, I don't know. Our general fund allocation for Doña County, which is the second biggest, but still nowhere near Bernalillo County, we're actually passing them by $1 million a year in general fund expenditures for the assessor and general fund. So I'm just trying to say we have to find a happy medium, because that doesn't make sense in my brain. Thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I don't mean to get anyone sidetracked, but just going back to what Madam Assessor mentioned about the 14 mil and pulling it back into the 1%, I think that horse is gone. And we have to start from this point forward. So even talking about the 14 mil that could have, should have, would have, that's a moot point. But in my mind, going along with what Commissioner Shelter Hernandez has mentioned, I'm not understanding the reassessment plan if there is one. So can you please just help me understand that, because I'm not understanding that. And if there is one, or if there isn't one, when can we anticipate getting our hands on a written, something in writing, so that we can follow along, and if we have any further questions of the assessor's office, we don't waste anybody's time anymore.
Chairman, Commissioners, Karen Archuleta for the Assessor's Office. We are having discussions with our subject matter experts in our office. We are working towards outsourcing reappraisal, a hybrid reappraisal where we're going to hire somebody. Theoretically, in our mind right now, we send out the RFIs. We want someone to go out and do door-to-door data collection and verification. And then our internal people will conduct everything for new construction, because that also leads us into our annual reappraisal cycle that we've talked about before. And so we have the requests for informations. We received 2 of them. The department be out for that, and also use some of that money for our internal folks who are also then conducting the new construction reappraisals for us. And then the other thing we're concerned about also is, because Madam Assessor is up for election this year, And so we have to be careful with our budgeting concerns per statute and not using more of the budget than she's allocated in this year until we know whether she's reelected or not. So we are working towards that reappraisal. We do recognize that that's something that we do need.
And I think the question in terms of what replenishment are we looking at for the 1% fund?
So part of the statutory guidelines at 738.38.1 discuss, let's see, in section B, it talks about prior to the distribution to a revenue recipient of revenue received by a county treasurer, the treasurer shall deduct as an administrative charge an amount equal to 1% of the revenue received. So what we were envisioning in part was that this would be replenished based on those revenues that statute says that the fund would get.
Mr. Chair, and please, thank you for your patience on my questions. But again, I agree with Commissioner Shelder Hernandez, and also what Eric mentioned, in that I'm sure some of your people, the people you have now that are in your office will be helping with a reassessment. They can check in and then check out and check back in, because that makes sense to me to have experienced people going forward in the reassessment process rather than bringing in a company that may not understand Chaparral or Highway 70. But that's where I'm thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So kind of real quick, just to explain the 1%. So every year that we collect those taxes, 1% of that goes into the assessor's 1% fund. That 1% fund, the money is to be used for anything reappraisal, whether you're doing a county-wide reappraisal project, whether you need to buy new vehicles, whether you need to buy new computers, hire additional staff to help with this, hire a company to come in and do the reappraisal. That's where that money goes into. That money just continues to roll over. Obviously, over the past several years, it has not done that. So what would normally happen is, yes, so yearly, we do a yearly reappraisal. Our office every year does look at every parcel, which is our yearly reappraisal, our annual reappraisal.
I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm not understanding how you're proceeding with a yearly reappraisal if we haven't had a reappraisal since 2008. Are you just talking about new properties? Because I'm sure there's properties in the Tornillo district that have not received a reappraisal yearly. So I don't know if that's an accurate statement.
Chairman, Commissioners, so there's two things going on. There's two separate statutes. There's the annual reappraisal that we do internally where we look at all of our accounts. We're looking at our sales ratio. We're looking, and that's part of transfer. We look at the transfer documents. We have the new construction that we add on to our accounts. Those involve changes when we get permits. So property owners who request a permit, that information is given to us by the different permitting authorities, and then that constitutes part of that annual reappraisal. What this statute is envisioning with the 1% is more of that comprehensive reappraisal, and I think part of the confusion is that we're using the same terminology for two things, and in some cases with the research we've done, they use the same language for both. And so sometimes it's kind of hard to parse out. And so in our mind, we're saying that the annual reappraisal that we do is for the, and I'm sorry, I don't have the statute right here in front of me, and I can look it up for you. So we do that every year, and that's part of our evaluation to Property Tax Division. And then this particular statute that I cited, the 38.1 specifically discusses the reappraisal, and that's where we look at it as something that's done every 4 to 5 years. It's more comprehensive in nature, and oftentimes we discuss that as being a door-to-door reappraisal where we're actually physically going out and viewing each property.
All right.
Does that
so
help?
It helps me understand when you're saying annual reappraisal. To me, that signifies that anything new, right? Anything new every year. That's what I'm understanding. Am I correct on that? You're not going back and reappraising things from 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's just anything that is filed as a transfer, new purchase.
A permit,
Not,
a permit of new construction of some kind?
Right.
Yes. Okay.
so it's just anything that happens during that fiscal year. Got it, okay.
So we should just refer to this 4-year plan as a reappraisal project.
Or
Just call it a project.
or comprehensive
Well, can we just
reappraisal?
change the terminology, because
Yeah.
I know you all know what you're doing in your office, but when we're using the same terms for two different subjects, themes, that's where the confusion is coming in, at least for me. I'm speaking for myself.
Chairman, Commissioner, I thoroughly agree, and I would wholeheartedly be willing to use whatever language we want to so we can talk about one, and these are my terms, as the annual cycle that we follow versus that comprehensive that we do every so many years. But whatever language we want to use, that might help us better communicate.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
So in the comprehensive reappraisal, do you reach every property in the county?
That would be our goal, yes.
And so it could take a couple of years.
Yes, it would be done in phases. We would do certain phases. It would almost take a whole year to do each phase because our county is so big. And we also want to include personal property with that, which is something we rarely talk about.
And so this annual appraisal that you do is properties that trigger an appraisal
Yes, and it's on paper.
on paper.
So yes,
You don't go out and see every,
when it's absolute new construction, I'm sorry, Chairman, Commissioner,
No,
sorry.
you're good.
When it's new construction, then yes, we have to do a physical inspection because we need to actually see what the structures look like and understand what they're used for to make sure we're coding it correctly. So when it's new construction of some kind, we do a site visit for that. When we're doing our annual reappraisal outside of that new construction, we're looking at information given to us on paper.
Mr. Chair, so like sales in that area, things like that. So the comprehensive one, those are all done on site? I mean, or some of those done on paper?
Chairman, Commissioner, that's really up to the folks who are the project managers on the project, and in this case, how we would request the third-party vendor do it. In our case, we are looking to have those things done as a physical inspection.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, real quick, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro. Tanja Hazen is our chief appraiser. She oversees all this. Her job is the whole reappraisal, everything in our department. So I'm going to let her kind of explain and see if she can make this a little bit clearer.
Well, before you do that, so what you're saying, just so I'm cementing it in my brain, the annual reappraisal that you're talking about, Madam Appraiser, is everyday work. That's what your office does every day. The
So,
annual
yes.
reappraisal is what is coming in every day.
It's not just new construction, it's valuation. I think the biggest thing that we're getting confused with
But
is
that's every day, is that correct?
every day. So
Okay,
we have a yearly cycle where all properties are reassessed. All properties are assessed at market value. That is what is called the yearly cycle. And so that is what we have all of our appraisers currently doing now. The appraisers that you mentioned earlier from 2012, they're no longer with us. So they're either a supervisor, have moved into a permanent appraiser position. So we have 7 residential appraisers for 100,000 parcels. So when you want those appraisers to go do a reappraisal project that is for, what you're asking for us to go door to door, we cannot utilize those appraisers at that time. So let me finish, please. So what I would like to say is we are bound by state statute for the yearly cycle, and that's what we give our presentation to you every year, right? So the reappraisal is totally different. That is our 1% that is collected to do a 4-year reappraisal.
So,
That is
Mr.
to pick
Chair,
up. That is to pick up.
I just have a quick question based
on.
off of that.
Well, just
Do you mind if you let me finish just really quick, please?
I don't know. I don't really like being told to wait or to hold up from the podium.
every
I find it
time
really rude, actually, and I actually find it
Well,
offensive.
I find it difficult when you interrupt every time I come on up here, so.
We can agree to disagree.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on. Let's
Mr.
just
Chair,
take a
Commission.
breath here. Let's.
So if you just see, every time we have come, she continually gets cut off. If you'll just let her explain it, and then she will take your questions. I think that's where we keep losing the trying to understand and explain. She's not trying to be rude, by no means. It's like she's just trying to make this clear. We want to get this done. It's taken a long time. But every time she has continually to come up, she has continually been interrupted. And so if you'll just let her say what she's got to say, and then she will be more than happy to answer the questions. I'd appreciate that, with no disrespect to anybody on the dais.
Well, I appreciate it, and I just so we can make it clear, please don't correct a commissioner either. So I'll take care of that piece of it.
I didn't correct him, I just said, please let me finish on it, because every time I have gotten up here, he has interrupted me, but that's fine. I apologize to you.
So please continue.
What questions do you all have? What is your question?
I don't know, Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
So with those positions from 2012, are they still in the budget, though?
No. If they are a supervisor or a permanent employee.
So then those 12 positions are in the budget.
We are using them as appraisers for new construction, the sales.
So they've been
assigned.
reassigned, but they are still in the budget.
They have applied for a job, an appraiser job. They are no longer.
Okay, but are those 12 positions that were allocated in 2012 for the reappraisal program in the budget?
As permanent employees now, I believe so. So 7 of them are residential and a couple are commercial.
But those are everyday
Yes.
employees.
Right.
So how many employees did you have in 2012 when this fiasco started?
I believe like 22, if I'm not incorrect.
So 22 people in 2012 were doing the day-to-day operations.
No, they had the same amount. This is 7 appraisers in res, but they hired those extra to go out to do the reappraisal project. I think there's 12, I believe, of them.
So there's 12 individuals hired on in 2012 to do a reappraisal project. That never happened.
They did.
It did happen.
It did happen, but
Okay.
it wasn't processed completely.
And then those positions went away. They're no longer in our budget.
They applied for like
But then they took another position, meaning that reappraisal position is still outstanding.
right.
Yes?
Yes.
So in your budget, you have 12 positions for a reappraisal program from 2012 that are vacant.
No.
That's where I'm not understanding, because I'm getting head shakes yes, and I'm getting told no.
Our total is 7, right? Appraisers.
So how many employees do you currently have?
30.
For the reappraisal for
Nope.
appraisal? Oh, total?
Total.
Front office, 31.
So you have 31. So in
Including
2012,
deeds,
you had
title, GIS,
correct.
checks,
No,
and then
those don't
the
participate.
appraisal
Yeah.
department.
Okay, but now I feel like you're all confusing the reappraisal with the annual reappraisal with the comprehensive one.
No.
In 2012, those 12 positions were brought in as comprehensive reappraisals to do that program, correct?
They were brought in as temp appraisers, I believe, to do that project.
But they're still on the books in the budget. I'm
Mr. Chair?
No, I think that's.
Let's see what they say. Let's see what they're-
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sandro Hernandez. And so I did take notes on this a while back and looked up the position history. And so in fiscal year 12, there was 21 fixed-term positions added. In subsequent years, 10 of those positions fell off. So the number that maintained was 11 fixed-term positions that have carried over the years and have been reclassified from fixed-term to full-term.
Okay, so the actual number for the comprehensive reappraisal program was 21.
21, and 10 of them fell off.
10 of them fell off. So we still have 11 individuals from the reappraisal program in 2012 that are now fixed-term employees at the assessor's office.
So they've changed, though, you said, to full-time, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, they have been reclassified from fixed-term positions to full-time classified.
Okay, so those reappraisal positions, got it. So the staffing has been,
Of our appraisers currently work, so we reappraise every single parcel in the county, reassess them every year to market value. Yes, we do. We run a market analysis based off of sales, and we reassess all properties based off of market. That's the one-year cycle that we are statutorily required to do. The second part of this is reappraisal door to door, which is something that you, I think, believe that we can use our current staff to also do. We cannot. Our current staff is, they have no extra time at all because they're doing protests, they're doing sales, they're doing all of the permits. They have a full load. So if you want to use the same appraisers that we have right now running our yearly cycle, that's an impossible thing to do. It's not going to work.
I don't think that the request was that having this staff specifically do it. I think the point in the past has been the vacancies are there to fill, to perform this. So the issue has, what do you mean? But the vacancies are there.
We're fully, we're, right now, we have 10 vacancies? No.
So I'm sorry,
13
Chair
vacancies.
Sanchez, so you're saying I have 10 vacancies or 14 vacancies in my appraisal department? No.
we didn't say appraisal department, we said in the assessor's office.
See, so that's the difference. So Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Saldra Hernandez, the doc techs up front do not know how to appraise. The GIS, the mappers, they do not appraise. Deeds and title do not appraise. They all have different functions in the office. The only ones that actually go out to the field and do appraisals are our appraisers and our appraiser assistants and the supervisors.
Commissioner Chabot.
Thank you. So again, we're going to the confusing language because I thought we had got everything straight, that the everyday work is the new work that comes in and
No.
tax is capped at 3%. Am I right on that?
2.
Lucio?
Yes. Yeah.
So the increase in property taxes is 3%. They're capped at that. So there's no reappraisal.
properties
If
are.
I may. It's not a reappraisal, it's just everyday work. I thought that's what we had already agreed to, everyday work. So it's not a reappraisal, it's everyday work, it's things that happen on a yearly basis. So the assessor's office is not reappraising everyday work. You're just performing everyday work, the function of the assessor's office that has happened for years. Now we're talking, that's everyday work.
I have to say that that's not correct, ma'am, because we are looking at every single property, the valuation of them, and that is the part of the yearly cycle that is called current and correct market value. Residential properties are on at 3%, but you also have to look at all of the properties that have sold. Those go from being on cap value into market value. We do market analysis and sales medians of all the neighborhoods in Las Cruces, and every single property is reassessed every year.
But that's everyday work. That's what the assessor's office has been doing since its creation. Everyday work. Everything you've mentioned is everyday work. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's
All
the way
right,
you want to
thank
call
you.
it, yes.
So, and Mr. Chair, if I can clarify really quick, when we had this conversation a year ago about, I think the commission asked at a meeting or a work session or something, that we see the options of doing it externally and doing it internally. When we said internally, I personally meant giving you the tools and the staff to do the reappraisal in your office. giving you what you need in order to do it. That is what I fully meant when I said, give me the option. Just tell me how much it's going to cost to bring in the staff and do it internally, like they did in 2012, and give me the options of what it would do to contract it out. Tell me how much it's going to cost, who we're going to be employing, how long it's going to take, what we can do. That is what I personally meant, and I really apologize if that's not how it was taken. But when we keep talking about the staff that were there from 2012, that's what I was talking about. That's why I keep bringing that up, is because I wanted to see if there is a way to employ people here at Doña County that live here locally to do the work, instead of contracting it out to a third-party company that may or may not be New Mexico-based or live in Utah or California. That's what I was talking about, is I wanted to see, which we still have not seen, pros and cons of doing it internally using staff that you might need. So if you have 13 staff members in your office, we can look at reclassifying some of those. If you need to do some temporary staff for the next couple of years to do that, I wanted to see that. And then on the other hand, doing the RFI, which you've all put out, saying, okay, now we have an RFI that says it's going to cost $3.5 million to do it externally. And if we did it internally with staff, it would cost us $1.2 million a year to do it, but they would be not fixed term, fixed term employees here at the county. That's still what I would love to see, is to see what those two options look like. Because the RFI is one thing, but also bringing it internally when we have positions available is what I wanted to see. So I apologize that you thought I meant your current assessors doing that on a daily basis. That's not what I meant.
So I know we're trying to work on getting some of the answers here, but trying to figure out against pertaining to the budget, is there a path forward here to the request?
I don't promise it's the last question, Mr. Chair, but just looking at this budget and moving, and thank you for explaining to me earlier, but we're moving 18 positions over to the general fund. Am I correct on that?
18%.
18%
increase.
18%. So I have a question for you, Madam Assessor. How many vacancies do you have in your appraisers pool? Appraisers and assistant appraisers. How many vacancies?
I have 4. I have 3 senior appraisers, which are the ones that actually do commercial. Right now, we have 1 senior appraiser that does all of the commercial in the whole county, along with the supervisor, and they have 1 assistant. There's 3 senior appraiser positions there that they have not been able to fill long before I came in. So when I came in, I think last year we actually came up with an incentive. So now there's an $8,000 incentive for the commercial. As far as our residential appraiser staff, we are short 1 mobile home appraiser, but it's still a residential appraiser. And then we have 2 appraiser assistants. One will be filled here soon by an internal candidate that's already gone through the whole process. And I believe the other person will start, I believe, like here the 1st of next month. So as far as an appraisal, the only vacancies that I have are the 3 senior appraisers, which are commercial. They are not residential.
So in total, there's just 6 vacancies. Is that the answer to my question?
In appraisal.
In the entire pool of appraisals, appraisers, and my question was just regular pool of appraisals, you have 6 vacancies. Is that correct?
4.
You said 3 senior appraisers and 1 mobile home?
Yeah, 1 residential.
And then 2 assistants, so I'm counting 6
1
vacancies.
yeah. Okay, yes.
And that,
Yes, ma'am.
it wasn't a got you question.
No,
It
no,
was
no.
just a clarification question for me. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, I have a question for HR. How would you hire, or even how would you hire 10, 15 people temporarily for 4 years?
Mr. Chair, Madam Assessor, we would likely hire them as fixed-term employees. It's for a defined period of time. They receive the full benefits of a regular employee, but it is for a defined period of time that would incorporate the duration of a project, for example.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Ms. Weir, So 4 years, you could hire somebody that, I think the last time that we'd actually talked, we couldn't. And then another thing that you take into account, that you hire these people, you have to have somebody that's going to train them. And I think that's what happened with the project that happened in 2011, is they hired staff that didn't obviously get the training that they needed, and they quit or they did the information inaccurately, and that's why that 2011 reappraisal project went in the trash can. They did 3 years worth of work and weren't able to utilize it because the numbers that the people were bringing in were not accurate, versus hiring an outside company. That this is, whether you're an appraiser here or in California, or appraisal is appraisal. So that's why we had looked at the hiring. There's no training, no, it's their problem if somebody calls in. That's why we had looked at that version.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kimball.
so when we're looking at this budget, whether we should approve what's going on here, if we look at it here, are we following what the auditor suggested we do? Or are we breaking any rules? I mean, do we need to make sure that we're doing what's required and before we approve something?
I'll have to let Carrie answer that. I think but I think if we do it here, the way we're doing it, I don't think we're breaking any rules because it's coming out of the general fund. But if, I think that's the question. I think there's a lot less restrictions using the general fund than there is using the 1%. But, sorry, Carrie, don't want to answer for you.
But putting it in the general fund, is that breaking a rule?
I'm sorry,
Carrie.
putting,
The
Mo-
funding
moving-
for the reappraisal, comprehensive reappraisal in the general fund, is that breaking a rule?
So the statute just says that the 1% fund will be used for reassessment, and that is, or for assessments, and that is the job of the assessor to ensure current and correct values of property. The assessor is then in charge of how that happens, which is why she's got to bring you all a plan, is so that you can see that plan, and then the county can provide whatever support is necessary, given, if she's contracting that out, then that falls on you all to assist with, and then, of course, our staff to assist with that contract and make sure that she has the things that she needs to contract that out. If she's using internal people to complete that, then that 1% fund goes to those internal salaries. But it doesn't say specifically that the money has to be allocated in one way or another, put into this fund or put into that fund. It just says that 1% has to go toward reappraisals.
And then Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, if I can just so in a perfect world, had this 1% money continued to remain where it should have and roll over, normally when I would come to present my budget, I would say, okay, I'm going to do a reappraisal project. We have reached out, we did the RFI, we have a company that offered to do this reappraisal for us for $3.2 million or whatever it might be. So then that's when I come, when I'm presenting my budget, and I ask you, I'm going to do a reappraisal. I need $3.2 million out of my 1%, and this is where you all will vote, or the majority of the commission would vote to allow me to use that money from the assessor's 1% fund. However, we don't have that 1% fund, so there's nothing for me to come and ask to take from that 1% fund. So the purpose of putting everything in the 1%, so for example, we're doing, the property tax bills will go out now in October, November. We'll collect anywhere between 1.5 million to 1.8 million a year is about what the collection is of the 1%. That would go into the 1% fund, so that it'll continue to build up. So every 4 years that we are statutorily obligated to do a full reappraisal project, there's money to do that. Or I would come and say, okay, not as in addition to, if we had people to do this instead of a company to do this, I need trucks, I need computer equipment, I need new software. Then that's when I would come again for the budgeting cycle. I'd come and say, okay, I'm doing a reappraisal. I need to hire more people. I need to buy new software. I need to buy trucks. And that would come out of my 1% that should be there for that purpose. However, that's not the case. So that's why the purpose is to try to rebuild that so that we can do this reappraisal project.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, that means we need to start to rebuild the 1% fund and also, for now, authorize you to have the money to do the reappraisal by maybe hiring somebody. So there are two things we need to do? Are there two things you're asking us to? Because if we say do the 1% again, there's not gonna be enough money to do it right now.
Yes.
So are there two things we need to?
Well, I think that's why I was saying, like, right now, whether we burden the that's what I was saying earlier. If we burden the general fund because we're putting all the costs into the general fund so we can build up that piggy bank and the 1%, you know, that's one way. Or we continue to take the money out of the 1% and then pay for, ultimately, you're still going to pay the difference out of the general fund. So it's like one in one pocket, out the other. And I don't want to necessarily burden, you know, I understand what we're saying. We want to have some flexibility in the 1%. Because it was used up for other things in the past. So, you know, I understand, like I said, I can understand where the goal is, but right, as of right now, while we plan to build it, well, the plan is to build it up so that there's a reserve balance, maybe moving forward, and then to maybe have a long-term sustaining plan. We need to figure out what that amount is. I don't know that we have a full answer to that because they're still working on the reappraisal plan. Either way, we still cover it. Like I said, because the assessor has a statutory obligation to meet, we are on the hook to not prevent her from doing that. So like I said, we still have to pay for it at some way.
Right, Mr. Chair. So right now, what we're really waiting for is just the reappraisal, comprehensive reappraisal plan.
But yeah, and understanding how it fits in, I think, in general. And I think that's where, you know, I think there's still a lot of questions that I think Commissioner Sheldon-Hernandez still has as well. But I think that's why I was just kind of redirecting back, I think at this point, to this requested budget move to the general fund. Or, you know, do we support it? Do we change, you know, ask for a change or not, while we still wait for this plan? Because, and it may tweak, like I mentioned earlier, you know, when we have our budget assessments, we can update those as we move along through this biennial budget. As we need, because we don't know.
So, Mr. Chair, if we vote on this today and say that it's okay in the preliminary budget, but we need that plan by the day the budget is actually due, is that something we can do?
I don't know when we get the RFIs, so it might not. It might have to be a budget revision, I guess, in the future. Because we'd be approving the budget in July, the final budget in July, right?
July 31st. And it just depends on the timing of the RFI. It's more than it's improbable that it would be ready by that time. It might be, but even then, that's just the request for information. They would still have to do the RFP, the request for proposal, and that could take longer. Yeah, so, but we could always adjust the budget with a budget revision. Just to go back to the current standing, technically employee training memberships and incentive pay were requested to remain within the 1% fund. Budget's recommendation was to move those out even to the general fund because from the information we've received, we don't see how that links to the reappraisal program. I mean, if the employee training is going to be specifically for that, great. The incentive pay, if it's going to be specifically for that, great. But right now hasn't been communicated that it is going to be used for those purposes. So with the current information, we do recommend to move that out so we can stay in compliance. Because if we're using that money out of the 1% fund, it does not relate to the any reappraisal program, then I believe we are potentially not being consistent with the statute.
Chairman, if I
Deputy
may,
Assessor, yes,
on that.
please.
So the employee training, the memberships, and the incentive pay were left in the 1% fund. The employee training would be for our appraisal department, our appraisers and our appraiser assistants and the supervisors, the appraisal supervisors, because we need them to have certain knowledge, skills, and abilities to be able to do mass appraising. The memberships is part and parcel of the employee training because the memberships provide us with current mass appraisal methodology, and best practices. And we want to impart that information to our appraisal staff so that when they are doing appraisals for us, they're using the most up-to-date methodologies. And as we bring other people on in the appraisal department, they would also need to have that training and knowledge. And the incentive pay ties directly to the appraisal staff, that we want to use it out of the 1% fund because that's the resolution that was passed. It was legislation, and then it was passed by resolution by the county that allowed them to have some additional pay for their certifications. And the certifications lead into that knowledge, skill, and ability set that we need for our appraisers.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I said, I think, Commissioners, I think if we're going to go through, at least for this preliminary budget, and I guess where do we go with this? I think, like I said, knowing it's preliminary and we don't have a plan yet, would we just, we can approve and, amend when we have the full plan and try to work with, I think working with the assessors and trying to figure out how we get that going in that direction.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
First of all, I'm grateful you all are here because I think we've been waiting to chat with you for a while. And right now we're having a good, open conversation. And so the information that you are sharing with us is very helpful because we're here together as a group. And when somebody asks a question, it turns a light bulb on for someone else. So I think it's very important for the 5 commissioners to be able to chat with you and ask the questions that we've been asking. I mean, it's really actually lightened my load on what I was thinking regarding the assessor's office. So thank you, Madam Assessor, for that, and thank you to your Deputy Assessor for that. And Chair Sanchez, I think you're right. If we just go ahead and accept the budget as is, and we can tweak it along the way, and no disrespect meant, but you're here for certain until December, Madam Assessor. We don't know what's going to happen with the election, but I'm actually good with it right now. If we have a new assessor, well, we won't know what happens at that point.
So Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, so that was the purpose. I mean, we met with Scott, Carrie, Eric, last year before last, I don't know what it is anymore, and we had a great conversation. They understood. They were just as confused as everybody else. They finally understood. They were excited. We came to that work session, and it went, it was like, everybody was like, what happened? But that's why we were hoping to have that one-on-one where we were able to not have to be out in the public and ask the questions to try to clarify that. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. So yes, I'm glad that we are here doing this now. It needs to get done. I want to do, like I've said, I want my statutory obligations is to get this done. Because by us doing this reappraisal is to pick up when they converted to that new CAMA system, that all the information didn't get carried over. So we need to pick up that stuff that is out there that it's not in our CAMA system. We need to get it on the books.
And
then it'll be smoother from there on out. It's just because it's been so long. It's like a clean slate, catch your breath and then move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Assessor. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
I'm good.
Any other questions? Public input? Okay. All right. So, given where we're at, I don't think there's going to be any amendments to the budget. So with that, Brandy, if you do a roll call on the preliminary budget for fiscal year 27 and 28.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have 2 resolution numbers. Those numbers are 2026-76 and 2026-77.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, commission input follow-up. Anybody have any words of wisdom? 5 p.m. All right. Not hearing any, so correspondence. Brandy.
We have Samuel Enriquez versus Doña County Detention Center and Doña County. Victoria Cabrales, AKA Victoria Reyes versus Doña County Detention Center and the County of Doñana. Princeton Partners LLC versus JQ Services LLC, Kevin Malone and Doña County Board of County Commissioners. And Don Gibbons versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy. I know we have a closed session, but I think we're postponing that. Okay. So with that, we've reached the end of our, we'll reach the end of our agenda. So we will call this meeting adjourned at 5 p.m. I think thank you all for joining us.